Chapter 1341. No one paid attention to the situation around them. They also didn't look at the peak of Pan Mountain that reached into the clouds. The gazes of the million people gathered on one point, on a fiery red back view at the front of the formation. As for the green-shirted girl beside him, everyone naturally ignored her. The fiery red back view was really tall, like a sword that came out of its sheath. He looked even taller than Pan Mountain in the distance. His black hair fluttered in the wind. One could see his firm and defined side profile. Of course, one could also see the 2-meter-long black blade on his back. Greetings, Emperor. The million warriors, Ice Queen, Wind Moon Sovereign, and Gong Tian didn't hesitate. Under the formless aura of the back view, they all knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. The sonorous sound reverberated throughout the mountain peak and spread all around. It didn't stop for a long time. Yi Qinghan didn't turn his head and didn't say anything. His gaze was deep and distant as he looked at the million-meter-tall mountain. He didn't speak for a long time before sighing. Pan Mountain, I am here. Pan Mountain was like a black pillar stabbed into the center of the battlefield. It was tens of thousands of meters long and millions of meters tall. On the surface, it didn't look any different from a mountain. The black stone outside was the same as the stone in the tunnel. However, it did give one a faint sense of pressure. Even Yi Qinghan felt his heart palpitate. The peak of Pan Mountain looked really flat from here. Of course, from here, Yi Qinghan couldn't see the 3 wooden houses. He also couldn't see the black shadow standing on the peak. Yi Qinghan looked for a moment but didn't notice anything. With his strength and his body being refined by God power many times, his eyesight was really terrifying. Moreover, he noticed something really weird. His spiritual sense could only reach 10,000 meters, but his eyesight could see even further than that. The battlefield was really weird. There was a thick white fog all around. Even Yi Qinghan couldn't see more than 100,000 meters and his spiritual sense could only reach 10,000 meters. However, even though Mount Pan was so far away, it was still possible to see it clearly. After observing for a while, Yi Qinghan turned his head around and swept his blade-like gaze across everyone's faces. He didn't emit any aura, but everyone could sense a vast empress pressure that enveloped the peak like a dark cloud. Even Gong Tian, a 9th-grade sovereign, felt his soul palpitating. Get up! Yi Qinghan's raspy and deep voice sounded on the mountain peak. Wind Moon Monarch, use all your strength to lay down restrictions. Make this mountain impenetrable by water and fire. Similarly, it didn't have to be lethal, but it had to be intimidating. Ice Queen, assist him. Gong Tian, lead your men to defend the area. Yi family army, listen up, defensive formation, prepare for battle. Understood. The million people shouted in unison. They all started to move in an orderly manner. Wind Moon Sovereign and Ice Queen started to lay down restrictions on the mountain peak. The Million God World Army split into 10 teams and defended the area. There were also many small scout teams that patrolled the foot of the mountain. Gong Tian and the other 4 scattered at the corners of the mountain peak. They were on high alert, spreading out their divine senses to scout all around. Queen Zhu Yi, Beast God. Why isn't he back? Ice Queen helped Wind Moon Sovereign lay down restrictions. She would occasionally glance at Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi. In the end, she couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Zhu Yi. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi stood on the peak and looked at the busy crowd. They didn't say a word. When Zhu Yi heard Ice Queen's voice transmission, her face dimmed. Beast God's life and death is uncertain. He might have fallen, Ice Queen. Don't mention this in front of the Emperor, he is already really sad. Woo! Emperor! Ice Queen turned her head and looked deeply at Yi Qinghan. Looking at the solemn and lonely expression on his face, her heart couldn't help but hurt. Her footsteps trembled and she nearly fell. She quickly patted her chest and her face turned red again. The Wind Moon Monarch's heart wavered when he saw this. Zhu Yi sent a voice transmission once more. However, we have enough points. Spread the news and tell everyone to defend this place. A month later, we will announce that we will retreat from the battle. Ice Queen was pumped up and spread the news all around. Not long later, this news spread to the ears of every God World martial artist. Instantly, The morale of the God World army was boosted. Joy appeared on their faces. They looked at the fiery red body on the mountain peak, their gazes filled with fervor and respect. The Yi family army started to defend in an orderly manner. Wind Moon Sovereign also swiftly laid down restrictions. Yi Qinghan only requested for the restrictions to be strong enough to scare people. This was easy to lay out. In just half a day, the restrictions at the foot of the mountain were laid out. Only a small opening was left for the God World martial artists to enter. The other areas were all sealed up. Zhu Yi Gongtian, follow me. As for the others, defend here. Without my orders, no one is allowed to step down the mountain. A day later, Yi Qinghan had laid down the Wind Moon Sovereign's restrictions. He shouted towards Gongtian. Zhu Yi brought Yi Qinghan down the mountain. After Gongtian was stunned, he followed right away. The three of them followed the path that Wind Moon Sovereign left and headed towards the nearby area. Emperor, where are we going? Gongtian followed behind Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi and asked curiously. Let's scout around. Yi Qinghan casually replied. He opened up his divine sense and started to scout around. Although he was familiar with the battlefield under Zhu Yi's guidance, he still felt like he wouldn't be at ease if he didn't scout around. After getting down the mountain, it was all flat ground. The three of them started to scout to the left. Yi Qinghan believed that with his powerful divine sense, no one would discover that he was scouting around. Thus, he let Zhu Yi lead the way and started running. After running for 1,000,000 miles, Yi Qinghan found countless restrictions along the way. These restrictions were hidden very cleverly. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense, he probably wouldn't have been able to find them. After 1,000,000 miles, the terrain in front of them started to change. The speed of the three also started to slow down. An ancient forest appeared in front of them. The dense ancient trees soared into the sky. Vines and thorns covered the ground, making it even more difficult to scout with divine sense. Stop, turn left. Slow down. We've discovered a creature from another plane, Yi Qinghan shouted in a low voice. Zhu Yi and Gongtian quickly stopped. According to Yi Qinghan's instructions, they quietly moved to the left. They didn't dare to release their aura for fear of alerting the enemy. It's an 8-clawed golden dragon. Is this race powerful? Yi Qinghan quietly asked Zhu Yi through telepathy. His divine sense could detect that there were golden dragons hiding everywhere in the forest in front of them. Each of them had 8 claws, but their bodies were very small, only more than 10 meters long. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan, he definitely wouldn't have been able to detect them from such a distance. When Zhu Yi heard this, she revealed an expression of "I knew it." She relaxed and smiled as she transmitted her voice. They're not strong. This race was enslaved by the heavenly realm. All their powerhouses were killed. It's only been a few million years. There shouldn't be many peak powerhouses born. Emperor, have you detected a 12-clawed golden dragon? A 12-clawed golden dragon is comparable to a human rank 9 powerhouse. A 14-clawed golden dragon is comparable to a superior rank 9 powerhouse. An 8-clawed one is a low-level one, about the same as an emperor god. Chapter 1342. Yi Qinghan shook his head. The three of them circled half a circle around the dense forest. Yi Qinghan's divine sense quietly probed into the depths of the forest, but he did not detect any experts with more than 10 claws. Let's go. This plane isn't a threat to us, Yi Qinghan ordered, and Zhu Yi brought him back. Gongtian asked curiously, Emperor, since there aren't any experts, then why not kill them all? Why ask so much? Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked coldly at Gongtian. A cold glow flashed in his eyes. Although she didn't say anything about the conflict between Ice Queen and Gongtian, Wind Moon Sovereign told him about it. Yes. Gongtian smiled awkwardly and dashed away. When Yi Qinghan turned his head, a vicious glow flashed in his eyes. Hatred surged like he wanted to swallow Yi Qinghan whole. Damn, the right is actually the evil demon army. If Xiao He wakes up, then I will let Xiao He swallow them all. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan arrived at the right side of the deity realm's territory. However, he was surprised to find black fog rolling about in a valley. Waves of evil and ice-cold aura spread over before they even got close, which greatly surprised him. "Keek, Emperor, there is no need to be surprised. Actually, the planes that are close will usually be teleported to nearby. Evil Demon World and God World are close. This Golden Dragon plane isn't far from God World, which is why it is so close." Zhu Yi wasn't surprised at all and giggled. The reason why she was so confident was that they could defend for a month. It was precisely because of the fact that the God Realm had conquered all of the major planes in the vicinity in the past, and all of their experts had been killed. How could it be easy for them to recover in just a few million years? Yi Qinghan looked behind him, only to discover that it was all flat ground. After running for 1,000,000 miles, he could actually see the Demon Mountain in the distance. However, Zhu Yi explained that he couldn't enter the Demon Mountain from here. If he wanted to leave this place, he would have to pass through the peak of Mount Pan. 2 days later, Yi Qinghan had thoroughly investigated the surrounding area. He had originally wanted to see if there were any special terrains that would make it easy for him to escape or defend. However, he didn't discover anything. To his left and right were armies from other planes. Behind him was the Demon Mountain, and in front of him was Mount Pan. This battlefield was like a cage that trapped everyone within, and it was impossible for them to leave quietly. They could only defend the stronghold and wait for a month. Xiao Hei is still in a deep sleep. I don't know if he'll wake up. Hopefully, he'll be able to get through this month safely. Yi Qinghan stood on the mountain peak and looked into the distance at Mount Pan that stood above everyone in Panjie. Although Zhu Yi had always emphasized that there would be no strong enemies attacking, he always felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart, as if something bad would happen. All Level 9 martial artists participating in the planar war, listen up. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. The voice was incomparably faint, as if it came from the 9 heavens, yet it also seemed to be right in front of him. It was incomparably clear. The voice contained a cold intent, as well as a faint murderous aura. The supreme pressure was incomparably clear, making people want to prostrate themselves in worship. Supreme Divine Emperor. Yi Qinghan suddenly exchanged a look with Zhu Yi and exclaimed. Gong Tian and the others also came to their senses. What was incomparably strange was that the Yi family army and all the low-level martial artists on the mountain peak turned a deaf ear to it. They didn't react at all. Panxing. Yi Qinghan secretly exclaimed in his heart. This aura, this faint murderous aura, was exactly the same as the murderous aura that had swept across his body in Demon Mountain. Even with his formidable strength, he couldn't muster up any will to fight. Yi Qinghan dared to conclude that this was definitely the Panxing that the woman in purple had mentioned. As expected, the voice rang out again, confirming Yi Qinghan's judgment. My name is Panxing, and I'm the manager of the Pan realm. The rules of this planar war have changed. The army with the highest score will directly obtain a defensive supreme spiritual treasure. In addition, the expert who kills the most 9th grade supreme martial artists will be rewarded with another defensive supreme spiritual treasure. Kill to your heart's content, ha 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 ha. As soon as the supreme divine Emperor Panxing finished speaking, the entire planar battlefield was instantly stirred up. Armies from countless big planes started to riot. They directly rushed down the stronghold and began to advance towards the bloody desert, the battleground of the previous great battles. Even Zhu Yi and the others were dumbfounded by the Supreme Divine Emperor's generosity. Gong Tian and the others were restless, their murderous aura surging from their bodies. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Qinghan didn't move, they would all want to participate in the great battle royal. Supreme spiritual treasure. In the previous planar battlefield, one had to rank first 3 times in a row to have the opportunity to obtain a supreme spiritual treasure. Now, the first place was directly rewarded. And it was the most precious defensive supreme spiritual treasure, and 2 at once. How could the planes that thought they were powerful not take action? What is the Supreme Divine Emperor trying to do? However, Yi Qinghan's heart surged with a deep vigilance. His soul was incomparably powerful, and he had comprehended many kinds of soul skills. Just now, he felt that the Supreme Divine Emperor Panxing's words were mixed with a soul skill. It was similar to his demonic voice, which secretly stimulated the killing intent in the hearts of the warriors in the planar battlefield. Using a soul skill and throwing out two supreme spiritual treasures, was he trying to make the people in the planar battlefield go crazy? Originally, because of the many years of killing in the planar battlefield, the aura inside would quietly affect the souls of the warriors, making them more bloodthirsty. At this moment, it would be strange if the planar battlefield didn't riot. He turned his head and looked at Gong Tian and the others with killing intent in his eyes. Even Zhu Yi and the Ice Queen had faint killing intent on them. They hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, don't move. Stand guard where you are. Do you want to die?" Yi Qinghan used the demonic voice when he said that. Under his strong soul, it instantly cleared the killing intent in everyone's heads. Everyone's bodies shook. Along with Yi Qinghan's words, it was like a heavenly law to them. All of them suppressed the killing intent in their hearts and looked at Mount Pan in the distance. They sighed. Zhu Yi looked at Pan Shan fearfully, then said excitedly, "Great Emperor, we will be even safer now. With the God Emperor's order, 2/3 of the legions will not continue to wait and watch. They will all rush towards the bloody Gobi Desert and engage in a chaotic battle." "Blood-red Gobi Desert?" Yi Qinghan asked curiously. Zhu Yi explained, "That is the old rule of the planar battlefield. The decisive battle will be held there, at the foot of Mount Pan. As there are the least restrictions there, the fog is thin, the visibility is good, and the terrain is wide. Normally, chaotic battles will occur there. That place is a desert, and because many people died there, it was dyed red. The warriors of Panjie like to call that place the blood-red Gobi Desert. It's better to call it the goddamned Gobi Desert." Yi Qinghan's gaze followed the tall Mount Pan to the foot of the mountain. Although all he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness, a scene appeared in his mind. From all directions, countless black dragons were rapidly gathering towards the blood-red Gobi Desert. The powerhouses of the various planes led their warriors, brandishing their swords and straightening their spines. With heavy footsteps, they began to fight the enemies in all directions. Blood splattered, heads flew, and broken limbs were everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the Gobi Desert, staining hundreds of millions of pairs of eyes. The killing intent in the air was like a rainbow, and blood rained down. The entire world was filled with a somber and bloody aura. And on the peak of Mount Pan, perhaps there was a person standing there indifferently, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, looking at the group of ants, fighting until their heads bled over a few bones that he had thrown away, fighting excitedly, killing merrily. For some reason, Yi Qinghan felt a strong sense of irony. He looked at the peak of Mount Pan and quietly raised his middle finger. He cursed, "Goddamned Gobi Desert." Chapter 1343. Pan Xing, what are you doing? Do you know that if you do this, at least 2/3 of the people below will die? In reality, Yi Qinghan was right. There were indeed people watching the show at the peak of Mount Pan, and there were 2 of them. However, Pan Xi wasn't in the mood to watch the show. Her beautiful eyes were filled with rage as she glared at Pan Xing, who was standing at the edge of Mount Pan and looking down with a smile. Pan Xing didn't even turn his head. He just tilted his head slightly and sneered, "Pan Xi, I control the laws of heaven and earth and the laws of Panjie. I am in charge of the matters of this planar battlefield. Do I need to explain to you what I want to do?" Pan Xi was so angry that her expression changed slightly. Her body trembled slightly as she said angrily, "Aren't you doing this to make all the experts attack at full power? Aren't you trying to find the person who went in and out of Panjie's barrier? What if you sensed wrongly and this person doesn't exist? Wouldn't the people below have died for nothing?" Pan Xing sneered and said, "I want to find him. If I don't find him and tear him to pieces, I won't be able to rest easy." "Died for nothing? Pan Xi, haven't you forgotten something? This planar battlefield is the grave of the experts of Panjie. They came here to die. How can they die for nothing?" Pan Xi was startled. She was speechless. After a moment of silence, she calmed down and said slowly, "Pan Xing, actually, even if someone broke through Panjie's barrier, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the laws of Panjie or the laws of heaven and earth, right? You're just afraid that this person is too strong and you can't control him. When the time comes, he will threaten your supreme position, right? Haha." Hearing this, Pan Xing threw his head back and laughed. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent surged like a rainbow. He was like a demon king of destruction above the 9 heavens, insufferably arrogant. He raised his hands high and his eyes shone brighter than the sun and moon. His face was filled with arrogance as he laughed domineeringly. I am in charge of the laws of this plate realm. I can control the energies of the world in this plate realm. I am the sky of this plate realm. Even if an ant can jump around, how can it threaten me? Can a firefly compete with the bright moon? Ridiculous, ridiculous to the extreme. After saying the last word, Pan Xing waved his hands. The chi of heaven and earth in the sky gathered above him. Countless millions of meters long divine thunders turned into angry purple dragons and dashed towards him. The destructive pressure immediately covered the entire peak of Mount Pan. At this moment, Pan Xing seemed to have really become this sky, an existence that could not be surpassed, an existence that could only be looked up to. Sigh, she let out a deep sigh and did not say anything else. She turned around and walked into her small wooden hut. Before she entered, she glanced in the direction of the planar battlefield, and a complicated and conflicted emotion flashed through her eyes. Go! Pan Xing waved his hand, and countless bolts of lightning quietly disappeared. The chi of heaven and earth also returned to normal. The strange thing was, not a single one of the hundreds of millions of experts in the planar battlefield had noticed it. Pan Xing smilingly looked down and leisurely said, kill as much as you want. I'm watching you from above. Don't you always like to say, Supreme God Emperor? Ha 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 ha. Your Majesty, we found an 8-clawed golden dragon sneaking in. What should we do? In the base of the immortal realm, Yi Qinghan suddenly received a message from the warriors patrolling below. Yi Qinghan exchanged a look with Zhu Yi in surprise and gave her an inquiring look. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes rolled. She pondered for a moment and had an idea. She transmitted her voice, let Gong Tian scare him away. Don't kill him. Yi Qinghan nodded and understood Zhu Yi's meaning. He had always trusted Zhu Yi's schemes, so he immediately sent a telepathic message to Gong Tian, take 3 of your men and a small team of the strongest Yi clan army. Release your aura and pretend to be patrolling. Go scare that golden dragon away. Gong Tian happily accepted the order. His aura surged. He took Gong Tian, his men, and a team of the strongest Yi family army, all of whom were 7th-grade war gods, and swaggered down. The golden dragon plane? If I can make a move and Xiao Hei wakes up, your army will be annihilated. Yi Qinghan stood quietly at the top of the mountain as a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had great strength but he could not do anything. This caused him to feel incomparably sullen. Whoosh! Gong Tian flew back after a short while. He had a grave expression on his face. He transmitted his voice from afar, Your Majesty, the Golden Dragon Plains army has appeared and is heading toward us. It seems like they are going to attack us. Hey! Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed coldly and he shouted, how many peak experts are there? Gong Tian was startled and said awkwardly, I was in a hurry to send the message and did not get a clear look. From afar, there are at least hundreds of thousands of golden dragons. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. Although his heart was burning with anxiety, he did not dare to show it. What he was worried about had finally happened. Now, he could only pray that there were not many experts left in the Golden Dragon Plain. With a solemn expression, he shouted, pass down my order. All Yi family soldiers are to return to defense. Wind Moon Sovereign, control the restrictions. Listen to my command and prepare for battle. Return to defense. Get into formation. Prepare for battle. Countless commanders shouted. In an instant, all the Yi family soldiers moved. According to the formation that they had practiced, they formed into legions and stood on the mountain peak. They were equipped with blades and armor. There was no fear on their faces. Instead, they were extremely excited. Their aura was like a rainbow. Killing intent filled the air. The wind on the mountain peak stopped blowing at this moment. Swish! Less than an hour later, in the distant sky, within the white fog, many small golden dragons appeared. The ones in front all had 8 claws, and their cold eyes were filled with coldness. Slowly, more and more golden dragons appeared. 9 claws and 10 claws appeared. Their bodies also grew bigger. These golden dragons did not attack. Instead, they surrounded the mountain peaks of the immortal world and kept roaring and roaring. They circled in the air and stared at the immortal world martial artists on the mountain peak. Their fierce eyes looked like they wanted to swallow human flesh. Ayo! Dragon roars came from afar. In the fog, another group of golden dragons appeared. The ones at the front were all 11-clawed golden dragons. Their bodies were also hundreds of meters long. After the 11-clawed golden dragons, the 12-clawed golden dragons began to appear. There were more than 10 of them, all of them lined up in a row. Behind them, 7 or 8 14-clawed golden dragons appeared. After that, these 7 to 14 golden dragons separated and lined up. When 2 ghostly figures appeared from the dense fog, all the golden dragons instantly roared. Their roars shook the heavens, causing the hearts of all the Yi family soldiers to tremble. Hey! Are those the 9th grade supreme martial artists of the Golden Dragon clan? Yi Qinghan's pupils suddenly shrank. His divine sense immediately detected the 2 shadows. They were 2 half-dragon men. Their lower bodies were that of a dragon, while their upper bodies were that of a human. They had 16 dragon wings on their backs. 2 half-dragon people, 1 male and 1 female. The male had a domineering aura. He looked like an emperor who ruled the world. He flew over proudly. The female golden dragon had an extremely beautiful face. Her chest was completely bare, revealing a group of golden hemispheres that trembled as she flew. Zhu Yi's expression turned serious. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She said in a low voice, "Those who can transform into half-dragon are 9th grade supreme martial artists. How did the golden dragon plane recover so quickly? In millions of years, it has produced 2 9th grade supreme martial artists, 7 or 8 upper-grade martial artists, and more than 10 9th grade expert. Emperor, hurry up and kill their leader. Otherwise, even if we win, the Yi family army will die." Ayo, the 2 9th grade supreme golden dragons had arrived. Without saying a word, the male draconian raised his head and let out a roar. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. His aura soared and enveloped the entire immortal world mountain range. He raised his spear and pointed it forward. He roared, "Come, citizens of the Golden Dragon Plain, attack! Tear apart the despicable humans of the immortal world and avenge our ancestors. I want everyone in the immortal world army to die without a complete corp." Chapter 1344. Under the command of the Demi-Dragon, the Golden Dragon tribe rushed up the mountain from all directions. 7 to 8 14-clawed Golden Dragon people and more than 10 12-clawed Golden Dragon people led their respective teams and attacked the mountain like a swarm of locusts. Who? The million or so golden dragons roared in unison as they opened their mouths and shot out golden fireballs. Immediately, the sky was filled with golden fireballs, covering the heavens and earth. The fireballs contained terrifying energy and were incredibly fast, and the searing aura they gave off melted all of the white mist nearby, creating a grand scene that shook everyone's hearts. Yi Qinghan stood at the peak of the mountain expressionlessly. Facing such a terrifying attack, the million Yi family soldiers didn't panic at all. They didn't even move their bodies at all. Yi Qinghan calculated the distance and a cold glow appeared in his eyes. He hollered, "Yi family army, unsheath your blades and cover the entire area. Ice Queen, attack!" Along with Yi Qinghan's holler, the Yi family army, which was originally split into 10 square formations, all hollered in unison, suppressing the roars of the million golden dragons. After that, all of the Yi family army performed an incomparably uniform action. They took half a step back, lowered their waists, and dismounted from their horses. They drew their sabers with one hand, and in an instant, rays of cold light shot out from their sabers. Shio! 1 million sabers were drawn out in an incomparably orderly manner, and then slashed forward in an incomparably orderly manner. Before the sabers fell, a crescent-shaped saber radiance that was several meters long whizzed out. It was colorful and extremely gorgeous, turning into 1 million spatial fragmented saber streams that whistled towards the sky full of fireballs in front of them. Space froze at this moment. Ice Queen's jade-like legs tapped the ground and she turned into a cloud that floated into the air. Her beautiful body and face started to spin in the air. Along with her dancing, huge snowflakes fell from the sky. They were crystal clear and looked extremely beautiful. The scene seemed to have frozen at that moment. The sky full of golden fireballs and a million colorful blade energies were clashing against each other. At that moment, snowflakes fell from the sky. Over 1,000,000 majestic golden dragons, 100 silent and imposing soldiers of the Yi family army, and a beautiful lady dancing in the sky. The scene was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Hong. In the next second, the beautiful scene was shattered. Or rather, it became even more beautiful. The golden fireballs and the blade lights collided. The golden fireballs hit the blade lights and the blade lights hit the fireballs. Countless fireworks bloomed in the sky. Under the illumination of the snowflakes, it was so beautiful that it made one's soul tremble. Buzz. However, before the fireworks could fully bloom, the snowflakes fell even more heavily. The blooming fireworks were like sparks in the sky that met a heavy downpour. There were no more golden fireballs in the sky, nor were there any murderous saber lights. There was only a sky full of snow and a beautiful woman who stubbornly continued to dance. All level 9 experts come out. The Yi family army stay where they are. Wind Moon Monarch, control the restriction and listen to my command. Gongtian, hold up their level 9 expert. The rest of the level 9 experts, kill these low-level golden dragons. Ice Queen, attack indiscriminately in all directions. Fire. Yi Qinghan was still standing calmly on the summit of the mountain. His fiery red battle armor glistened brightly. His face, which seemed to have been carved by a knife, was filled with coldness. The 2-meter-long black saber was inserted into his back, quietly emitting a boundless killing intent. Swish. The Ice Queen in the sky danced even more fiercely. A pair of snow-white bare feet stepped on the void, like a little girl eating mushrooms on the snow. However, as her white sleeves fluttered, the sky no longer started to fall snowflakes. Instead, the sky was filled with falling ice, covering countless golden dragons. Zhu Yi didn't know why Yi Qinghan didn't take action when he was so powerful. However, since Yi Qinghan had given the order, she didn't hesitate. She tapped the ground with her feet, turned into a beautiful butterfly, and floated forward. Gongtian and the others didn't want to fight, especially Gongtian. He wanted to force Yi Qinghan to return the Fire of Soul at such a good opportunity. However, under Yi Qinghan's great emperor aura, he didn't dare to act rashly. He looked at each other, gritted his teeth, and shot toward the Golden Dragon army. Since he had chosen to fight, Gongtian didn't hold back anymore. The blood-red spear in his hand turned into thousands of spear shadows, shrouding the tens of thousands of golden dragons and several level 9 golden dragons. Ayo! The male golden dragon deity in the distance sent the level 9 experts under Yi Qinghan to fight. He roared angrily and pointed his spear at the female golden dragon deity beside him. Arale, go kill that level 9 supreme martial artist. The female golden dragon deity let out a long roar and swung her dragon tail. The 2 huge meatballs in front of her chest shook, and she turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Gongtian. Commander of the immortal realm, come and fight with this dragon deity. The golden dragon deity pointed his spear at Yi Qinghan, and the provocation in his eyes was obvious. Although Yi Qinghan didn't release his aura, the golden dragon deity could tell with one look that he was the commander of the immortal realm. This was because he could feel that Yi Qinghan had the same emperor aura as him. Supreme Emperor aura. Yi Qinghan slowly unsheathed the 2-meter-long slaughter god blade. He lowered his head and caressed the slaughter god blade as though he was caressing his most beloved lover. He did not say anything and seemed to be considering if he should fight with the golden dragon god. Woo woo, the battle between Gongtian and the others had already started. Gongtian's attacks were incomparably domineering. The spear in his hand was a supreme spiritual treasure. Before the 9th grade supreme dragon deity arrived, he had already swept away a bunch of low-grade golden dragons. He even killed one lower grade 9 golden dragon. Zhu Yi, Gongtian, and the other 3, as well as the Wind Moon Monarch, were incomparably honest. They didn't bother with the experts of the golden dragon race. They revolved their spatial powers and casually attacked, killing a bunch of low-grade golden dragons. The Ice Queen's attacks were especially domineering. Her ice spikes covered the sky and they were all area of effect attacks. How could the golden dragons, who were as strong as god emperors, be compared to the Ice Queen's ice spikes? Instantly, the scene was extremely tragic. Countless golden dragons were like bugs that were sprayed with insecticide as they fell one by one. In just a single exchange, hundreds of thousands of low-grade golden dragons had died. As for Zhu Yi and the others, they rolled in the air and dodged. The massacre was still starting. AO, all citizens retreat. Despicable, despicable, shameless. All dragon gods, charge towards the mountain and kill the citizens of the divine world. At the start, the golden dragon god's attention was still focused on Yi Qinghan, who was caressing the slaughter god blade. He didn't expect so many of his citizens to be killed in just one exchange. He hurriedly roared and ordered the other 9th-grade golden dragons to stop chasing and charge towards the mountain. He wanted to learn from Yi Qinghan and change the battlefield to the Divine World Army. That way, the Divine World sovereigns would have no choice but to retreat and fight with their own subordinates. When the battlefield changed, the low-grade Divine World martial artists would die one by one. Divine World Commander, this dragon god will tear you apart. After giving the order, the golden dragon god turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the mountain. His spear condensed a formless killing intent as he charged towards Yi Qinghan. All sovereigns, change your formation. Zhu Yi and the rest, attack that cow. Gong Tian and the rest, kill them all. After one round of attacks, retreat immediately. Before the golden dragon god finished shouting, Yi Qinghan had already secretly sent a voice transmission. Gong Tian's blood-refined spear swept out and forced the female dragon god to retreat. He then turned into a dragon and swept towards the 9th-grade dragon god beside him. As for Zhu Yi and the rest, they all locked their attacks on the female dragon god at the same time, forcing her to not attack Gong Tian. Kai. How sharp was Gong Tian's attack? Now that someone was holding back the 9th-grade dragon god, he could attack without restraint and easily lock down 3 9th-grade dragon gods. The strength of a 9th-grade dragon god coupled with the attack of a supreme spiritual treasure. After the golden dragon god gave the order, the 3 9th-grade dragon gods were at a loss and didn't know whether they should advance or retreat. In an instant, they were hit by the blood-refined spear, and their bodies exploded as they fell to the ground powerlessly. Chapter 1345. Everyone, come back. The moment the golden dragon god moved, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice again. Zhu Yi, Gong Tian and the rest immediately retreated. When everyone retreated, the remaining grade 9 golden dragons also came to their senses and rushed up the mountain with the golden dragon god. At this time, Yi Qinghan also moved. He raised his head and slowly raised the slaughter god blade. An evil smile appeared on his face as he shouted, "Fools of the golden dragon race, you have been tricked. Wind Moon Monarch, attack. Ah, clatter clatter. Supreme God Emperor, please bestow upon me supreme power. Activate the world extermination restriction and kill all the bastards in front of me." When Yi Qinghan shouted, Wind Moon Monarch, who was beside him, seemed to have a seizure. His body trembled as he shouted some strange words and jumped around. The golden dragon race was stunned. Then, Wind Moon Monarch's body trembled violently as if he was about to shoot. Dazzling rays of light burst forth from his body. Following that, the entire mountain peak lit up. Electric arcs flickered and countless furious dragons roared. A destructive pressure that was comparable to the explosion of several 9th-grade supreme martial artists instantly enveloped the entire mountain peak. The restrictions that Wind Moon Monarch had set up for a long time were all activated. God extermination restriction? Retreat. Retreat. The golden dragon god was scared half to death. Yi Qinghan's evil smile made him feel strange. Yi Qinghan's words also contained the heavenly demon voice. The golden dragon god's first thought was that he had been tricked. Then, Wind Moon Monarch's seizure happened again. He felt even worse. Finally, the restrictions that filled the sky were activated. The destructive aura really scared him. He quickly twisted his body and without any hesitation, fled. Fools will always be fools. No wonder they were occupied by the divine world back then. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely, but his face suddenly turned cold. He shouted at Gongtian and the others, all grade 9 martial artists, attack that cow with all your strength. No, that female grade 9 supreme martial artist. Kill her for this great emperor. There was no need for Yi Qinghan to say anything. With such a good opportunity, how could they not seize it when they were all peak experts who had walked through mountains of blades and seas of blood? However, since Yi Qinghan had given the order, everyone found their target. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of icicles, 1,000 layered waves, and experts of the Water God clan locked onto the female Golden Dragon God. This was especially so for Gong Tian. His expression hardened as he unleashed the attack he had used on Yi Qinghan back then. The blood-refined spear left his hand and soundlessly tore through the air. The space of the planar battlefield was so stable, but he had actually managed to create multiple scar-like cracks in it. The female Golden Dragon God had just been attacked by Zhu Yi and the others, and even though she hadn't been injured, her blood was still churning and her mind was in turmoil. Now that he was being toyed with by these restrictions and the roar of the Golden Dragon God, his mind was in a state of panic. When she saw Zhu Yi and the others attack her, her heart turned cold. She used the power of chaos to protect her god crystal and head. At the same time, the 16 wings on her back started to flap. A ball of flames appeared around her body, turning into a flame armor that wrapped around her body. Ice Queen's attack was the first to arrive. Hundreds of icicles stabbed towards the red barrier, all of them attacking one point. Instantly, energy exploded and energy waves surged. However, it was obvious that Ice Queen's attack wasn't strong enough. It didn't break the armor and only caused some small cracks. The combined attacks of Zhu Yi and the 4 Water God clan members surged forward. Such a powerful energy instantly exploded and the fiery red shield instantly burst apart. Half of the female Golden Dragon God's body was smashed into pieces. It was obvious that she was badly injured. Half of her giant meatball was left and it swayed in the wind. Finally, the most terrifying attack arrived. A blood-red spear arrived silently and its target was the god crystal of the female Golden Dragon God. Peng! A crisp sound rang out. A priceless primal chaos divine crystal, which was comparable to a sovereign spiritual treasure, turned into dust and splattered in all directions. The Golden Dragon Goddess also fell powerlessly to the ground. Everyone's eyes froze at this moment. The Golden Dragon God in the distance, the lower 9th grade Golden Dragon who had just left the mountain, and the low-level Golden Dragons in the distance all stared blankly at the Dragon God who had fallen powerlessly. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lost. All the Golden Dragons knew the outcome. In just an hour, not a single person from the God realm died. They had lost, completely lost. More than half of the 1,000,000 Golden Dragons had died. Half of the grade 9 Golden Dragons had died too. More importantly, the invincible Dragon God Arale was lying on the ground. Half of her body was left. On the other hand, the strongest commander of the God realm hadn't even made a move yet. Retreat. The Golden Dragon God hollered in rage and dashed into the distance. He really wanted to charge over and fight Yi Qinghan. He knew that if he went back like this, his prestige in the Golden Dragon plane would be ruined. However, he was very clear that if he didn't retreat now, all his people would die here. As all the Golden Dragons fled frantically, their ancestors' words appeared in their minds: unless absolutely necessary, don't start a war with the God realm. Otherwise, the Golden Dragon race would be completely annihilated. Victory. None of the God realm martial artists chased after them. This was because Yi Qinghan did not give the order. Everyone's gazes were locked on Yi Qinghan, who was on the mountain peak. They looked at him caressing the slaughter god saber and the sinister smile on his face. Everyone felt that this was ridiculous. They had only sent out a ray of saber light. The grade 9 martial artists had only sent out a few rounds of attacks, but in exchange, hundreds of thousands of giant corpses fell. This battle could be fought like this. The arch hadn't even made a move yet. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan silently. Their souls trembled. The arch hadn't even made a move, but he had achieved such a result. If the arch had made a move, wouldn't all the gods and demons be annihilated? Retreat. Send out patrol teams to continue scouting. The rest of you, stay here and guard. One team from the Yi family army, go and clean up the battlefield. This Thirach is tired and will take a nap first. Yi Qinghan swung the 2-meter-long slaughter god saber elegantly in the air a few times before sheathing it behind his back. He waved his hand calmly and sent a voice transmission to Zhu Yi. The two of them disappeared from the mountain peak and entered the War Emperor Palace. Farewell, the Arch. Without anyone organizing them, all the Yi family army soldiers knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had become the invincible god of war in their hearts. They firmly believed that as long as the Thirach was around, the god realm would be able to recover its ancient glory and sweep across the entire plate realm. Gong Tian and the others exchanged glances with complicated expressions. Their hearts were pounding. The more casual Yi Qinghan was, the more they felt that Yi Qinghan was really deep and indiscernible. The aura that he gave off naturally made them feel like they were worshipping him. Ice Queen's face flushed red. When she saw Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan disappear together, her eyes were filled with embarrassment and envy. Great Emperor, you're so cool. Yi Yi loves you so much. Yi Yi can't take it anymore. Yi Yi wants to make love to you. Yi Yi is too excited. You were so cool just now. Yi Yi's heart itched just looking at you. The moment they entered the War Emperor Palace, Zhu Yi jumped up. Her strong legs clamped onto Yi Qinghan's waist and she was about to rip apart Yi Qinghan's robe. Her face was filled with excitement and she was as beautiful as a flower. She had always been proud of her intelligence. Today, Yi Qinghan had actually relied on his intelligence to win such a beautiful victory without even making a move. How could she, who was naturally dissolute, not have a go? Phew, Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and sat down, allowing Zhu Yi to press on top of him. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and his back was completely drenched. He felt powerless all over. Just now, actually, he had been pretending to be calm, but his heart was filled with extreme fear. If he could attack, he would have won a beautiful victory today. However, he didn't dare to attack even if he was beaten to death. They had 2 grade 9 supreme martial artists and so many grade 9 upper and lower grade 9 martial artists. If he wasn't careful, then he would be dead. Chapter 1346. Great Emperor, what's wrong? Zhu Yi noticed Yi Qinghan's strange behavior and quickly stopped what she was doing. She stuck to Yi Qinghan like a kitten and asked with concern. Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything and calmed his emotions. Then, he stood up and carried Zhu Yi to the bed. Zhu Yi didn't ask much. She obediently stuck to his chest and smiled sweetly. Yi Qinghan sat on the bed and leaned against the wall. He patted her back and let Zhu Yi lie on his lap. Zhu Yi blushed. She thought Yi Qinghan wanted her to help him blow Xiao Nongyue. She knelt on the bed and raised her butt. She was about to lift his robe and search. Don't. Yi Yi, come and lie on my lap. I'm not in the mood right now. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He grabbed Zhu Yi's shoulder and let her lie on his lap. He stroked her hair and said after a moment of silence, Yi Yi, do you know why the Divine Emperor wanted to exterminate the 10 primordial races? Zhu Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Her beautiful eyes looked around and said, although no one knows the specific reason, I guessed it from the scrolls left behind by my ancestors. The divine world was too powerful back then. It ruled a quarter of the plate realm and obtained at least 10 supreme spiritual treasures. Every time they went to the planar battlefield, they could easily sweep through a large group of people. There was no doubt that they would be the first in the planar battlefield. The battles in the planar battlefield were random. Every plane was filled with races from different planes. It was basically impossible for them to work together. Hence, if the primordial races kept participating in the planar battlefield, they might have been able to unify the entire plate realm. This was something that the higher-ups would never allow. Hence, the 10 primordial races were exterminated. The divine world was almost destroyed. Yi Qinghan nodded. Zhu Yi's guess was about the same as his. Actually, the beast god and the others must have guessed it too. As the manager of the plate realm, Pan Xing controlled the life and death of everyone in the plate realm. A few disobedient and powerful ants had appeared in his territory and tried to unify all the ants. How could he not raise his hand and slap those powerful ants to death? Yi Qinghan said with a grave expression, You also know that my strength is very strange. Not long ago, my strength changed again. Right now, I can easily kill more than 2 ordinary 9th grade sovereigns. The source of my attacks is different from the energy of this world. Hence, if I were to make a move at the foot of Mount Pan, that person would be able to detect it immediately. I reckon that, the moment that person discovers my strange strength, he will immediately attack me and destroy the entire God realm. Do you understand why I didn't make a move just now? Yi Qinghan briefly told Zhu Yi about it, but he didn't tell her about the purple-robed woman's voice transmission or the cold boundary. After all, it was too shocking. Zhu Yi frowned and her eyes flickered. Although Yi Qinghan did not explain it clearly, with her intelligence, she could guess some things. She could also easily sense the domineering power of Yi Qinghan's cold power. Zhu Yi also felt that Yi Qinghan's words made sense. Moreover, there must be other reasons why Yi Qinghan was so sure. The Divine Emperor Supreme, that was a pressure on everyone's heart, an insurmountable mountain. Zhu Yi remembered the record of when the Divine Emperor Supreme killed Zhu Rong. One move. Just one move. The strongest 9th grade sovereign in the God realm, Great Emperor Zhu Rong, who had the protection of the Fire God armor and the power of primal chaos, was smashed into pieces by the Divine Emperor Supreme with one move. Strictly speaking, Zhu Yi thought that they were not gods, but a group of powerful people who had changed their fate. And the Divine Emperor Supreme was a true god. A true god who reigned over billions of planes and countless lives. Could mortals fight against heavenly god martial artists? Yes, they could agree, but they would definitely die. Zhu Yi stretched out her soft hand and caressed Yi Qinghan's face. Her eyes were filled with affection as she consoled him. The Arch, don't worry. Maybe things are not as bad as you think. Moreover, the Golden Dragon race will not attack again. Even if they do, we will not be afraid. There is still half a month left. At that time, we can retreat from the battlefield and return to the God realm. After that, we can nurture geniuses in the God realm and strengthen the God realm. Maybe in the next planar war, you will not need to fight personally. I hope so. Yi Qinghan forced a smile. Although the Golden Dragon race had been defeated, the throbbing in his heart was still there. He kept having a premonition that something would happen. He used his divine sense to check Xiao He inside the slaughter godblade and found that he was still in a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan's heart sank even more. He used his divine sense to look inside the cold domain. The spatial whirlpool inside the cold domain was normal and extremely stable. This made Yi Qinghan feel slightly more at ease. The Arch, don't think so much. Everything will be fine. Zhu Yi gently raised her hand and brushed past Yi Qinghan's tightly furrowed brows. Yi Qinghan's solemn expression made her heart ache. Everyone only saw this man's bright appearance. However, how many people could truly understand the misery in his heart? Still not. That's impossible, right? Could it be that my senses are really wrong? At the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Xing looked down at the group of people fighting in the blood-red desert. His gaze swept across the 9th grade supreme martial artists again and again. Based on their strength, attacks, and abilities, he judged whether they could break through the barrier of Pan Jie. However, after so many days, there were already dozens of armies below and hundreds of 9th grade supreme martial artists. Yet, he still did not discover anything. The battle below was extremely intense. The temptation of the 2 supreme spiritual treasures, the stimulation of Pan Xing's words, and the strange atmosphere in the dimensional battlefield all stimulated the blood in the hearts of countless experts. After entering the Gobi Desert, the thick stench of blood ignited the desire to kill in everyone's hearts. There were no tricks, no logic, no reason. There was only killing, a crazy killing. As long as they were not warriors of this dimension, they would kill them first. Beast men, mantis men, alien monsters, metal beasts, demonic beasts, ghost monsters, countless of them. Water elemental energy, fire elemental energy, time elemental energy, light elemental energy, and destruction elemental energy collided in the air. Long sabers, silver swords, giant axes, thick sticks, and all kinds of weapons shone with a cold light that blinded people's eyes. Human heads, beast heads, broken limbs, scales, and flesh flew in the air. Blood had already formed a river. All kinds of energy lights were colorful. All kinds of floating divine crystals were even more gorgeous. The badges on the ground floated down like snowflakes. Along with the scarlet blood knight, they floated and swayed in the desert. The blood-red desert had become a hell of azure. There are still some dimensions that did not participate in the battle. Pan Xing cast his gaze into the distance and saw countless more black dragons surging towards them. However, there were still a few dimensions that did not move. They were still stationed at their strongholds. However, Pan Xing checked and found that there were not many experts in those armies. Thinking that they did not dare to come and die, he felt relieved. When he looked to the left, Pan Xing raised his sword-like eyebrows again. He said with great surprise, "The Beastmen Dimension, 6 9th-grade supreme martial artists, and 2 supreme spiritual treasures. There are so many 9th-grade and upper 9th-grade supreme martial artists. Why are they not participating in the battle? What are they doing? Why are they running so fast? What are they doing?" Chapter 1347. Hurry! Hurry! In a long canyon, countless beast men were running wildly. There weren't many of them, only a few thousand, but all of them were above the venerable level. All the rank 9 beast men had been mobilized. This time, the snake-headed beastman was prepared to destroy the divine realm in one fell swoop and seize the 3 paragon spiritual treasures of the divine realm. The snake-headed beastman was incomparably furious. His original plan was to bring all his elites and leave quietly and quickly. He even deliberately took a detour at other plane strongholds, not wanting to alarm the powerhouses of other planes along the way. He didn't expect that Pan Xing's words would cause them to encounter a plane legion that was preparing to rush to the Gobi Desert as soon as they left the stronghold. In the plane battlefield, there was no reason to see or explain. Once they encountered a foreign plane legion, they would kill it first. Moreover, under the stimulation of Pan Xing's words, he could suppress the killing intent in his heart, but his subordinates couldn't. Hence, a chaotic battle began, and they were forced to participate. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally killed all the powerhouses of the Plane Legion, and more than half of the Legion was destroyed. However, only 3,000 of the 6,000 junior commanders were left, and more than 10 rank 9 and upper rank 9 commanders were killed. Fortunately, the rank 9 great commanders were not killed. Otherwise, the snake-headed beastman would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Although Pan Xing had opened 2 paragon spiritual treasures, the snake-headed beastman didn't change his original intention. Yi Qinghan had killed 4 of their rank 9 supreme martial artists, as well as several rank 9 and upper rank 9 commanders, greatly damaging their legion's strength. Originally, he had the confidence to take first place, but now he wasn't so confident. At this moment, he didn't want to participate in the chaotic battle. Most importantly, there were 3 ready-made paragon spiritual treasures in the divine realm waiting for him to take them. He wasn't a fool. Although Pan Xing's sudden order caused them to encounter a strong enemy as soon as they left the stronghold, their journey was smooth afterward. Those planes had either gone to the Gobi Desert a long time ago, or they were very weak planes that were guarding and not coming out. In half a month, the Beastman had crossed more than half of the distance. They would reach the divine realm in another 5 to 6 days. The snake-headed beastman became even more anxious, and it kept urging him. It was just that there were thousands of Beastman junior commanders, and there were restrictions everywhere. They couldn't go fast even if they wanted to. The terrain of this place was a canyon, and there were even more restrictions. Although they could easily sense it, those junior commanders couldn't. They were rank 9 powerhouses. They could only stand by the side of the restriction and let the juniors take the lead. After all, if they were trapped or teleported, these little commanders would definitely die. Phew, we're finally out of this damned canyon. He had to reach the divine world within 3 days. Fox Lady, keep an eye on that old man. He's going to be very useful. After the commanders charged through the canyon, the snake-headed orc became spirited and roared at Foxy in the distance. His body turned into an afterimage as he flew out of the canyon. Don't worry, this old fellow is staying well in my spatial divine tool. Foxy smiled coquettishly. She twisted her charming body and ran forward. Out of the canyon, It was a flat stretch of land. There were fewer restrictions too. The Beastman army was overjoyed and started running at full speed. Countless Beastman commanders' eyes glowed red. It was as if they could see martial artists from the divine world writhing and trembling under their butcher knives. "Report, Your Majesty. There's a swamp ahead. There are countless restrictions in it. Dozens of our people are trapped inside. They don't dare to go forward." After running for half a day, a bare-headed great commander hurried toward them. His bare face was full of worry and anxiety. What? The snake-headed orc was furious. They were so close to the divine world, and now there was a damned swamp. If they were entangled in this swamp for half a month, their cooked duck would fly away. The snake-headed orc and Foxy were originally in the middle of the army. At this moment, they hurried toward the front camp. After running for tens of thousands of li, they saw a vast, endless swamp in front of them. It was like a natural moat in front of the army, impossible to cross. "Have you checked the left and right? Can't we go around it?" The snake-headed orc roared angrily. This kind of swamp was what he was most afraid of. The white fog here was thicker, and visibility was lower. There would definitely be more restrictions, so they might be able to cross it easily. However, for these several thousand small commanders to cross it, it would take at least half a month. If they waited for half a month, the Divine World Army would have already withdrawn from the battle and teleported to Mount Pan. "Your Majesty, Leopard 3 and Leopard 4 have already gone to investigate. However, they have already sent back a message. It is clear that this swamp is incomparably vast." The Vanguard General shook his huge head and said helplessly. The snake-headed orc snorted angrily. His body turned into an afterimage as he charged into the swamp. He spread out his divine sense with all his might. After flying a few rounds in the swamp, he flew back angrily. He cursed from afar, "Foxy, our army will not be able to cross this damned place without 10 days. The Vanguard General scratched his head and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, what should we do? Leopard 3 and Leopard 4 haven't returned after so long. It is clear that this damned place is very difficult to cross. Should we let the army advance slowly first? Don't be anxious. Wait for Leopard 3 and Leopard 4 to return first." The snake-headed orc's blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings viciously as he said in a low voice. Fox's pair of foxy eyes also turned. She nodded and said, "Your Majesty is right. Let's wait first." After half a day, the two leopard heads finally returned. Their faces were gloomy. It was clear that it would be very difficult to go around the swamp, or that they would need to spend more time. "Your Majesty, it will be very difficult to go around it." As expected, the two leopard heads' answers were the same. More than 100 rank 9 half-beast commanders all looked at the snake-headed orc, waiting for his decision. The snake-headed orc's blood-red eyes turned and he ordered, "Foxy, bring 50 commanders and rush to the Divine World stronghold as quickly as possible. Remember, if you are not confident, delay them first. As long as you can delay them until we arrive, I will remember your great merit." Foxy seemed to have expected that the snake-headed orc would give such an order. She smiled faintly and selected 48 rank 9 commanders and 2 rank 9 supreme martial artists to fly into the swamp. These were all peak powerhouses. They were very fast and their divine senses were very strong. They could easily detect restrictions. Their flying speed was frightening. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the white fog ahead. "Everyone, move out. The commanders will scout the way. The rest of the junior commanders will follow your commanders. Be careful. Don't blame others if you die." The snake-headed orc let out a deep sigh and ordered. Looking at the thousands of junior commanders, he somewhat regretted bringing them along. However, he was also worried about leaving them at the stronghold. It did not matter if those low-level half-beastmen died. They were the future hope of the half-beastmen. He looked at the thousands of half-beastmen slowly flying forward under the leadership of the remaining rank 9 commanders. He sighed helplessly. His blood-red eyes looked at the thick fog in the distance. He said with incomparable resentment, "Foxy, you must delay them. When our army arrives, the Divine World Legion will be completely annihilated." Chapter 1348. Alas, at the summit of Pan Mountain, A faint sigh came from a small wooden hut on the left. The wooden hut looked very small and simple from the outside, but it was a completely different world inside. Inside this small wooden hut was a beautiful palace. The palace was made of white jade stone, and there was not a single seam in it. The interior of the palace was not very luxurious. Instead, it was extremely elegant, filled with small purple ornaments, making the entire palace look very beautiful. She sat in a small hall, drinking a cup of purple tea. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was frowning slightly, making one's heart ache. Indeed, She's beauty could make any woman in the world jealous and any man in the world moved. However, the numb aura that naturally flowed out of her body weakened her charm somewhat. Pan Huang said that the existence of any life form in this world is reasonable. The fall of any life form is preordained by the heavens. That young man comprehended the unyielding Tao of the three prime Taos, and his strength is so strange. It looks like he might be the one to break through Pan Realm's barrier. However, so what if he broke through the barrier? His existence is reasonable, the cycle of life. Although his soul came from another plane, it is also normal. He should not have been killed by Panxing. Panxing had already done something wrong in the past. He couldn't let him do it again. How many years has it been since a genius comprehended the prime Tao appeared? She muttered to herself as she held the tea. She frowned at one moment, then shook her head the next. Her beautiful eyes showed a conflicted expression. Alas, Pan Huang has not appeared for several epochs. Otherwise, he would have been the one to decide. Pan Huang, what should Shi do? Should I save that young man? However, I am in charge of the cycle of life. Enforcing the law is not under my jurisdiction. Will you blame Shi when the time comes? Shi's pleasant voice continued to ring out, echoing in the palace. Finally, it turned into a heavy sigh. After a long time, the door of a small wooden hut at the summit of Pan Mountain opened, and a beautiful woman in purple walked out. She ignored Panxing, who stood proudly at the summit, and walked to the edge of the cliff alone. Then, she cast her deep and distant gaze into the distance. The wind blew her black hair, blinding her eyes. A stronghold in the divine world. This is the stronghold in the divine world that His Majesty spoke of. This is the mountain. From the left side of the base in the immortal world, 51 figures flew over soundlessly. All of them had human bodies and beast heads, and their faces were filled with excitement and killing intent. However, under Fox's orders, all the half-beastmen retracted their auras and quietly advanced. Fox's vision was the strongest. She could see a steep mountain peak from afar. It was exactly the same as the stronghold in the heavenly realm that the snake-headed orc had created. Fox Lady, what do we do now? The bare-headed great commander of the half-beast army had followed them this time and asked in a muffled voice. Everyone, stay where you are. I'll go and take a look. Foxy waved her hand. She turned into a willow catkin and floated forward. Retracting his aura, he stealthily snuck toward the base in the immortal realm like a ghost. 1,000,000 low-level martial artists, 1 lower 9th grade and 5 upper 9th grade. Why was there only 1 9th grade supreme martial artist? Could it be that His Majesty's information was wrong? Or is that 9th grade supreme martial artist dead? Foxy was shocked as soon as she probed. However, as soon as she was shocked, Gong Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, reacted immediately. His gaze was sharp as a knife as he shouted, "Enemies!" Swoosh! Gong Tian roared. All the 9th grade martial artists' divine senses swept around and became alert. The Yi family army was filled with murderous intent. Countless scouting squads ran down the mountain and started investigating. We've been discovered. So what if we've been discovered? 1 9th grade supreme martial artist and 5 upper 9th grade martial artists. We have 3 9th grade supreme martial artist commanders on our side. The 3 of us are enough to destroy you all. Foxy was shocked. Then, her aura surged. She stopped hiding and let out a long roar. The 59th grade half-beast commanders in the distance responded immediately. Then, they let out a long roar. A brutal and violent aura shot up into the sky, enveloping all the space nearby. They quickly surrounded the stronghold in the immortal world. These are the Beastmen powerhouses who killed the Beast God. Why are there so many 9th grade martial artists? There are even 3 9th grade supreme martial artists. Moon Breeze. Report to the Emperor immediately. The Ice Queen saw a woman with a fox's head and a human's body walk out from the fog. Then, countless tall and strong half-beastmen walked out from the fog. Each of them had a terrifying aura. Instantly, her snow-white face turned red as she shouted. Gong Tian and the rest, as well as all of the Yi family army, also saw the 51 experts below. 51 half-beastmen felt like 51 ancient beasts. It made the faces of the Yi family army and the 9th grade martial artists turn as white as snow. Kill. Tear everyone on the mountain peak apart. Foxy had a charming smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with killing intent. She waved her furry hand, and 50 beast men with auras comparable to primordial beasts flew towards the mountain peak, their bodies covered in black destructive power. They had ferocious expressions on their faces. Emperor, Emperor. Although the Wind Moon sovereigns were so frightened that their souls were trembling, when they heard the Ice Queen's words, they paused for a moment before coming back to their senses. They gathered spatial energy in their hands and pushed towards the mountain peak. The layers of space started to tremble. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi's bodies appeared in the air. Emperor. When Yi Qinghan, who was carrying a 2-meter-long slaughter god blade on his back, appeared in the air, everyone's morale was lifted. Their solemn expressions turned into joy. The 1 million Yi family soldiers and all the sovereigns stared at the fiery red silhouette and his chiseled face. Their hearts surged with the conviction that they would definitely win. With the Emperor around, no matter how many enemies there are, they won't be able to withstand a single blow. The Emperor will definitely lead us to tear the enemies in front of us apart. Such a sentence appeared in everyone's mind. The originally low morale instantly rose. The morale on the mountain peak surged and killing intent filled the air. Mother****. Yi Qinghan's eyes were like lightning as he stood proudly in the air with an indifferent expression. He indifferently looked at the 50-peak half-beastman powerhouses that were madly rushing towards him. Although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was filled with bitterness. What he was worried about had happened. The warning in his heart wasn't about the experts from the Golden Dragon dimension but the Beastmen dimension. Fight. Or not fight. Yi Qinghan held the slaughter god blade tightly as his mind started to work. If he didn't fight, everyone would die, including him. If he fought, he might have a chance of survival. However, if he was discovered by Panxing, he would still die. Not only the people here, but the entire god world would probably die. Yi Qinghan's gaze suddenly rose as he gazed at Mount Pan in the distance. His eyes were filled with pain as a drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. At the peak of Pan Shan, Panxing was indeed watching a good show. At this moment, he was also paying attention to the Beastmen dimension. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked over with interest. These Beastmen are indeed here to annihilate a planar legion. They are actually from the god world? Haha, the show is starting. Chapter 1349. Panxing still had a deep memory of the divine world. It wasn't just because he had killed most of the peak experts in the divine world, nor was it because the divine world had taken supreme spiritual treasures from him many times. It was because of the 10 ancient clans. In the countless planar wars, he had stood at the peak of Mount Pan and looked down at the 10 ancient races easily slaughtering the experts of other planes. How could he not remember it deeply? Originally, he didn't care about the divine world. He didn't think that the divine world could recover in a few million years. However, one of the most powerful planes, the Beastmen plane, didn't participate in the war. Instead, they secretly attacked the divine world. This made him, who was originally watching the boring battle below, suddenly become interested. Oh no. She wasn't looking in the direction of the divine realm. Instead, she was using a special technique to observe the stronghold of the divine realm. When she sensed the current situation of the divine realm and Panxing's gaze, her heart sank. Her eyes, which were as beautiful as the stars in the sky, were suddenly covered with a layer of dark light. In such a situation, Could that young man who had comprehended the supremacy Dao not make a move? If he didn't make a move, he would definitely die. If he made a move, Pan Xing would definitely die. Was it a situation of certain death for the soldiers to force him to abdicate? She didn't know. She didn't know that her heart, which hadn't wavered for a few eras, was now hanging by a thread because of a young man. She also didn't know that her numb and heavy body suddenly released a vigorous life force. At this moment, she was so beautiful that no one dared to look at her directly. The nine heavens goddess seemed to be descending to the mortal world, to fight or not to fight. Yi Qinghan, who was below, still looked calm. His body was like a sharp sword, standing straight and proud. He was like a 1,000-year-old pine tree that would never fall. However, his fingers that were holding the slaughter god blade tightly, as well as his green and white fingers, betrayed the urgency in his heart. Yi family army, retreat. Ice Queen, suppress the area. All level 9 experts, attack with arrows. Wind Moon Monarch, control the restriction. Gong Tian, attack with all your strength. Target, the bare-headed man at the front. Before Yi Qinghan could move, Zhu Yi, who was beside him, let out a long whistle and directly gave the order on behalf of Yi Qinghan. She looked deeply into Yi Qinghan's eyes, and with a tap of her foot, she transformed into a streak of light that shot off into the distance. As she flew through the air, she looked back at Yi Qinghan and smiled sweetly. Your Majesty, you absolutely, positively must not make a move. Just use your soul to assist us in our attacks. If the situation doesn't look good, you should flee for your life. Remember, as long as you're alive, the God world will not be defeated. There's still hope. Yi Qinghan briefly explained the situation to Zhu Yi. Of course, Zhu Yi knew Yi Qinghan's internal struggle at the moment. She also knew that he couldn't fight. Therefore, the light in her eyes was incomparably resolute, the light of certain death. Kill. When everyone saw Zhu Yi give the order, they thought that it was Yi Qinghan who gave the order. They thought that Yi Qinghan was ready to make a move. Although they were nervous, they didn't hesitate at all. With a roar, they were like countless ferocious tigers descending the mountain, and all of them attacked. The Ice Queen tapped her foot on the ground, and her graceful body spun upwards, transforming into a blooming snow lotus. She started to dance in the air alone. As she danced, the temperature in the air instantly dropped, and snowflakes started to cover the entire mountain. Dragon battles the 4 fields. In the face of a life and death crisis, Gong Tian didn't dare to hide her strength at all. Her body transformed into a swimming dragon and shot towards the bear man at the front. She revolved her blood-refined spear with all her might and pierced through the air like a spectre. The 4 people from the water god race behind her and Zhu Yi also attacked with all their might, forming an arrow formation. They only had one target, the bear man at the front, a grade 9 supreme martial artist. Soul illusion. After being shouted at by Zhu Yi, Yi Qinghan came to his senses, and his hand that was holding the slaughter god blade loosened a little. He stabbed the slaughter god blade into the ground, and a demonic light lit up in his eyes. He instantly released the soul illusion, enveloping the 50 grade 9 experts in front of him. His train of thought had almost reached a dead end. After the might of his power of cold had increased by 2 times, he had always wanted to use the power of cold to easily kill the enemy's 9th grade supreme martial artists. However, he had forgotten that he still had a heaven-defying attack, soul attack. The lady in purple said that he couldn't use his strange attack in the dimension battlefield. He subconsciously thought that he couldn't use it in the dimension battlefield. Now, after Zhu Yi's shout, he finally came to his senses. Soul attack was very common. Even though his soul had reached the Great Perfection Realm, it was still considered a normal attack. Even if Pan Xing discovered it, it would be fine. Furthermore, soul attack was silent and not as powerful as the cold energy. Soul destruction. At this moment, Yi Qinghan seemed to have come alive. His eyes were like lightning, and after releasing the soul illusion, he immediately used the soul destruction attack on the bear man at the front. A grade 9 supreme martial artist had a Great Perfection Realm soul. How powerful was the ancient soul secret technique released? At this moment, the experts from the Beastmen dimension could feel it the most. 51 grade 9 Beastmen experts, except for the 3 Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artists, all the other Beastmen commanders fell into the soul illusion. They suddenly realized that the mountain in front of them had disappeared, their teammates had disappeared, and even Pan Xing in the distance had disappeared. In this world, he was the only one left. When Yi Qinghan's soul strength reached the upper grade 9, he could make all the lower grade 9 martial artists fall into the illusion. It was a vast expanse of white in front of them, and their visibility was less than 100 meters. When he fought with the Heavenly Fox Woman, his soul broke through the last step and reached the great perfection realm of grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. At this moment, the power of the soul illusion was so strong that even the upper grade 9 martial artists fell into the illusion, not to mention the lower grade 9 martial artists. Moreover, they fell into the illusion completely and couldn't detect the situation around them at all. A strange scene appeared in the scene. The Beastmen commanders, who were originally like ancient fierce beasts, suddenly retracted their auras. Their bodies, which were moving forward at high speed, all stopped in the air, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. One of the Beastmen commanders, out of fear, actually began to release attacks in all directions randomly. At this moment, the sky was no longer falling snow, but icicles. The 48 Beastmen commanders were immediately enveloped by the icicles, and they were scared half to death, their nerves tensed up. Most importantly, they were already very close to each other. At this moment, when one of the Beastmen commanders began to release attacks randomly, the commanders next to him who were attacked immediately responded. In an instant, it caused a chain reaction. All the Beastmen commanders began to attack randomly in the air in fear. Blood-refining god Gong Tian and the others didn't care about the Beastmen commanders at all. 6 pairs of eyes were fixed on the bare-headed man in front of them. 1,000-layer waves, water pillars, water arrows, and a blood-refined spear that caused cracks to appear in the air, smashed towards the bare-headed man with an unstoppable force. Chapter 1350. The leader of the bare-headed man's mind was not complicated. His favorite fighting style was to use brute force to determine the outcome of a head-on battle. That was why he didn't place any extra defenses on his body. Although everyone's attacks were ferocious, especially the aura coming from the blood-refined spear, which made his soul palpitate, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. 2 balls of black destructive energy condensed on his fists, and black streams of energy flowed around his body, forming a strange armor. The flow of black energy around his fists was also extremely strange, or perhaps it could be said that it was incomparably twisted. It was a dazzling sight, and the space around his fists was distorted. Ayo! Seeing that everyone's attacks were about to reach him, the bare-headed man raised his head and roared. His body suddenly enlarged, becoming hundreds of meters tall. His fists also became several meters wide. The 1,000-layer wave was the first to attack. The vast aura covered the sky and the earth, like a tsunami, covering the bare-headed man. The bare-headed man was not afraid at all. He punched with his left hand. The black air currents made the space tremble. In an instant, the 1,000-layer wave flowed backward and then collapsed. It did not even touch the bare-headed man's skin. Water pillars, water arrows, water ripples, and water bombs came one after another. The sky was full of attacks, forming an arrowhead shape, all shooting at the bare-headed man. Under the attacks of the 4 water gods, the power of the water element was displayed incisively and unusually ferocious. The bare-headed man revealed a cruel smile. His hands danced, and the black air currents twisted in an awkward trajectory. Finally, it formed a disc in front of him, blocking all the attacks. Bang! The attacks of the 4 upper 9th level water gods swarmed over. The powerful energy that could flatten a tall mountain only made the disc tremble slightly, and a few cracks appeared. The bare-headed man, a pinnacle expert, had the strength of a 9th level supreme martial artist. Swish! The blood-refined spear came late, not because Gong Tian's attack speed was not fast enough, but because he deliberately controlled it and attacked last. The previous attacks were only used to exhaust the bare-headed man's destructive power, and to keep him busy defending, so he could not use his full strength to deal with the strongest attack. But looking at the bare-headed man's ferocious eyes and the mocking expression on his furry face, Zhu Yi and the others knew that their attacks only scratched an itch for the bare-headed man. It did not affect him at all. Go! Gong Tian's gaze was like that of a ferocious ghost. He floated in the air, his hands dancing in the air as he controlled the blood-refined spear with all his might. He didn't understand why Yi Qinghan was still standing in his original position, but he was very clear that he had to kill this bare-headed man. Otherwise, everyone here would die today. Ayo! When the bare-headed man saw the blood-refined spear coming at him, not only did he not show the slightest bit of fear, but a fanatical fighting spirit appeared in his ferocious eyes. His body, which was hundreds of meters tall, shot out endless black light. It was as if a demonic god had descended from the heavens, and no one dared to look at him directly. He raised his head and roared furiously. His hands danced like windmills, forming black balls of air in front of him. They formed many discs, stacking on top of each other. Clearly, he wanted to use the violent destructive power to stop the spear. Xiu! The blood-refined spear carried Gong Tian's greatest strength as it charged forward with an earth-shattering momentum. In the blink of an eye, it stabbed into the black disc. Boom! Cracks had already appeared on the first layer of the disc, and with a single touch, it instantly crumbled. The speed of the blood-refined spear did not slow down and continued to stab forward at lightning speed. The second layer, break. The third layer, break. The fourth layer, the fifth layer, break, break, break. Good. Satisfying. The bare-headed man laughed heartily. He did not panic when he saw 4 of the 5 layers of the disc that he had just formed break in the blink of an eye. His hands changed from fists to palms, then palms to claws. He made an awkward pose in front of his chest and twisted rapidly. The black light on his body shone brightly again. The last layer of the disc in front of him began to spin wildly. Hey! Oh no! Gong Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the blood-refined spear in front of him. His entire body's consciousness was locked onto the spearhead. When the blood-refined spear stabbed into the last layer of the disc, Gong Tian's heart suddenly sank. He felt as if the spear had stabbed into a quagmire, and its speed suddenly decreased. Even if he forcefully broke through, he did not know if he could break through, let alone injure the bare-headed man. No. Die. Gong Tian roared crazily. At this moment, what could he do? He could only use all his strength to seek this one merit. Therefore, he madly spat out a mouthful of blood and burned his divine power to break through. The blood-refined spear shook and sped up, piercing through the last layer of the disc with great difficulty. Gong Tian's consciousness locked onto the spearhead and followed it. However, he saw the bare-headed man's mocking expression. He saw the bare-headed man's hands moving rapidly, forming a smaller black disc that blocked the path of the blood-refined spear. Goddamit! All my previous efforts have been for nothing. Gong Tian shook his head helplessly. The momentum of the blood-refined spear had been completely dispersed. It could not break through the disc, much less cause any harm to the bare-headed man. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. He felt a wave of bitterness. He was ready to give up. Hey! Just as he was about to withdraw the blood-refined spear and declare that everyone's attack had failed, he suddenly discovered something strange. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The bare-headed man's body suddenly trembled, then he clutched his head in agony and roared in the air. The disc formed by the power of destruction in front of him quietly disintegrated. Die. Gong Tian would grasp such a good opportunity even if he was an idiot. He used all his remaining strength and spat out another mouthful of blood. He madly controlled the blood-refined spear to accelerate and stab at the bare-headed man's abdomen. Bang! The sound of a watermelon shattering could be heard. A thick power of destruction filled the air. The blood-refined spear easily pierced through the bare-headed man's majestic body. The bare-headed man roared in pain. Its eyes were the size of a human head, and it slowly fell down in disbelief. A spatial ring slowly floated into the air. This, Gong Tian blinked blankly. He did not understand what was happening. Why did the bare-headed man suddenly give up resisting and let him assassinate him? The power of chaos outside the divine crystal also did not resist. However, when he saw the group of half-beast commanders in front of him killing each other crazily, the look of confusion in his eyes became even more intense. What was happening? Gong Tian withdrew the blood-refined spear and looked at the water god clan and Zhu Yi behind him. he discovered that all of them were staring at a fiery red figure on the mountain peak. On the mountain peak, the fiery red figure still stood proudly. There were no signs of divine power or spatial power gathering on his body. His face was calm and indifferent. However, at this moment, two rays of light that were comparable to the demonic sun lit up in his eyes. No one dared to look at him directly, and they had the urge to worship him. It's him. What kind of demonic technique is this? Are soul skills so powerful? His strength has already reached such a terrifying level. He can kill people without even moving. A deep sense of powerlessness and fear surged in Gong Tian's heart. Not just him, all the experts of the Water God clan felt a chill run from the top of their heads to the bottom of their feet as they gazed at the fiery red figure. Their bodies were icy cold, and they no longer dared to have the thought of becoming enemies with him. It was too late, but it happened too quickly. Actually, all of this happened in a few blinks of an eye. The Ice Queen was still dancing in the sky. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but the situation on the battlefield had changed in an instant. The 9th grade Supreme Bareheaded Man died in battle. Other than the remaining two 9th grade Supreme Martial Artists, all the half-beast commanders fell into a chaotic battle. At this moment, there were already more than 10 lower 9th grade beastmen who had fallen in the chaotic battle. Stop. Just at this moment, a sharp cry rang out from the Beastman realm's side. A woman with a fox head turned into a blur that shot to the front of the Beastman realm's army. She waved her hand, and a withered old man appeared in her hand. Fox Maiden's face was as cold as frost. She held the beast god's head in one hand with the power of destruction. Her gaze was like lightning as she stared straight at Yi Qinghan. She shouted, "Emperor Han Yi, is it? If you don't stop, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll turn your ancestors' bones to dust." Chapter 1351. Soul Spirit Attack. Such a powerful soul spirit attack. A peerless genius had appeared in the divine world. Hey! This person doesn't have any divine power. He has 2 paragon spiritual treasures. What a freak. At the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Xing watched the battle below with interest. Initially, he thought that the divine world would definitely lose. He didn't expect that one person would turn the situation around. Furthermore, this person was a rarely seen great perfection soul spirit expert. However, Pan Xing didn't mind. In the Pan realm, many dimensions had experts who specialized in cultivating the soul spirit. There were many great perfection soul spirit experts, so it was normal. What he was concerned about was the attacks from Gong Tian, the Water God tribe, and Zhu Yi. Although Zhu Yi, Gong Tian, and the rest had their divine power attributes changed under Yi Qinghan's ghost transformation, Pan Xing still felt that their attacks were familiar. Fortunately, the strongest attack from Gong Tian was a technique from the blood-refined spear. As for Zhu Yi and the rest, who were above grade 9, Pan Xing directly filtered them out. Pan, she quietly observed the battlefield and Pan Xing. She realized that Yi Qinghan didn't even use his cold power, but he still managed to escape from certain death. She also realized that Pan Xing didn't discover anything. She was slightly relieved, and her face revealed a hint of joy. She was like a little girl who didn't know the ways of the world. The faint smile on her face caused her aura to subconsciously change. However, in the next second, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. The situation below changed again. "Old ancestor," Yi Qinghan exclaimed, and his face lit up. The demonic light in his eyes immediately disappeared, but he didn't remove the soul spirit illusion immediately. He raised the slaughter god blade with one hand and pointed the blade at Fox Lady. His killing intent soared as he said angrily, "You dare to touch a single hair on his head? I swear that I will destroy your beastmen dimension." SS. Fox Lady replied to Yi Qinghan by grabbing the beast god's hand with one hand. She suddenly pulled and tore one of the beast god's hands out. Immediately, blood spurted out. The beast god was originally in a daze, but now he cried out in pain. His eyes were still in a daze. Foxy had a sinister smile on her face. She raised the beast god's arm up high and looked at Yi Qinghan as she said, "Aren't you going to withdraw your soul skill?" Yi Qinghan smiled, revealing a trace of ferociousness. However, He immediately withdrew his soul illusion and restrained his murderous aura. Those who were familiar with Yi Qinghan knew that Yi Qinghan's anger had reached its limit. Zhu Yi quietly stepped back and grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand, signaling him not to act rashly. Ah! Damn it! Which bastard attacked me just now? Nyosha-san, you attacked me just now. I want to kill him. Zhu Liu, I'll *CK you up. Why did you attack me? As soon as Yi Qinghan's soul illusion disappeared, the half-beast commanders immediately discovered that the people attacking them were actually their own people. They immediately flew into a rage and cursed. All of you, shut up. Step back. I'll tear anyone who dares to say anything else. Fox's face was cold. Her left hand was still holding onto the beast god's arm. Blood flowed down and dyed half of her body red. Combined with her bone-chilling murderous aura, she looked even more ferocious and terrifying. All the half-beast commanders retreated, leaving only Foxy and a half-beast commander with a chilling head in the air. Foxy was incomparably furious. Today, her wrong decision had caused the deaths of more than 10 commanders of the Beastmen plane, including a 9th-grade supreme martial artist commander. She thought of what the snake-headed half-beast man had said before he left and his methods. She couldn't help but shudder. She rolled her eyes a few times, and the cold air around her became even colder. Emperor Han Yi, hand over the 3 supreme spiritual treasures, and I will release him immediately. Otherwise, you can only watch as your ancestor is torn to pieces by me in front of you. Yi Qinghan's body trembled. Before he could speak, Zhu Yi, who was beside him, gripped his hand tightly. Then, she smiled and said, "Haha, Vixen, do you think that's possible? We'll hand over the Paragon spiritual treasures and wait to be killed by you? Do you think we'll let the billions of people in the divine world die for one person? Do it. Let's see how many of you can escape after we kill the beast god." "Oh, is that so? Then I'll have to do it." Foxy narrowed her eyes and shot out 2 rays of cold light. Her murderous aura burst forth and she was about to attack. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and his body trembled violently. His heart was in extreme pain. Finally, he opened his eyes and waved the slaughter god blade. He shouted, "Everyone, get ready. Kill everyone in the half-beast dimension and take revenge for the beast god." Although family was important, the lives of billions of people in the divine world were even more important. The beast god only had 1 life, but there were more than 1 million lives here. Swish. Gong Tian and the others immediately circulated their divine power and condensed spatial power. Their murderous aura filled the air. They were just waiting for Foxy to kill the beast god. Then, with the help of Yi Qinghan's soul skills, they would kill everyone. Hee. Fox's hand, which was condensing the power of destruction, stopped in mid-air. She smiled and said, "Why not? We can exchange one of the treasures." When 2 sides met on a narrow path, the courageous one would win. When 2 sides fought, one side compromised, and the other side's morale fell. Zhu Yi was extremely intelligent. Of course, she saw through this immediately. How could she not seize this opportunity? She smiled and immediately flew forward with Yi Qinghan. At the same time, she shouted coldly, "Not even half of the treasures. The beast god's soul has already been searched by her. His soul has been completely destroyed, and he has become a cripple. Everyone, attack and avenge the beast god." Although Gong Tian and the others didn't believe Zhu Yi's words, they couldn't die because of the beast god. All of them immediately roared and turned into several sharp arrows that shot forward. Yi Qinghan knew that Zhu Yi's decision was right, but his heart was burning with anxiety and pain. If Foxy made a move, he might blame himself for the rest of his life. But the situation was like an arrow on a bowstring, and it had to be released. He could only bet that Foxy wouldn't dare to make a move. At that moment, the soul exterminator was activated, and it shot straight at the Chilean half-beast man beside Foxy. "Stop. Let us go, and I will release him immediately." Foxy saw the Chilean half-beast man beside her being attacked by the soul exterminator by Yi Qinghan. Her body instantly trembled, and fear appeared in her eyes. In the distance, Gong Tian rushed over and was about to release his attack. Once the soul exterminator arrived, this Chilean half-beast man would also die. She quickly shouted, "Stop. Yi Qinghan was delighted when he heard this and shouted. Zhu Yi, who was beside him, couldn't stop him in time. She could only sigh deeply. With this shout from Yi Qinghan, the good situation that she had racked her brains to build up was completely destroyed. It was just that. Yi Qinghan's nature was like this. He valued relationships and righteousness. If he wasn't like this, would he still be Yi Qinghan? Would she still be so infatuated with him? Zhu Yi's mood became incomparably conflicted. As expected, a light flashed in Fox's eyes, and she immediately ordered the Chilean half-beast-man to retreat. She shouted, I will do what I say. Let my people leave first, and I will stay here as a hostage. As long as you don't chase after me, I will naturally let your ancestor go after 3 days. If you dare to chase after me, enrich. Chi Yi, bring the people away. The Chilean half-beast-man and Foxy exchanged a few glances, and then immediately led all the other half-beastmen to retreat. After a moment, they disappeared into the vast white fog. Under Zhu Yi's lead, Yi Qinghan and Foxy confronted each other from afar. Although Zhu Yi felt that Foxy seemed to be faintly plotting something, when she saw the stubborn and determined look in Yi Qinghan's eyes, she didn't know how to persuade him. Foxy used a bit of her strength to help heal the beast god. She held the beast god's head tightly with one hand, and stared at everyone with an extremely vigilant expression. Once Yi Qinghan made a move, she would immediately act. But in her heart, she sneered, Impage. 3 days, as long as I can drag this on for 3 days, His Majesty will arrive. His Majesty has such powerful strength and soul, and he even has a supreme spiritual treasure. When that time comes, the immortal world army will definitely be annihilated. Emperor Han Yi, this concubine will definitely make you wish you were dead yet unable to live. Chapter 1352. This young man who comprehended the unyielding path is actually so loyal. Or is he so stupid? Because of one person, he gambled with so many lives. Rationally, he should have attacked earlier to keep all the half-beastmen here. But emotionally, what he did was right. Why am I feeling conflicted because of him? Pan. She stood on the peak of Mount Pan and frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Finally, her expression turned cold as she turned and walked into her small wooden hut. Pan Xing looked at Pan Shi in shock and frowned strangely. He didn't care and continued to observe the situation below. Could it be that half-beast man with snake head? His strength is among the top few in this plain battlefield. When he comes and starts a war with the divine realm, we will know once we see him, Pan Xing said calmly. He turned his gaze and started to observe the attacks and divine abilities of the experts in the other planes. Why? Why am I so concerned about an ordinary person recently? I control the reincarnation of life in Panjie. Life and death are determined by fate. So what if he lives? So what if he dies? What does it have to do with me? I actually secretly reminded him. What's wrong with me? In Pan Shi's palace, Pan Shi's eyes were filled with confusion. She sat alone in the dreamlike purple palace and murmured to herself. Her beautiful eyes were filled with conflict and struggle. No, he isn't an ordinary person. He died a long time ago, but his soul descended to the divine realm. He even comprehended the path of supremacy. He is someone who has surpassed the reincarnation of life. Should I help him? Am I doing the right thing? Rationally, I shouldn't help anyone. But emotionally, I really want to help him. How can I be emotional? In everyone's heart, there was an angel and a devil lurking. Clearly, the high and mighty Pan Shi who controlled the reincarnation of billions of lives in Panjie was quietly fighting with the angel and devil in her heart. She didn't know that as she fought and struggled in her heart, she looked more and more like a person, a woman. Yi Qinghan was also struggling. Great Emperor, Foxy must be plotting something. She's stalling for time. There are definitely more than these few 9th grade supremes in the Beastmen plane. When I was fleeing back then, I sensed at least 5 or 6 powerful auras. She's waiting for reinforcements. Zhu Yi's words echoed in his ears. Yi Qinghan knew very well that Zhu Yi's guess was very likely correct. But what do you expect him to do? Kill this fox princess? Watch the beast god die? Would it work? Perhaps exchanging the beast god's life for a 9th grade supreme martial artist could reduce the number of peak experts in the Beastmen dimension, and reduce the strength of the Beastmen dimension's next attack. But how could he do such a thing? If he did that, would he still be Yi Qinghan? What was the point of living if he lost his heart and his true nature? He cultivated, struggled, worked hard, was so crazy, and was so persistent. What was it for? It was all because of some insistence in his heart. Although this insistence might be wrong, he still persisted. He looked around, at the worried eyes of Zhu Yi, the Ice Queen, and the Wind Moon monarchs, at the complicated expressions of the 5 from Gongtian, and at the fanatical gazes of the 1 million Yi family soldiers. Finally, he made a decision. Zhu Yi, take the points and evacuate with everyone. There are 7 days left, which is enough for a month. Right now, almost all the powerful armies have gone to the bloody Gobi Desert. You only need to delay for 7 days and you can return safely. Zhu Yi looked at the spatial ring that Yi Qinghan handed over and listened to his telepathic transmission. Her body trembled and her face turned extremely pale. She transmitted anxiously, "Great Emperor, what are you doing? What's the point of doing this? You can't save the beast god. Instead, you'll cause the death of everyone in the divine realm." Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled. No. I've thought about it for a long time. Even if I'm discovered, Pan Xing will only kill me. Back then, he could have destroyed the divine realm, but he didn't. This shows that he has his reservations. He's not the only god emperor. He doesn't dare to act recklessly. Maybe I won't die. So, you should leave first. Once you leave, I can fight with all my might. Yi Qinghan thought for a long time. Although the old man in sackcloth said some strange things, he didn't seem to be hostile towards him. Moreover, the old man in sackcloth was the first person to see through his strange soul. In addition, the purple-robed young lady seemed to want to protect him. So, Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. This gamble was not entirely for the beast god. It was for Zhu Yi and everyone in the Divine Realm army, including the billions of people in the Divine Realm. There was no doubt that the Beastmen plane was powerful. If he left with them, Foxy would definitely follow. He didn't dare to watch the beast god die and kill Foxy. So, if he left, the Divine Realm would be caught up by the Beastmen plane sooner or later. Since he had decided to take action, Zhu Yi and the others wouldn't be able to do much. It was better to let them leave with the points. At least if he died, the Divine Realm could still win and wouldn't be attacked by the other planes, right? No. Great Emperor, Yi Yi won't let you do stupid things. Yi Yi won't leave you, not even if I die. Zhu Yi shook her head continuously. Her expression was unusually firm and decisive. Stupid things? Haha, in life, if you can't be crazy for once, what's there to be happy about? Yi Qinghan grinned, but his eyes turned cold. His expression was even more determined than Zhu Yi's. He said in a low voice, Yi Yi, I have decided. If you don't leave, I swear that I will never love you again, never look at you again. Go. I, Yi Qinghan, have wandered my entire life. How many people have wanted my life? Aren't I still alive and well? Believe me, I am a man who can create miracles. Great Emperor, Great Emperor. Zhu Yi howled in pain, and 2 streaks of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Yi Qinghan said that he wouldn't love her and never look at her again. This was worse than letting her die. She looked at Yi Qinghan's determined gaze in a daze and chose to respect his decision. The order was passed down. Gongtian and the rest were overjoyed, but the million Yi family soldiers were as silent as a mountain. They did not say a single word. They would never question Yi Qinghan's orders. They would only obey unconditionally. Great Emperor, you, on the contrary, Ice Queen's face flushed red. Her ice-cold eyes became watery. She sent a voice transmission but didn't know what to say. Gongtian, there is no need to say any more. If I die, I will remove your soul contract and protect them. Yi Qinghan nodded towards Ice Queen and smiled. He saw Gongtian's eyes shine like he wanted to say something. He sent a voice transmission over. Gongtian was delighted once more. He cupped his fists towards Yi Qinghan and brought his men back to the encampment. Under Fox's weird expression, the people from the god world started to gather back. Only Yi Qinghan was left standing in front of her. Then, the people from the god world actually started to retreat. Not long later, they were all gone. Emperor Hanye, what are you doing? I am warning you, don't play any tricks. Foxy said solemnly. The hand that was grabbing the beast god's head tightened. A black destructive power wrapped around her hand. As long as she moved slightly, the beast god's head would instantly shatter and he would die. Yi Qinghan didn't bother about Foxy. He used his divine sense to scan the people from the god world. They were all moving quickly and orderly. Not long later, they disappeared from his divine sense. His entire body relaxed. He lazily placed the slaughter god blade on his shoulder and waited for an hour. When the people from the god world were far away, he looked at Foxy and smiled. I didn't do anything. Don't worry, I am not interested in a half-human, half-beast transvestite like you. However, if you don't release him after I count to 3, I don't mind using my slaughter god blade to stab you and let you have a good time. Chapter 1353. Pan Shi, why do you keep going in and out? You've been acting strangely lately. Pan Xing was like a sword, releasing a murderous aura all the time. Every move he made was filled with murderous intent. Looking at Pan Shi, who kept going in and out, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and ask. Pan Shi didn't pay attention to Pan Xing. She tapped her feet lightly and took a step forward. Her body pierced through the void and flashed 10,000 meters away. In the blink of an eye, she stood at the edge of the cliff. Then she tilted her head slightly and said coldly, I don't want to meddle in your business. Don't meddle in mine either. Humph. Pan Xing snorted coldly. He couldn't turn his head away, but his murderous intent became even stronger. Pan Shi turned around with a strange expression. Looking at the vast expanse of whiteness in the distance, her watery eyes suddenly became more resolute. You dare to attack me? You don't believe that I will kill your Grand Elder? Foxy looked at the murderous face in front of her and felt a little panicked. The Heavenly Realms army left, leaving only the man in front of her. However, Foxy felt even more terrified. She had an inexplicable feeling that if Emperor Han Yi wanted to kill her, she would definitely die without a complete corpse in one move. Yi Qinghan's smile became even stronger. He said faintly, Of course I believe you. I also believe that my Grand Elder won't be able to live. When your army arrives, he will also die. So I'm prepared to use his life in exchange for yours. I think it's a good deal to trade a 9th grade superior for a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Hey! Foxy trembled when she saw Yi Qinghan's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. She became even more panicked. He knew that she was stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. This meant that he was even more confident in arranging for the Heavenly Realms army to retreat. For a moment, Fox's mind was in a mess. She couldn't think of any way to stall Yi Qinghan for a few days. I'll think about it. Foxy decided to stall for time. She forced herself to calm down and started to analyze. She couldn't hand him over. If she did, she would definitely die. If she didn't hand it over, and Yi Qinghan believed that his ancestor wouldn't be able to live, she would still die. If he delayed, the other party would know that a large army was coming from behind, and would not foolishly wait for a few days. Foxy felt as if she had fallen into a dead end. No matter how she looked at it, she would have died. She started to regret retreating with the Chilean orc. He thought he was smart and wanted to delay the Celestial Realm army for a few days, but he ended up getting himself into a dead end. Just then, the beast god in her hand suddenly let out a cry of pain. Although Foxy was thinking, she had split a bit of her divine sense to lock onto the beast god and Yi Qinghan. Of course, he knew immediately. He also knew that this was the time limit of his bewitchment spell. The beast deity had woken up and he had to use the bewitchment again. Ancestor. When Yi Qinghan saw the beast deity crying out in pain, his eyes also revealed a look of pain. The faint smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a look of urgency. Murderous intent surged from his body, and he revealed a ferocious expression. He roared at Foxy, If anything happens to my ancestor, I will tear you into pieces. Ha 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 ha. When Foxy saw Yi Qinghan's expression, heard his words, and heard his sharp murderous intent, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she laughed out loud. The worry, fear, and conflict from before had all disappeared. The angrier Yi Qinghan was, the more anxious he was, and the more murderous he was, the more it meant that he cared about the beast deity. In other words, as long as the beast deity didn't die, she would definitely be safe. Yi Qinghan's various plans, his calm expression, his threatening tone, and the fact that he had pointed out Fox's delaying tactic had made Foxy feel as if she was in a desperate situation. However, all these plans, and hard work had all gone to waste with a single cry of pain from the beast deity. Fox's smile was like a flower. She had a foxy face, but she smiled with the charm of a peerless beauty. She said softly, "Don't worry, your ancestor is fine. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I will have to die with your ancestor." When she finished speaking, Fox's eyes flashed a few times, and a green light shot toward the beast deity. The beast deity's body trembled violently, and he regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Foxy quietly turned the beast deity's head around to look at Yi Qinghan. The beast deity saw Yi Qinghan at first glance, and was instantly ecstatic. "Little Han." "Shio." Foxy moved her hand, and turned the beast deity's body around again. Then, a green light flashed in her eyes, and a look of fear flashed across the beast deity's eyes. Then, he became confused. "I'll ask you one last time, are you going to let her go?" Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with anxiety, and he howled in pain. However, he had to pretend that he was about to attack. His eyes flashed, and it seemed like he was about to use a soul skill. "Hehe, do it. Let's see if your soul skill is faster, or if the soul thread I left in your ancestor's mind is faster. I can guarantee that the moment I'm hit by your soul skill, I'll immediately use the soul thread to destroy your ancestor's soul." Foxy was not afraid at all. She had already calculated that with Yi Qinghan's personality, he would definitely not dare to attack. She looked at Yi Qinghan calmly, and her eyes were full of mockery. As expected, the killing intent on Yi Qinghan's body gradually faded, and he sighed in his heart. He had originally had the upper hand, but now, because of the beast deity's unexpected cry of pain, he was at an absolute disadvantage again. Man proposes, God disposes. Foxy smiled, and she smiled like an old fox. No, she was an old fox to begin with. She said leisurely, "I can let your ancestor go, and I can even swear an oath to the divine emperor. How about we make a bet? Let's bet whether my people will arrive in 3 days. If they can't, I will let him go after 3 days. If they arrive in time, I will also let him go. In other words, no matter what, I will protect your ancestor's safety. Of course, your safety will depend on your luck and strength. If you have the ability to escape or kill us, I will accept my fate. How about it?" Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up, and it was so hot that Yaroji did not dare to look at him directly. Foxy was very smart, and she did not make any stupid conditions. This condition was very tempting, and it looked very fair on the surface. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before keeping the slaughter god blade. He laughed angrily and said, "All right. I want to see if the strongest martial artist in the Beastman dimension can take my life. Swear it. I swear to the divine emperor that no matter what, I will protect this person's safety. If he is killed by the martial artists in the Beastman dimension, I am willing to be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Foxy did not hesitate at all as she swore in front of Mount Pan. It was not important whether a 9th-grade beast god died or not. What was important was that Yi Qinghan was willing to stay. Yi Qinghan had 2 supreme spiritual treasures on him. She would be able to answer to the snake-headed beastman. Yi Qinghan nodded, sheathed his blade, and stood upright. After making such a vicious oath in front of Mount Pan, the beast god was definitely safe. The 2 wishes he had left behind were to delay Foxy, let the Divine World Army leave safely, and save the beast god. At this moment, he had basically completed them. Yi Qinghan felt his whole body relax. He no longer had to worry about anything. The divine emperor that was suppressing him so much that he could not breathe had also been tossed aside. Now, he only wanted to fight with all his might. He wanted to see how powerful the power of cold was after it evolved. As for whether he would live or die, he would leave it to the heavens. Fox's oath attracted the attention of the black-robed youth on Mount Pan. Pan Xing turned around with interest. After a while, he laughed loudly and said, Interesting, interesting. Someone actually made a divine emperor blood oath in front of me, and this great perfection soul realm martial artist is actually so arrogant. He wants to fight against so many martial artists in the Beastman dimension alone. 3 days. 3 days later, this snake-headed Beastman will definitely arrive. A great perfection soul realm martial artist fighting against 5 9th grade supreme martial artists. And a group of 9th grade supreme martial artists. Interesting, interesting, ha ha ha. Chapter 1354. Oh no. Why is he so stubborn? Didn't he receive my message? That's impossible. How could he be so stupid? Is he ready to die? Pan Xing laughed loudly. In fact, Pan Xi had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan's situation ever since she came out. As a divine emperor supremacy, she was in charge of the reincarnation of Pan Jie. Although her strength wasn't as domineering as Pan Xing's, her supernatural power was superior. As long as she wanted to know something about the planar battlefield, she could easily know it. It seemed that Yi Qinghan wasn't going to listen to her and was ready to fight. Although she didn't think that Yi Qinghan's life or death had anything to do with her, seeing Yi Qinghan being so impulsive still made her angry. If she hadn't warned Yi Qinghan before, she wouldn't have been so angry. But now, she felt that everything she had done and worried for so long had been in vain. She was worried about Yi Qinghan's life and death, but Yi Qinghan didn't care about himself. How could she not be angry? She wanted to turn around and go back to her cabin, but her feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. She couldn't move at all. In the end, she stood there resentfully. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her expression was complicated. No one knew what she was thinking about. Quick, quick, quick. On the left side of the Golden Dragon Plain, in a swamp that stretched as far as the eye could see, a majestic cultivator with a flat snake head shouted loudly. The snake-headed beastman was extremely annoyed. These junior commanders were all trash. Their speed was extremely slow, and their divine senses were extremely weak. If they weren't careful, they would be trapped and transported away. However, he couldn't ignore these junior commanders. Some of these people could very likely break through to the 9th rank commander level. If they all died, no one in the Beastmen plane would be able to break through to level 9 for a long time. Moreover, so many commanders had died in this planar war, there were too many restrictions in the swamp. Half of his level 9 subordinates were sent to Foxy to stall Yi Qinghan. As for the remaining half, they could only find a safe path and let these little commanders pass slowly. Finally, amidst the furious roars of the snake-headed orc, only a few dozen of the thousands of small commanders were accidentally teleported away. The rest were all safe. However, several days had already passed. The snake-headed orc let out a sigh of relief, and a red light flashed in its blood-red triangular eyes. It waved its hand and ordered, "Everyone, advance at full speed. Commander, send a group to scout ahead and mark the places with restrictions. Hurry to the divine world as fast as you can." More than 20 rank 9 commanders immediately flew forward. Their divine senses were activated, and they began to investigate. The half-blood beastman army quickly moved forward. Everyone held their breath, afraid of angering the snake-headed half-blood beastmen. Report. After walking for half a day, a half-beast commander quickly flew back and reported, "Your Majesty, Qi Yi and the rest have returned." "Qi Yi? Bastard, ask him to come here." The snake-headed orc's heart sank when he heard it was the Chilean half-beast. Qi Yi and Foxy went to stall the people from the divine world together, and now they suddenly brought someone back. The snake-headed orc thought that this was definitely not good news. As expected, the Chilean brought back extremely bad news. Another rank 9 orc supreme had fallen, and more than 10 rank 9 commanders had died. Foxy insisted on staying behind to stall the divine world. Now, her life and death were uncertain. Bang! The snake-headed orc's powerful fist, shining with black light, smashed directly at the Chilean's head, forcefully smashing him into the ground. The tyrannical aura enveloped all the half-beastmen. Countless low-level small commanders were so frightened that they shivered and crawled on the ground. The snake-headed orc seemed to have not vented his anger. He lifted his leg and stomped heavily, smashing the Chilean's head completely into the ground. He let out a few long breaths before cursing, "Crawl out if you're not dead yet." As expected, the Chilean stretched out 2 hands covered in scales and crawled out with difficulty. The snake-headed orc still had a sense of propriety and did not kill him. This Chilean was also very cooperative, allowing him to be smashed half to death in front of all the powerhouses of the Beastmen dimension. He did not resist or complain at all. To be able to make a rank 9 supreme martial artist willingly be beaten half to death, and even in front of such a subordinate, the snake-headed orc's strength and ferocity were evident. All lower rank 9 commanders lead the small commanders and slowly rush to the divine world. If you encounter any powerhouses from the other dimensions, do not attack. Survival is the most important. Upper rank 9 commanders and senior commanders, all follow me at full speed. I will not leave a single corpse in the divine world with an intact body. The snake-headed orc's tyrannical roar resounded in the wilderness. That roar was like that of a king among ferocious beasts, causing all the half-beastmen to feel a chill. After that, all the 9th grade upper and 9th grade supreme beings, which added up to nearly 30 people, emitted a brutal aura at the same time. Following the snake-headed half-beast man, they turned into streaks of after-images and shot toward the plane of the immortal realm. The upper rank 9 and rank 9 supreme martial artists rushed at full speed. Without the burden of the small commanders, their divine senses were extremely strong, and they did not have to worry about the restrictions in the plain battlefield. In just a day and a half, they arrived near the Golden Dragon Plain. From afar, the Golden Dragon deity sensed nearly 30 powerful auras rushing toward them. She thought that they were here to attack their plane. Her body trembled in fear, and she immediately fled toward the back of the stronghold. The lower Golden Dragons were even worse off. All of them prostrated on the ground, shivering. They did not even dare to run away. They closed their eyes and prepared to die. Of course, the snake-headed orc didn't care about these small fries. He did not even look at them. He only swept his divine sense to one side, and then led his people past and flew away. The divine world plane. They are going to attack the despicable divine world plane. A few Golden Dragon powerhouses detected the situation and were instantly delighted. They had no hope of avenging the female Golden Dragon deity. They could not ask for more powerhouses to go and find trouble with the divine world plane. Of course, after secretly rejoicing, they immediately led their people and quietly retreated. They did not want to be implicated in a fight between immortals. Huff! Yi Qinghan looked into the distance and let out a long sigh. It seemed like he was very unlucky this time. The reinforcements from the Beastmen plane only took slightly more than 2 days to arrive. He had lost the gamble. Let them go. Your people are here. Yi Qinghan stood up and held the slaughter god saber. His whole body felt relaxed, and he had an aura of someone who had no fear of death. There was no other way. He was very clear that even if he could win this battle against the Beastmen plane, he would probably die in Pan Xing's hands. Moreover, although he felt that his strength had doubled, he was not confident that he could fight against so many people alone. He did not believe that such a powerful Beastmen plane did not have a supreme spiritual treasure. Zhu Yi and the rest should have escaped far away, right? In a few more days, it will be 1 month. At this moment, all the powerful armies in the plain battlefield should have gone to the Scarlet Gobi Desert. They should be very safe. This fox demon's position in the Beastmen plane should not be low. Old Ancestor should be safe. In that case, let's fight with all our strength. As long as we kill all the powerhouses from the Beastmen plane, even if Pan Xing wants to take my life, Xiao He should not have a problem. Before Xiao He evolved, he was already half-corporeal. After this evolution, he should be able to transform. Alright, for Xiao He, I must win. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Qinghan lowered his head and caressed the slaughter god saber. A faint smile appeared on his face as he softly muttered. When he reached the last 3 words, his voice suddenly became louder, and each word was louder than the previous one. Furthermore, every time he shouted the word kill, his aura would increase. Kill. When he shouted the last word, his aura had already reached its peak. He slowly raised his head, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Fox G's body trembled, and she took 3 steps back. He seemed to have transformed into a lone wolf, howling with all his might as he prepared for his final counterattack before he died. Chapter 1355. Pick him up. He's been hit by my enchanting spell and is now in a daze. He'll recover in 3 days. Don't worry. Since I've sworn the Divine Emperor blood oath, I won't hurt him. Fox Lady looked at the 20 or so powerful auras in the distance. She was overjoyed. She retreated tens of thousands of meters and threw Beast God at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan caught Beast God with both hands and used his divine sense to check. He was relieved to find that there was only a trace of energy swimming in Beast God's soul ocean and no harm had been done to it. He also believed that Fox Lady would not sacrifice her life for an upper 9th grade martial artist. Breaking the Divine Emperor blood oath in the dimensional battlefield was like playing with her life. In the white fog in the distance, nearly 30 figures were faintly discernible. The black airflow around Fox Lady was also flowing slowly. Yi Qinghan did not retreat even half a step. She carried the Beast God on her back, and her origin energy quickly emerged from her back, forming an origin armor that protected the Beast God. Then he held his saber with one hand and looked calmly at the approaching figures. 10,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters. 5 9th grade supreme martial artists. 23 upper 9th grade martial artist. Haha. Good timing. Yi Qinghan silently calculated the distance between them. When they were 6,000 meters apart, Yi Qinghan moved. His eyes lit up and a strange light shone. The Soul Dreamland was the first to be activated. All the upper 9th grade martial artists were enveloped in it. How terrifying was the soul skill of a great perfection soul master. The 27 people who were rushing over suddenly stopped. Even the 4 9th grade supreme martial artists stopped. Obviously, they were all hit by Yi Qinghan's soul skill and fell into the soul dreamland. Humph! A cold snort sounded, followed by 2 rays of red light. Instantly, the nearby sky was enveloped by the red light. The strange light in Yi Qinghan's eyes immediately disappeared, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He's also a soul master. No wonder he led these upper 9th grade martial artists to come here. Originally, Yi Qinghan was puzzled. The Chilean half-beastman should have told the powerhouses of the half-beastman plane about his powerful soul skill. Why would he bring a group of rank 9s to die? It seemed that this snake-headed beastman was extremely conceited in his mastery of the soul. After throwing the slaughter god saber into the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes. His pair of slender hands started to dance around as his aura became stronger and stronger. The fire god battle armor lit up with a red light, and the fire god's heart on his forehead started to flash. His black hair fluttered without any wind, and a faint white fog surrounded his body. From afar, it looked like an ancient god had descended and was unparalleled. Emperor Han Yi. You're the one who killed 4 of my commanders, right? Your soul is indeed powerful, but, with me here, your soul skills are trash. What other tricks do you have? Use them. This seat will let you die wholeheartedly convinced today. The snake-headed beastman led a group of powerful half-beastmen and stood beside Foxy. As he looked at the imposing Yi Qinghan, he was not in a hurry to attack. He stood there proudly and locked his blood-red triangular eyes on Yi Qinghan as he sneered. Oh! Yi Qinghan, who was originally prepared to secretly circulate his cold energy and fight to the death to kill as many as he could, suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. He looked at the snake-headed beastman and laughed. You're the commander of the beastman plane, right? You want me to die wholeheartedly convinced. Why don't we fight one-on-one? If you can kill me alone, I will die wholeheartedly convinced. Do you have the guts? Foxy had always been afraid of Yi Qinghan. She quickly said in a low voice, Your Majesty, you can't. The snake-headed beastman hesitated. Yi Qinghan's soul skill that scared the Chilean beastman so much that he couldn't fight had been easily broken by him. He just wanted to use his words to boost morale. When he saw Yi Qinghan's attitude and his most trusted Fox's reminder, he couldn't help but feel vexed. He couldn't help but feel vexed. If he had known earlier, he would have used Yi Qinghan's soul skill to surround and kill him. Ha ha. Yi Qinghan looked up to the sky and laughed. His face was full of mockery. Although he wasn't as tall as the Beastman, he gave off a feeling that he was looking down on the world. He said coldly, Your Majesty has guts. If you don't dare to fight one-on-one, then don't talk big. I'm here alone, and you have dozens of peak experts, but no one dares to fight one-on-one with me. The ancestors once said that the half-beastman plane is filled with a bunch of cowardly bastards that are neither human nor beast. It seems like it's true. Fine. I'll fight with you. Everyone else, just watch. Foxy cursed inwardly. As expected, the snake-headed beastman roared angrily and shot forward. He actually fell for Yi Qinghan's provocation. The rest of the half-beastman experts heard about Yi Qinghan's tyrannical strength. They also knew that Leopard 1 and the other 3 had died at his hands. At this moment, they felt a sense of relief. Idiot, if His Majesty dies, will you all still be alive? Foxy cursed inwardly and made preparations. If the snake-headed beastman couldn't win, she would immediately charge forward and dismember Yi Qinghan. The snake-headed beastman was the strongest expert in the half-beastman plane. He was one of the strongest experts in the hundreds of planes. He was about to start an earth-shattering battle with the peak expert of the divine world, the #1 genius in history, Yi Qinghan. On the peak of Mount Pan, a purple-robed woman was fighting another battle in her heart. Idiot, this idiot really wants to die. He actually wants to fight. What should I do? What should I do? Should I help him? Am I really going to watch him die in front of me? He's a genius that only appears once in several epochs. Pan Huang said that the next manager of Pan Realm, the Divine Emperor Supreme, will be born soon. It seems like it's very likely to be him. What if he dies? Won't the next Divine Emperor Supreme appear? That's not right. Pan Huang has the ability to see through the heavens and earth. Since he said that the next Divine Emperor Supreme will be born, it means that this person won't die, right? Then why am I worried? That's not right either. Given this person's situation, even if he doesn't die at the hands of the half-beastman plane's experts, he will die at Pan Xing's hand. Pan Huang won't care about anything in Pan Realm. Then, if Pan Xing wants to kill him, who can stop him? Could it be that Pan Huang predicted that I would save him? That's right. Pan Huang said that I would have a heart tribulation. Could it be this person? Recently, because of this person, my Dao heart has been unstable. It turns out that Pan Huang predicted everything. Alright, since that's the case, I'll help him cover up this time and avoid Pan Xing's detection. As for the experts of this half-beastman plane, I don't care. If you die at the hands of the half-beastman, it means that you won't be the next Divine Emperor Supreme. She kept muttering to herself. What was extremely strange was that Pan Xing didn't seem to notice. It was clear that Pan Xi's abilities were much stronger than Pan Xing's. In just an instant, Pan Xi's mind went through a series of internal struggles before she finally made a decision. One of her ivory-like, lily-white hands quietly began to form a series of strange hand seals. The moment she formed the hand seals, her entire body instantly relaxed. A sweet smile that could enchant the hearts of all men in the world appeared on her face. It was so beautiful that it was heartbreaking. Chapter 1356. Why is the battle over here so intense? How could it tear such a powerful spatial crack? Could it be that the one who broke through the barrier of Panjie is one of them? Pan Xing had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan's side. At this moment, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze over to the Scarlet Gobi Desert. He saw the 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists fighting. Suddenly, their strength increased greatly, and the intensity of their attacks became unbelievably fierce. In the Scarlet Gobi Desert below, a 1,000-meter-tall beastman was fighting fiercely with a huge demonic beast. Both the man and the beast's eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, they were completely bewitched. They wouldn't wake up until they killed everyone in the Scarlet Gobi Desert or died. That beastman looked ferocious and terrifying. The brown hair all over his body stood up, and his body shone with a golden light. He was an expert who cultivated the metal element. With every step he took, the ground below shook. A pair of huge fists whistled in the wind. Every time he punched, cracks appeared in the space. That demonic beast was also hundreds of meters tall. It stood upright on both legs, and its aura reached the sky. It was comparable to the legendary ancient ferocious beasts. Its whole body was covered in yellow scales. It looked like a pangolin, but its head was round. It had wings, horns, and a 1,000-meter-long tail. It mainly relied on that tail to attack. Its tail was covered in blue light. Obviously, it was a powerful demonic beast that cultivated the water element. The man and the beast fought. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves in midair. As the man and the beast attacked, cracks that were tens of thousands of meters long appeared in the sky. They kept tearing and healing. It was as if the void was torn by the man and the beast, leaving many scars in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The man and the beast's eyes were bloodshot. They stared at each other. The aura they emitted made the low-level humans and beasts at the side crawl on the ground in fear. Occasionally, some unlucky warriors and demonic beasts were hit by their attacks and turned into minced meat. Kill, kill, kill. In the distance, an upper-rank 9 mantisman's eyes were similarly blood-red. It was obvious that he had killed too many, and the bloodthirsty aura in the blood-colored Gobi Desert had been possessed. At this moment, the ferocious aura of the man and the beast had triggered the evil in its mind. It roared and charged toward the man and the beast. However, before he could even get close, he was swept by the terrifying magical beast's tail and instantly turned into a bloody mess. Not even a divinity crystal was left behind. The beast men and magical beasts in the surroundings looked at the commanders of the two races in confusion. How did they suddenly become so powerful? However, the two groups immediately became excited, and they began to search for experts from other planes nearby to fight fiercely. The strength of this man and beast is strange. Logically speaking, they shouldn't possess essence energy. It was impossible for them to have such a terrifying attack unless they had obtained elemental energy. However, the two of them possess essence energy, so it's very possible for them to break through the barrier of Plate Realm. Pan Xing's sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted. He stared at the battle between the two and sank into deep thought. As for the battle between Yi Qinghan and the snake-headed beastman, he had long forgotten about it. This man and beast are already possessed. Even if I don't do anything, they will still kill each other. I'm not breaking the rules. Pan Shi's watery eyes swept over the bloody Gobi Desert. She sighed deeply and then looked at the stronghold in the divine realm. She shook her head slightly and said, "Young man, I can only help you this much. As for the battle between you and the beast men, it's none of my business whether you live or die in the end. Whether you can become the next divine emperor or not, it's all up to your fate." After saying that, Pan Shi didn't care anymore. She smiled sweetly and flashed into the wooden hut. The door of the wooden hut was quietly closed again. Boom. Haha, how can you be a match for me with your meager strength? Now you're convinced, aren't you? This supreme spiritual treasure is indeed powerful. It's not dead even after taking so many attacks from me. Ch, let's see how long you can resist. Die. While the battle in the bloody Gobi Desert was extremely fierce, the battle in the stronghold in the divine realm was extremely tragic. As the snake-headed beastman's figure flashed again and again, a pair of strong hands covered in black scales smashed down. Yi Qinghan's figure was sent flying again and again, smashing heavily on the ground and creating deep pits in the mountain peaks of the stronghold in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan's situation was not good. The first attack of his soul-destroying attack made the snake-headed beastman's body tremble, but it was instantly dispersed by the snake-headed beastman's powerful soul attack. Yi Qinghan was in a passive situation. The first soul-destroying attack didn't succeed. Although he used soul-destroying attacks again and again, the snake-headed beastman had long been prepared for it. There was no lethality at all. Yi Qinghan used the power of cold and waved his small palms, but they were easily defeated by the destructive power of the snake-headed beastman. Boom! The snake-headed beastman punched again with a fist the size of a casserole. The black airflow in his hand was drawn and flew out, forming a black fist shadow composed entirely of the power of destruction. As soon as the black fist shadow appeared, cracks appeared in the space, and layers of vibrations spread far away. The black fist shadow flashed and shot at Yi Qinghan's chest. At this moment, Yi Qinghan just happened to fly out of the deep pit in the mountain peak with great difficulty. Seeing the black fist shadow flying at him again, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He activated the power of cold and wanted to escape quickly. However, the black fist shadow was too fast, and he was once again smashed into the mountain peak. Suddenly, the mountain peak trembled, and the earth cracked. Mud and stones flew everywhere. A loud sound broke through the sky and did not stop for a long time. Is that all you've got? You still want to fight me one-on-one? Apart from your soul attack, you're just a piece of trash. If it weren't for this supreme spiritual treasure protecting you, I could kill you in one move. Ha ha. The snake-headed beastman saw Yi Qinghan crawl out of the deep pit again. His face was pale, and half of his bones were broken. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. The beast god on his back was also covered in blood. He laughed proudly in midair, then turned to the beastman commander in the distance and sneered, "Is this the incomparably powerful peak martial artist you were talking about? Why can't you resist a blow from me?" The beastman commanders in the distance all showed mocking expressions when they saw Yi Qinghan being so easily defeated. Especially the commander and the Chilean beastman, who had followed Foxy just now. They heaved a sigh of relief, but also felt a little ashamed. It seemed that the commander of the divine realm had no other good points besides having a strong soul. Look, once his soul attack failed, he was no different from a piece of trash. That's not right. Foxy shook her head. She had felt Yi Qinghan's aura before, and it was definitely not this weak. If Yi Qinghan only had a strong soul, he would not have stayed behind to die. She felt that something was wrong, but she could not figure it out. It was only when she saw a hint of mockery in Yi Qinghan's eyes that she came to her senses and shouted, "Your Majesty, be careful." Ha ha. It's too late. Yi Qinghan, who looked like he was on the verge of death, suddenly recovered from his injuries. His body also surged with a towering aura. His eyes flashed, and he activated the strongest soul destroyer. 10 God Slayer spears pierced out of the void and turned into flickering shadows, shooting toward the snake-headed beastman. At the same time, the heart of the fire god on his forehead finally lit up. Chapter 1357. Hey! The snake-headed half-beast man was shocked. He turned his head and felt billions of golden soul threads surging into his mind. They were actually 10 times stronger than the soul-destroying attack from before. Although his soul was strong, he was still shocked. That wasn't important. What was important was that he felt 10 spears with the power to destroy heaven and earth shooting towards him. The power of this attack was not much weaker than his strongest attack. The golden soul threads were attacking him crazily. The snake-headed half-beast man could not ignore them. Otherwise, if his soul was in chaos, he would not be able to resist the 10 Godslayer spears even if he did not collapse. He could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to resist the attacks of the golden soul threads. At the same time, he flipped his left hand, and a black flag appeared in his hand. A terrifying aura came from the black flag. It was a paragon spiritual treasure, Your Majesty. Foxy was very loyal to the snake-headed half-beast man. When she saw Yi Qinghan take out the Godslayer spear, she immediately rushed forward and gathered her destructive power. She was about to attack. Something's wrong. Halfway there, Foxy suddenly cried out in alarm because she realized that Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Since he had disappeared, his control over his attacks would definitely be weakened. His attacks would not be able to cause any fatal damage to the snake-headed half-beast man. He pretended to be weak and was attacked for a long time. He was almost crushed to death. After acting for so long and setting up such a huge trap, he could not have done it in vain. He must have some ulterior motive. Since his target was not the snake-headed half-beast man, it must be the group of low-level commanders behind him. As expected, Foxy turned her head, but she realized it was already too late. Yi Qinghan's figure abruptly appeared above the heads of the 20 or so half-beast man captains behind her. Her eyes flickered with a strange light as she activated her terrifying Soul Illusion soul skill once again, which also contained a soul annihilation attack. At the same time, a huge palm appeared in midair. It was a palm that caused her soul to tremble. It was a palm that was twice as powerful as the 10 Godslayer spears. At this moment, all the upper grade 9 commanders were instantly trapped in the Soul Illusion soul skill. One of the upper grade 9 commanders was also attacked by the soul-destroying attack. All of them stood rooted to the ground in a daze. The huge palm in midair had already smashed down. Boom! There was a loud sound that made Foxgirl's soul tremble. A giant mushroom cloud rose up, and a bottomless crater appeared on the ground. A thick smell of blood filled the air. 2 figures flew out of the deep pit in a sorry state, but Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up again. Then, another 10 Godslayer's spears pierced through the void. It shot towards the 2 heavily injured Beastman 9th grade Supremes and started spinning crazily in the air. Bang! Foxy watched as the 2 pierced bodies fell down powerlessly. She watched as the 2 7-colored divine crystals floated into the air and fell down powerlessly. A look of despair appeared on her face. She had the chance to attack just now, but she couldn't even muster up the courage to do so. They could only stare blankly at the fiery red figure in the sky, killing the experts of the Beastman plane one by one. She then looked into the distance, at the snake-headed Beastman that had only just gotten rid of the Golden Soul Thread's attack and defeated the God-slaying spear. She muttered weakly, "Is he still human? Is this an attack that a martial artist can use? It's over, it's over. The Beastman plane is completely over. Despicable and shameless human. Is this what you call a one-on-one fight? I'm going to tear you apart. I'm going to tear you apart. I'm going to tear every single person in the divine realm into pieces." The snake-headed Beastman was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Yi Qinghan had actually concealed his strength, and then put on a false front. In the end, Yi Qinghan had gone back on his word and smashed all his subordinates, except for Yaroji, into pieces. 26 experts. Among them, there were 3 9th grade Supremes. This was the majority of the peak experts of the Beastman plane. Other than those lower 9th grade commanders, there was also him, Foxgirl, and a 9th grade Supremes who had stayed behind. The peak experts of the Beastman plane had all died in the hands of Yi Qinghan alone. The snake-headed Beastman's body was trembling. His heart was bleeding, his balls were aching, and his soul was burning. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yi Qinghan and obtain the supreme spiritual treasure. Otherwise, he would never be able to face his ancestors in the Beastman plane. Divine crystals, hehe, they're all divine crystals. What a pity. I don't know if I can bring these divine crystals back to the divine realm. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless divine crystals floating up from the deep pit. They were like magnificent gems, so beautiful that it was dazzling. Moreover, there were 3 chaotic divine crystals among them, but there was not much joy in his heart. He just grabbed them randomly and put them all into the War Emperor Palace. He had used all his strength in that palm strike just now. His soul space had evolved and multiplied the power of the cold power. His intuition was right. His attack had doubled. The problem was, the power was too great. He did not believe that the Divine Emperor and Supreme Martial Artist at the peak of Mount Pan would not notice it. If Pan Xing finds out, you're dead for sure. The purple-robed woman's words were still echoing in his ears, but Yi Qinghan had no time to think about whether Pan Xing was already preparing to attack him. At this moment, all he could think of was to kill the snake-headed Beastman and Foxy to save the Beast God and Xiao Hei's lives. Back then, Pan Xing had killed so many experts from the divine realm, but he did not take back the supreme spiritual treasure. Moreover, the purple-robed woman was also there, so it was very likely that she could save the Beast God and Xiao Hei's lives. While he was thinking, the snake-headed Beastman's attack had already arrived. The snake-headed Beastman had obviously gone crazy. He attacked with all his strength. The power of destruction revolved around his fists, and he shot out black fist shadows. The sky was filled with fist shadows. At the same time, the black flag in his hand suddenly unfurled and expanded with the wind, turning into a 10,000-meter-long flag. It emitted a heart-palpitating aura, and it enveloped Yi Qinghan and himself. Supreme spiritual treasure? The power of the Black Fist shadows condensed by the power of destruction has increased by half? Yi Qinghan was shocked. When he saw the snake-headed beastman using this flag to protect himself, he had originally thought that this supreme spiritual treasure was a defensive treasure. He did not expect it to be a support-type treasure. He quickly used his divine sense to explore the surroundings, and he was even more shocked. The surrounding space had actually been frozen. In other words, he and the snake-headed beastman could not move. They could only forcefully resist the attack of the Black Fist shadows. Goddamit! Come on. Let's die together. Amidst the sparks, Yi Qinghan immediately made a decision. He would perish together with the snake-headed beastman. Since he could not escape, he would forcefully resist. He wanted to bet that he could kill the snake-headed beastman before the energy in the Fire God battle armor was completely depleted. The Soul Destroyer released its full power, and the God Slayer spear whistled out, ignoring the attack of the fist shadows. It pierced through the gaps between the fist shadows, and went straight for the snake-headed beastman's triangular head. Die, die, die. The snake-headed beastman raised its head and howled. It completely ignored the attack of the golden soul threads, and it did not care about the God Slayer spear. He was also betting. He was betting that before Yi Qinghan killed him, the heaven and earth yuan qi stored in the Paragon spiritual treasure would be completely depleted. He was betting that Yi Qinghan's body would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack, and he would be turned into powder. Terrifying fist shadows that could only cause cracks to appear in space, and with a force that could flatten mountains, they heavily smashed into Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. Black fist shadows continuously smashed into Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen. Waves of earth-shaking energy penetrated his body, shaking his divine crystal, shaking his bones, and shaking his internal organ. The Fire God battle armor lit up with a dazzling red light, and it forcefully resisted the attack of the Black Fist shadows. Yi Qinghan's body was sealed by the Paragon spiritual treasure with the black flag, and he could not move at all. Every time the Black Fist shadows attacked, his body would tremble, and he would spit out a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan had already been hit by dozens of fist shadows. His entire body went limp, and his lower abdomen bent like a shrimp. His face was as pale as snow. However, his gaze was still incomparably firm and bright. He grinned and spat out another mouthful of blood, and he laughed sinisterly. You lost. Die for this young master. Die, die. Chapter 1358. No, no. Impossible. Impossible. The snake-headed half-beast man's crazed howl resounded through the clouds and shook the surroundings. However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, Yi Qinghan had withstood such a terrifying attack. As for Yi Qinghan's attack, he felt that he could not block it at all. The power of God Slayer's spear was twice as strong as his attack. Moreover, it was spinning crazily, easily breaking through the origin energy on the surface of his body. He could already feel a bone-piercing chill coming from his head. He knew very well that even with the protection of the chaotic energy, his sea of soul would immediately collapse after being hit by such a powerful force. He knew that. He was finished. Boom. His triangular head exploded. At the moment when his soul dissipated, there was still a doubt in his mind. Under such a powerful attack, even with the protection of the Fire God's armor, Yi Qinghan's divine crystal should have been damaged. Once a crack appeared on the divine crystal, the vast amount of energy inside would definitely rush out and cause his body to explode. But why was he not injured at all? This did not make sense. This was very illogical. Although Yi Qinghan's face and body were covered in blood and his body was bent like an earthworm, he did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries. He elegantly grabbed the snake-headed half-beast man's divine crystal and the supreme spiritual treasure black flag, and slowly descended. He suddenly stood up and turned his back to the terrified fox lady. He said coldly, "Seeing that you didn't hurt my ancestor, I'll spare your life today. Take your beastman army and scram back to the stronghold. If I meet you again in the planar battlefield, I'll kill you without mercy." What? Foxy looked at the proud figure in confusion, and the side of his face that looked as if it had been carved by a knife. She could not believe it. Yi Qinghan actually let her go. How could something as bizarre as this happen in the planar battlefield? Even if they were not enemies, she had a 9th grade supreme divine crystal in her body. Thank you, Emperor Han Yi. Thank you, Emperor Han Yi. Foxy promises that I will never be an enemy of the divine realm. Although Fox's mind was almost in a mess, she did not hesitate at all. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Qinghan a few times. Then, he turned into a blur and shot away. When Foxy disappeared into the white fog, the cold smile on Yi Qinghan's face slowly disappeared. The muscles on his face slowly twisted and his body started to curl up bit by bit. Finally, he fell to the ground with a loud bang and rolled around in pain. The snake-headed beastman's judgment was correct. Under the enhancement of the supreme spiritual treasure Black Flag, his destructive power had increased by 1.5 times. Under his all-out attack, although the fire god battle armor protected Yi Qinghan's body, the layers of power still penetrated Yi Qinghan's divine crystal. Crack. But the snake-headed beastman's guess was wrong. Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was empty. There was nothing inside, not even a bit of divine power. Because he had comprehended the path of supremacy, he had been given a small amount of chaotic power. At this moment, it was circulating in his brain to protect it. So although Yi Qinghan's divine crystal had cracked, he did not explode because of the large amount of divine power that rushed out. The divine crystal was the foundation of a martial artist. When the divine realm exploded, the martial artist died. Back in the Sealed God Valley, Yi Yao Arao's divine crystal had cracked and she had been unconscious for many years. Although the soul ring could instantly heal all injuries, it did not include the ability to instantly repair divine crystals. There was no doubt that the soul ring could repair divine crystals. However, there were countless small cracks on Yi Qinghan's divine crystal. To completely repair it, it would take time. Obviously, Yi Qinghan did not let Foxy go because he was soft-hearted. He simply did not have the ability to hurt her. Waves of intense pain came over him. If not for Yi Qinghan's strong willpower and strong nerves, he would have been rolling on the ground in pain. He was rolling on the ground in pain, and in the end, he was easily killed by Foxy. Haha, old ancestor, Xiao Hei, this is all I can do. Whether you can live or not will depend on your luck. Xiao Hei, the divine realm will depend on you in the future, my good brother. Although the intense pain made Yi Qinghan hover between life and death, he still endured it. He took out the Slaughter God blade from the Battle Emperor Palace and smiled as he used his divine senses to look at the sleeping Xiao Hei. Then, he stabbed the Slaughter God blade into the beast god's back and tied it up. At the same time, he placed all the treasures in the Battle Emperor Palace, including the many divine crystals that he had obtained this time, into an interspatial ring and threw it into the beast god's arms. Finally, he used all his strength and threw the beast god 10,000 miles away. Supreme God Emperor, come. This young master will wait for you to take my life. Haha, this young master has enjoyed everything in this life. I have had what I wanted and played with what I wanted. I have no regrets. I only hope that you will not bring harm to my family. Otherwise, this young master will not let you off even if I turn into a malicious spirit. Yi Qinghan's body rolled on the ground in pain. Although the muscles on his face were contorted, there was no pain in his eyes. Instead, they were hazy. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but the expression on her face was so sweet. Oh, another wave of pain came. Throwing the beast deity out made the injuries in his divine crystal even more severe. He knew that he could not hold on any longer and was about to faint. His eyes became even more hazy. In a daze, he seemed to see Yi Qingyu's pure and flawless face, the peach blossom on Yu Qingqing's head, Yin Ling'er's alluring figure, Firework's beautiful face. Finally, he saw a black long sword piercing through the air, bringing with it a sharp killing intent. He closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. Pan Xing's attack had come. Pan Jie, farewell. In the last moment, he did not think about anything. He did not worry about anything. He did not care about the God Realm's survival or the lives of everyone. He had done all he could. All he could do was rest. He was too tired. This world had brought him many good things, glory, power, beautiful women, treasures. But it had also brought him endless pressure and worry. At this moment, he finally felt completely free. In fact, a black long sword really did fly towards his head. However, it was not Panshing's. It was Fox's. Foxy stood thousands of miles away in fear. She used the power of destruction to create a black long sword that hovered above Yi Qinghan's head. However, she did not slash down. Yi Qinghan uncharacteristically let her go. Although she did not understand why, she did not hesitate to run away. However, after running for millions of miles, she felt that something was wrong. Yi Qinghan was not a soft-hearted person. As the ruler of a plane, was it possible that his hands were stained with the blood of billions of lives? There must be something wrong with things that were abnormal. Therefore, she turned around and quietly ran over. In the end, she saw Yi Qinghan rolling on the ground. He was motionless and seemed to have fainted. At that moment, Foxy did not hesitate. She created a black long sword and slashed it at Yi Qinghan. However, when she was about to slash down, she hesitated. She was not a soft-hearted person. She would not feel grateful just because Yi Qinghan let her go. But at this moment, she felt a throbbing in the depths of her soul. It was as if she would be torn to pieces if she moved. She felt an aura lock onto her. The meaning of that aura was very clear. If she moved, she would die immediately. Who had such terrifying power that she, a 9th grade supreme martial artist, did not even dare to move with just a trace of aura? Foxy did not know. However, after thinking about it, she felt that other than the one at the peak of Mount Pan, no other martial artist could reach such a terrifying level. The next second, she got her answer. However, this answer made her even more confused. A young man in white walked slowly from afar. He was carrying a skinny old man that she was very familiar with. In his hand was a 2-meter-long black longsword. His face was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It almost caused the destructive power that Foxy had gathered to collapse. The young man did not look at Foxy. Instead, he stared at Yi Qinghan's pale face. His face was filled with pain and guilt. He walked step by step towards Yi Qinghan. His steps were slow. However, in the blink of an eye, he was beside Yi Qinghan. The youth ignored the black long sword that was hovering above their heads and condensed from the powerful destruction power. Thump! He knelt down and reached out a trembling hand to caress Yi Qinghan's face. Then, he said in a trembling voice, "Boss, you have suffered. Xiao Hei is back." Chapter 1359. The battle in the Scarlet Gobi Desert became even more intense. One man and one beast were like unkillable cockroaches. The more they fought, the braver they became. Hundreds of thousands of warriors and demonic beasts were torn apart by the aftermath of their battle. Of course, this was related to the mysterious atmosphere in the Scarlet Gobi Desert. There seemed to be a magical power in the Scarlet Gobi Desert. Warriors here would become impulsive and bloodthirsty. Moreover, as they killed more people, their soul sea would automatically generate a murderous aura. In the end, they would be completely possessed and become killing machines. They would either kill everyone or be killed. There were more than 70 legions in the Scarlet Gobi Desert. Each legion had at least 1 million people. Some died in Demon Mountain, but at least hundreds of thousands of people. Powerful plains had millions of warriors. A small number of restrictions in the Scarlet Gobi Desert had been raised by the surging energy of the warriors. Hundreds of millions of experts from various planes had gathered here just to win, to not be attacked by other planes, or to obtain the qualification to attack other planes, and to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth, supreme spiritual treasure. Blood had already gathered into a river. Countless blood rivers converged into a blood-colored ocean. On the blood-colored ocean, white, blue, and black badges were everywhere. Like a lotus leaf on a pond, it swayed back and forth, blinding a group of people. But no one went to collect the badges. Here, the badges had lost their effectiveness. There was no need to collect points in the Scarlet Gobi Desert, and there was no time to collect them. Here, the points were automatically recorded. You just had to fight to the death to kill. Here, there were colorful divine crystals floating everywhere in the air, dazzling people's eyes. But other than the 9th grade divine crystals, no one went to collect the rest. Because even if you collected them, perhaps in the next second, your divine crystals and spatial ring would float out of your body and continue to sway in the air. There were corpses everywhere. Humans, beast men, demonic beasts, strange beasts, monsters, mantis men, metal men, aliens, all kinds, dazzling, and all kinds of smells, nauseating and chilling. This was a paradise for the strong. The strong could squander their powerful strength here, dictating the fate of others. This was also a hell for the strong, the final destination, the graveyard. Ayo! After a long, long time, finally, that incomparably terrifying battle between man and beast ended with the sorrowful howl of the magical beast. In the end, the beast man brandished his iron fist and smashed the 1,000-meter-tall magical beast into a pile of minced meat. However, he was also heavily injured. He fell to the ground powerlessly, causing the ground to shake and crushing the broken limbs below him. Blood splattered everywhere from the impact of the blood-red ocean, dyeing the eyes of the gigantic demonic beast that had died with everlasting regret. Woo! Countless experts of the magical beast race charged at the beastman the moment he landed. Their sharp blue claws were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. The orcs had killed their king, so they could only use their own lives to avenge their king. A long, long time passed. The beastmen, who were so powerful that they made people's hearts palpitate, were also turned into a pile of minced meat under the onslaught of the magical beasts, floating on the blood-red sea. His 7-colored 9th-grade sovereign divine crystal had once again caused the nearby legions to engage in a slaughter and battle. Blood was still flowing, the battle was still ongoing, and the experts were still slowly walking into their graves. Could it really be them? Besides this man and beast, who else could be so powerful? But this man and beast are both dead. There's no way to find out. Pan Xing, who was at the peak of Mount Pan, had also finished watching the show. Although this man and beast had the strength of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, he was still hesitant, unsure if they were the ones who had broken through the barrier of Pan Rel. After pondering for a while, Pan Xing still couldn't find an answer. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked towards the divine realm. Another 9th-grade supreme martial artist. This young man in white is so powerful. He actually killed a 9th-grade supreme martial artist with one move? Why are the 9th-grade supreme martial artists of the Beastmen plane all dead? Could it be that they all died in the hands of this young man? This young man. Why does he seem so familiar to me? When Pan Xing's gaze swept over, the young man in white also made his move. His body turned into a blue dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long, slowly flying towards Foxy. Then, with a swing of the dragon's tail, Foxy was sucked into it. With a flash of green light, Fox's body instantly turned into dust, corroded and devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was extremely strange was that from the beginning to the end, Fox's body didn't move at all. She didn't escape, didn't resist, didn't even let out a scream. After killing a 9th-grade supreme martial artist so easily, the young man in white didn't have a hint of complacency on his face. In fact, his expression didn't even change a bit. He continued to carry the skinny old man on his back, bent down to carry Yi Qinghan, and walked into the distance. Blue dragon? Devoured? I was wondering why this young man looked so familiar. So here's the abnormality that was formed from the supreme slaughtering god Saber. Previously, when someone broke through the barrier of Pan Realm, he wasn't this powerful, so it's not him. It's considered normal for an abnormality born from the supreme slaughtering god Saber to have such strength. Pan Xing's eyes revealed an as-expected expression, but he didn't care. He looked around the plain battlefield, but he didn't find any other powerful martial artists. He couldn't help but think back to the battle between the man and the beast, trying to analyze who the person was that broke through the barrier of Pan Realm. Phew. As expected. He's definitely the next candidate for the position of Divine Emperor. In the small wooden house on the left, Pan Xi's face was full of joy, like a little girl who had done a good deed. Her watery eyes were sparkling, so beautiful that it was dazzling. He didn't die even after all this. This must be fate. Pan Huang really predicted everything. He must have predicted that I would make a move. Pan Xi blinked her eyes and smiled as she murmured. After a while, She frowned doubtfully and sighed. It's just that. I've already made a move. Why isn't my heart calmed down? Could it be that my heart tribulation is not over yet? Pan, she shook her head and didn't speak anymore. She frowned slightly, tilted her head, and started to ponder. 2 days. It'll be 1 month in 2 days. There are still 2 more days. Emperor, you have to hold on. Within a dense forest of the plain battlefield, 1,000,000 Yi family troops were like a giant beast that laid there silently. Gongtian and the other 4 were hiding around and scouting the situation. Wind Moon Monarch continued to lay out restrictions. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen stood on an old tree and looked into the distance. They looked towards the direction of the God World stronghold. Gongtian's soul flame didn't float over. Gongtian was still Yi Qinghan's soul slave. Gongtian wasn't dead yet. That meant that Yi Qinghan was still alive. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen would look towards Gongtian, who was hiding in the distance. Each second that passed, their hearts would beat faster and faster. It was a good thing to be stared at by beauties, especially 2 top beauties. But at this moment, Gongtian was filled with rage. That was because these 2 beauties didn't look at him because they admired him or loved him. Instead, they came to see whether or not he was dead. A living person was being stared at every day, to see whether or not he was dead. How could Gongtian be in a good mood? Die, die. Yi Qinghan, you have to die. I will definitely return my soul fire to you. Don't worry, this great emperor will help you rule the divine world. This great emperor will also take good care of your woman. Gongtian hatefully looked towards the direction of the God world, waiting for the soul flame in his imagination to float over. Yi Qinghan said that before he died, he would return the soul flame. Flame, flame, soul flame. An hour later, Gongtian's eyes opened wide and he shouted. His face was filled with joy as he looked at a dark yellow flame in the white mist. Chapter 1360. However, before the ecstasy on his face could fully bloom, in the distant white mist, the dark yellow flame turned from 1 to 2. Finally, in the white mist, a faint dark yellow light began to appear, like the ghost fire of the netherworld, frightening to look at. Gongtian came back to his senses and shouted, "Everyone, be on guard, enemy attack." When Zhu Yi and the Ice Queen heard Gongtian's shout, their hearts sank. Then, when they used their divine senses to check, they were overjoyed. Then, when the 2 of them felt the terrifying aura coming from the white fog, they were terrified. One-eyed monster, didn't they go to Blood Desert? Why are they back at the stronghold? All Yi family troops, retreat immediately. Rank 9 powerhouses, cover, Moon Breeze, control the restrictions and stop the enemy. Zhu Yi's body turned into a streak of light as she flew forward. At the same time, she turned her head and shouted. This dense forest was the one-eyed monster's stronghold. It was 10 million miles to the right of the divine world stronghold. In between, there was the demonic plane and another medium-sized military plane. When Gongtian found out that all the one-eyed monsters had gone to Blood Desert, they discussed and decided to use this place as their stronghold. After some discussion, everyone decided to use this place as their base of operations. After a month, they would be teleported to the peak of Mount Pan. Who knew that in just a few days, the one-eyed monster army would turn around and come back? Gongtian found out that there were more than 2 rank 9 supreme powerhouses in the one-eyed monster army. If the entire army returned, the divine world army would be wiped out without a doubt. In the white fog, more and more yellow light appeared. What made Zhu Yi and the rest terrified was, the yellow light did not appear in one direction, but in all directions. Reporting to your majesty, one-eyed monster appeared on the left. Reporting to your majesty, one-eyed monster appeared on the right. Your majesty, one-eyed monster appeared on the back too. As expected, just as the Yi family troops started to retreat, the scouts from all directions sent the news over. They were surrounded. Everyone, get into formation and fight to the death. There's still 1.5 days. As long as we hold on for 1.5 days, we can retreat from the battle immediately. Zhu Yi forced herself to calm down and shouted in a stern voice. Zhu Yi's words jolted everyone who was in despair. The single-horned monsters were much stronger than the golden dragon plane as a whole. Without Yi Qinghan, Everyone felt as if they had lost their pillar of support. Facing an invincible enemy, their morale immediately plummeted. However, Zhu Yi's words made them understand that this time was different. This time, they didn't have to fight to the death with the one-horned monster. As long as they could defend for a day and a half, they would be able to survive. He would be able to return to the divine world. A glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's hearts. Although the great emperor is not here, our great emperor's soldiers will never yield. Countless Yi family soldiers had the same thought in their minds. Suddenly, the morale of the small forest rose like a rainbow. Killing intent filled the air. Gigi, the one-eyed monster, had finally completed its deployment and was beginning to slowly attack. The cyclopean beast was somewhat similar to a rat. It wasn't very large, only half a meter long. It had a single horn, a single eye, and an enormous mouth. It trained in the elemental laws of the earth, and it was extremely fast and defensively powerful. Its attacks were simple. Its sharp teeth were comparable to a supreme combat saber. Gigi. The entire mountain range of cyclopean beasts began to attack. This time, the army of cyclopean beasts had arrived in large numbers. There were at least 10 million of them. For some reason, they didn't go to the bloody desert. The entire army had returned to the base. The first to attack were the low-level, God-Emperor cyclopean beasts. The more powerful beasts watched from afar, their faint yellow eyes filled with coldness. Yi family army, fall into formation. All soldiers, listen up. Focus on staying alive. Use delaying tactics. Don't kill the cyclopean beasts in large numbers. Our goal is to buy time. Zhu Yi was overjoyed when he saw this. He immediately gave the order. The cyclopean army had actually sent out a low-level army to attack first. Zhu Yi, who had been preparing to fight to the death, immediately changed his strategy. He wanted to play with the low-level beasts first. The longer they dragged things out, the better it would be for their side. Gigi. Countless cyclopean beasts of various colors let out hair-raising cries. They transformed into shadowy figures that shot towards the forest. Even before they arrived, their mouths were wide open, revealing sharp teeth that gleamed with cold light. They were like locusts, densely packed and covering the land. Ice Queen, area attack, slow down. Zhu Yi stood in mid-air, his gaze was like lightning. He spread out his divine sense to scout the situation around and give the most accurate orders. Ice Queen's body spun up and danced in the air. A sky full of snow started to fall. The snowflakes landed on the low-level cyclopean beasts' bodies, causing their speed to slow down. Ice Queen's special ability was most suitable for group battles. Yi family army, attack. 50% god power, attack without discrimination. When half of the millions of cyclopean beasts entered the forest, Zhu Yi gave the order once more. A million Yi family army pulled out their blades at the same time. They released their god power and slashed forwards. Xiu. A million crescent-shaped blade lights slashed out. Where they passed, the ancient trees, flowers, vines, and thorns were all turned to dust. Even the grass was sliced off. Hong, hong, hong. Beautiful fireworks lit up one after another, forming a magnificent scene. The entire jungle was covered in flashing lights, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Numerous cyclopean beasts were forced back by the strong energy and they smashed into the ones behind. Instantly, the army was in chaos. But, under the disbelieving gazes of Zhu Yi and all the grade 9 Yi family army, a million Yi family army with 50% god power could easily kill normal god emperors. However, they didn't kill a single cyclopean beast, they didn't even. Not a single one of them was injured. All of them rolled on the ground, got up again, and charged into the dense forest. All Yi family army, attack without discrimination, Zhu Yi shouted. She originally wanted to drag time and not let the Yi family army go all out. She was afraid that if they killed too many, the strong cyclopean beasts behind would attack. Now they had no choice but to go all out. Otherwise, if millions of low-level cyclopean beasts charged forward, it would be a chaotic battle. Who knew how many of the million Yi family army would survive? Hong, 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 hong. Beautiful fireworks bloomed again. The Yi family army attacked with all their might. Finally, a cyclopean beast was killed. However, more cyclopean beasts came from the sky, from the ground, and even from underground. The defense of these cyclopean beasts was terrifying. Their bodies were covered in a layer of faint white light, as if they were protected by a trace of origin energy. A small number of cyclopean beasts were charging from underground. They suddenly emerged from the ground, opened their mouths, and slashed with their sharp teeth. In an instant, half of the legs of countless Yi family army soldiers were gone. All grade 9 powerhouses, attack with all your might. Kill the low-level cyclopean beasts in a large area. We can't let their main army charge forward. Otherwise, we'll all die. Even Zhu Yi, who was resourceful, panicked at this moment. There was nothing she could do. The cyclopean beast's strong defense, terrifying speed, and teeth that were comparable to a supreme artifact. Once their main army got close, the final outcome would be total annihilation. Chapter 1361. All the grade 9 experts moved. Gong Tian didn't use his blood-refined spear. Instead, he pushed with his hands, forming a water dragon that roared out. The grade 9 supreme martial artist used the power of space. Its strength was shocking. Everywhere the water dragon passed, pieces of the one-eyed beast's flesh and blood flew. Gong Tian and the others also formed all sorts of water pillars and arrows to attack the one-eyed beasts in all directions. They didn't chase for maximum strength, only for the area of effect to be large. The Ice Queen's solo dance in the sky became even more alluring. The snowflakes in the sky became thicker, and there were even ice shards mixed in. The snowflakes landed on the one-eyed beasts' bodies, causing their speed to become slower. The ice shards were also able to kill them one by one. Wind Moon Sovereign didn't move. His role wasn't to attack but to control the restrictions. Zhu Yi didn't move either. As Yi Qinghan's woman and the commander of the army, she had to observe everything and give orders. The one-eyed beasts died one by one. In the blink of an eye, close to 1 million were gone. However, these one-eyed beasts still didn't retreat. They stubbornly continued to charge forwards. Zhizhi, only when this weird sound rang out did all the one-eyed beasts feel like they were being pardoned. At their fastest speed, they all charged towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the black stone and disappeared. Zhizhi. There was another strange cry, and then, in the surrounding white fog, countless golden monsters suddenly appeared. There were hundreds of them, and they formed a circle, surrounding the dense forest. These golden one-eyed monsters were a lot bigger. Each of them was more than 1 meter long. The cold light in the vertical eye was even colder. Zhizhi. These golden beasts didn't attack. Instead, they all opened their mouths and bared their teeth as they cried out. The sound that caused one's hair to stand on end turned into visible sound waves that spread all around. It caused the white mist all around to become thinner. Zhizhi. Millions of low-grade one-eyed beasts all drilled out of the ground and cried out. Their voices shook the sky and reverberated all around. Then, these low-grade beasts all knelt on the ground like they were welcoming their king. Their king had indeed appeared. As the group of monsters screamed, 5 dark gold, one-eyed monsters flew out of the air. Strangely enough, these 5 dark gold, one-eyed monsters did not release any aura at all. Yet, as soon as they appeared, Zhu Yi, who was in the distance, fell into despair. 9th grade Supreme Martial Artists. 5 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist one-eyed monsters. There were also hundreds of rank 9 one-eyed monsters. This was a force so powerful that it could annihilate more than half of the legions in the planar battlefield. Even if Yi Qinghan were here, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything, right? Zhu Yi's body fell down powerlessly. Ice Queen stopped dancing in the sky and was stunned as she looked at the 5 people in midair. Gong Tian's hands trembled, and the water dragons dancing in the air disintegrated. The Gong Wei 4 opened their mouths wide, their bodies trembling in fear. Tens of thousands of the 1 million Yi family soldiers died in the earlier battle. The remaining 900,000 cultivators all sheathed their sabers and stood silently. No one said a word, nor did they do anything. But from their eyes, one could sense a kind of despair. Outside of the forest, a bright light flashed and sparks shone. The Wind Moon Monarch had accidentally opened all the restrictions because of his fear. The gorgeous restriction released a tremendous pressure. A dazzling divine light illuminated the forest. It also made everyone's ashen white faces turn even whiter. Pili Pala, Pala Pala. Apart from the sounds of the restrictions shining, the entire area was deathly silent. The suppressive aura made one suffocate, make one go mad, and make one tremble in fear. You bastard human, you're sneakily investigating our mighty Cyclops Legion. You think I don't know? Forget about it, you actually dare to invade our stronghold. Originally, this king didn't want to kill you, but you bastards are too annoying. So, all of you can die. The dark gold, one-eyed monster at the front suddenly opened its mouth. It could actually speak human language. However, human language was common in the planar world, so it was normal for this monster to be able to learn it. He stretched out a claw and pointed proudly at Gong Tian. His pale yellow eyes were filled with mocking and disdain. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Honorable sir, this is a misunderstanding. This lowly one didn't spy on your army's consciousness, nor did I have any intention of invading your stronghold. Sir, we will immediately retreat. We only ask that you spare our lives. Hearing this, Gong Tian's eyes turned, and he immediately revealed an ashamed expression. He shouted and bowed slightly to express his respect and submission. Gong Tian also struggled and howled, yes, yes. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. As long as sir can let us go, we can discuss any conditions. Oh! The king of the one-eyed monster revealed a surprised expression. Then, his single eye turned, and a hint of playfulness flashed through it. He grinned and said, yes, this king can let the two of you go, but you have to kill the others, and this king will let you live. Me. Zhu Yi snorted in disdain. Only a child would believe this kind of trick. This king of the one-eyed monsters was really a pain in the ass. He actually played this kind of trick. The other people present also revealed mocking expressions. Even a pig wouldn't fall for it. Sir, is this true? Can we swear a divine emperor blood oath? Unexpectedly, Gong Tian and Gong Tian suddenly flew forward, then half knelt on the ground and looked straight at the king of the one-eyed monsters, their eyes filled with fanaticism and hope. Zhu Yi and the others were stunned when they saw that Gong Tian and Gong Tian seemed to be grasping at the last straw of hope. They actually believed the words of the monsters from another plane. Then, all of them became enraged. Zhu Yi immediately started cursing loudly, idiots. The divine crystals and badges you have are the most expensive. Squeak. Wrong. This king doesn't lack divine crystals or points. This king's words are made of gold and jade, and I never lie. Do it. If you don't, this king will do it. The king of the one-eyed monsters shook his head and grinned. Then, his aura slowly began to condense, and the 4 dark golden monsters next to him also increased their aura. Hundreds of rank 9 monsters around them released their murderous aura at the same time. Instantly, the entire dense forest was enveloped by the soaring aura. Countless Yi family soldiers couldn't even move under this aura. Alright, let's do it. Gong Tian and Gong Tian looked at each other, a fierce look in their eyes. Their aura condensed, and the two walked into the dense forest step by step, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They actually wanted to attack the martial artists from the divine realm for their own survival. Stupid, extremely stupid. Zhu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Today was a situation of certain death, with no hope of escaping. But if they were so easily manipulated by the martial artists from another plane, and everyone died in the hands of their own people, Zhu Yi felt extremely sullen and angry. Under the threat of death, for an almost impossible hope of survival, Gong Tian and Gong Tian actually believed a lie that could not even deceive a child, bared their ferocious fangs, and attacked their own people. Squeak, however, before Gong Tian's fangs could fully open, 5 dark golden shadows turned into 5 dark golden lightning bolts, shooting toward the two of them. Gong Tian and Gong Tian originally turned their heads, and faced the countless angry eyes of the Divine Realm army. They were a little confused and a little frightened. They secretly made up their minds, ready to attack, and their hearts were very unsteady. At this moment, under the sneak attack of 5 ninth-grade supreme martial artists, coupled with the terrifying speed of the one-eyed monster, it was actually able to withstand a single move. The spear that was hurriedly stabbed back did not even manage to pierce through the monster's skin. Its body was torn into pieces by 3 big mouths. Only a rainbow divine crystal, a blood-red spear, and a space ring were left floating in the air. Gong Tian was killed by 3 ninth-grade supreme martial artists in a second, and Gong Tian was even more vulnerable when facing 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists. He did not even have time to counterattack, and was turned into a pile of minced meat. Emperor Gong Tian. The remaining 3 ninth-grade experts of the Water God clan were ashamed and angry, howling in grief. They flew out crazily, ready to drag some one-eyed monsters into the water even if they had to die. Everyone, listen to my command, charge, break out. Whether you can escape or not depends on your fate. Ice Queen, Wind Moon Monarch, attack. Even if we die, we will drag a few of you down with us. Zhu Yi gave a tragic smile, the aura on her body surged, blocking the aura of the one-eyed monster, allowing the Yi family army to move freely. At the same time, her body turned into a dragon and charged at the one-eyed monster. Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch were clear that there might be a small portion of the Yi family army that could break out of the chaos. However, none of them would be able to escape. Their eyes were filled with the intent to die. They raised their heads and roared, charging out. The one-eyed monster king grabbed the blood-refined spear in one hand and the god crystal in the other. He laughed out loud, "Ha, the supreme spiritual treasure is right in front of me. You humans can't even take a single blow. Children, tear apart all the humans for this king, Gigi." All the one-eyed monsters gave out a sharp roar. They were really excited, turning into ferocious beasts that surged towards the God World warriors. Wang, at this time, a huge pressure suddenly descended, enveloping the surroundings. All the Celestial World Legion and the one-eyed monster were all enveloped in it. What was really weird was that under this suppressive force, all the God World warriors and the one-eyed monsters couldn't move at all. Even the 5 Supreme King-level one-eyed monsters couldn't move at all. You can't rip them apart. My people are not something that you one-eyed monsters can kill. Oh right. The blood-refined spear in your hand is mine too. An indifferent voice could be heard. From the white fog in the distance, 3 figures could be seen walking over slowly. The person at the front was wearing a green robe. He didn't give off any god power or aura at all. He had a warm smile on his face. Beside him was a teen in a white shirt. His face was cold and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. No one dared to look at him directly. On the other side was a skinny old man. His face was like the bark of a tree. He was smiling brightly, like an old tree that was in spring. Emperor. It's Emperor. All the martial artists of the Divine World Legion trembled in fear at this moment. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's faces were as red as blood. Their eyes were like peach blossoms. Their bodies couldn't stop shaking like they were about to explode. Chapter 1362. The king of the one-eyed monsters struggled to withstand the enormous pressure, staring at the 3 people in the distance in disbelief. Finally, he locked on to the white-robed young man. Because the overwhelming pressure that made him unable to summon any will to fight came from this young man. The young man was very ordinary. His spirited eyes were filled with arrogance. Although he was extremely handsome by human standards, no matter how one looked at him, he was just an ordinary human. Why did he have such a powerful pressure that made everyone unable to summon any will to fight? Could he be a divine Emperor Supreme? He must be. If he wasn't a legendary divine Emperor Supreme, he couldn't be so powerful. But his aura was different from Pan Xing's. Could it be that there were many divine emperors? That couldn't be right. The divine Emperor Supreme had no reason to do so, because he sensed a killing intent from this young man. Also, why was this young man standing half a step behind the green-robed man? And it was the green-robed man who had spoken just now. Could it be that this green-robed man was even more terrifying than that young man? How could it be? You can't tear them apart. Do you think one-eyed monsters like you can kill my people? Oh right, the blood-refined spear in your hand belongs to me too. The king of the one-eyed monsters was even more confused when he recalled the green-robed man's word. What he meant was that the humans before him were his people. In other words, the three of them were humans, not divine emperors. But could a martial artist reach such a level of strength? He had never seen one, not even in the records left by his ancestors. The king of the one-eyed monsters was completely confused. But, in the next second, he was completely free. Xiao He. Kill all the experts above the 9th level. Yi Qinghan spoke calmly. The faint smile on his face was as warm as the spring breeze, but in the ears of the high-level one-eyed monsters, it was like the voice of the Grim Reaper. Piece of cake. Xiao He reached out a hand, smoothed the black hair on his forehead, and shook his head in a flashy manner. His legs kicked the ground lightly, and his body shot forward. In mid-air, his body began to transform into a huge blue dragon. Its body was hundreds of thousands of meters long, and its pair of icy green eyes made all the one-eyed monsters feel a chill in their hearts. All the low-level one-eyed beasts were suppressed by the terrifying aura of the blue dragon. They prostrated on the ground, unable to even stand on their 4 limbs. Gigi. Let's fight. The king of the one-eyed monsters let out a strange cry, and a dark golden light shone from its body. It resisted the pressure and flew toward the blue dragon in the sky. The other 4 monsters and hundreds of rank 9 monsters also let out a strange cry. They did not hesitate to burn their body's origin, preparing for the final attack. You overestimate yourself. You can't even withstand a single blow. The blue dragon in midair opened its massive mouth and spat out a few words. Its hundreds of thousands of meters long body danced in the air, wrapping around everyone. It ignored everyone's attacks and began to forcefully corrode and devour them. All the one-eyed monsters discovered an extremely terrifying scene. They had teeth and fangs that were comparable to transcendent-grade divine weapons, but they could not use them at all. When their claws and fangs attacked the blue dragon, they felt like they were attacking a quagmire. They were sticky and had a slight rebound force, but they did not harm the blue dragon at all. Their powerful defense was comparable to the power of origin and the power of primordial chaos. However, under the cover of the condensed green liquid from the blue dragon's body, they were continuously corroded and devoured. Moreover, they could not move their bodies at all. The hundreds of rank 9 one-eyed monsters and the 5 dark golden monster kings felt like children who had fallen into a quagmire. No matter how they struggled, how they resisted, it was useless. On the contrary, the more they resisted, the faster their bodies were corroded. Gradually, hundreds of low-level one-horned beasts stopped struggling and began to become part of the blue dragon's nutrients, disappearing from heaven and earth. It's over, it's all over, we're finished, and the one-eyed sacred world plane is also finished. I should have gone to the bloody Gobi Desert. I shouldn't have come back. The one-eyed monster king's consciousness became weaker and weaker. In the end, he looked at the sky with great nostalgia, leaving behind a deep sigh and helplessness. Ayo! After the blue dragon finished devouring, it raised its head and roared at the sky, turning into a white silhouette and flying back slowly. It was still standing behind Yi Qinghan, its head slightly lowered, its face turned to the side, and it stroked its hair. It looked indifferent and unconcerned, as if it was as easy as crushing a few ants to death. The pressure came quickly, and it disappeared quickly as well. The moment Xiao He flew back and stroked his hair, Long Die's pressure disappeared without a trace. However, all the one-eyed beasts still didn't dare to move. They all prostrated on the ground and looked at Xiao He in horror, as if they were looking at the most terrifying demon king in hell. All the warriors of the Celestial Realm army also didn't make a sound. They all looked at Yi Qinghan, at the beast god, and at Xiao He, who had a calm expression and kept stroking his hair, as if he was afraid that others didn't know he was an expert. Good afternoon, Jet of the Teardrop God's Grace. Here. Why are you all looking at us like idiots? Why, don't you welcome us back? Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and glanced at the crowd. Finally, his eyes fixed on Zhu Yi and the Ice Queen beside her. He stretched out his hands like a kind priest. Jet of the Teardrop God's Grace. Everyone blinked in confusion, not understanding the meaning of this strange language that Yi Qinghan brought from his previous life. However, that wasn't important anymore. What was important was that the Emperor was back. Sir Xiao He and the Beast God had returned and saved them from despair once more. Welcome, Emperor. Welcome, Sir Xiao He. Welcome, Sir Beast God. All the Yi family army didn't bother about the one-eyed beasts in the distance. All of them knelt down on one knee, holding their chests and lowering their heads as they shouted. An earth-shattering voice broke through the sky and reverberated in all directions. Zhu Yi didn't kneel down, an intoxicated smile appeared on her face. Tears flowed from her eyes and her body was still trembling. Her hair was messed up from the battle just now and her clothes were also a little messy. However, she didn't care about anything. She stepped forward and lifted her skirt. Like a moth flying into a flame, she pounced at Yi Qinghan. Woo! Welcome, Emperor. The Ice Queen and Zhu Yi stood together and looked over. She thought that Yi Qinghan was looking at her and was about to hug her. At that moment, her body convulsed violently. She subconsciously ran forward a few steps, only to discover that Zhu Yi had transformed into a gust of wind and had already pounced forward into Yi Qinghan's embrace. Only then did she suddenly understand. She knelt down on one knee and whispered. She lowered her head deeply, and her face was as red as a boiled crab. Beast God. This Lord Little Black, how was my action just now? Was it handsome? Did I have the aura of an expert? Did I have the elegance of boss? Was the way I stroked my hair cool enough? When Xiao He saw that everyone's attention was focused on Yi Qinghan, he quietly leaned towards the beast deity. His expression did not change, but his quick-witted eyes turned as he asked in a low voice. Handsome, much more handsome than I was back then. Lord Xiao He, when you return to the God Realm, you will definitely charm a bunch of girls. The beast god smiled and gave a thumbs up to Xiao He. Then, he hugged Zhu Yi tightly and said softly to Yi Qinghan, Little Han, what should we do with these low-level one-eyed monsters? Yi Qinghan lightly patted Zhu Yi's smooth shoulder and said with a faint smile, Xiao He, do you want to devour it? If you don't want to devour them, then let everyone in the Yi family army choose a monster to be their war beast. Let them offer up their soul fire. These one-eyed rats are extremely fast and have strong defense. Chapter 1363. When Yi Qinghan's message was sent out, all the Yi family soldiers were overjoyed. These one-eyed beasts had incredible speed and defense. Although their attacks were simple, relying only on their teeth and claws were hard and sharp. How cool would it be to capture a beast that was as strong as them, or even stronger, as a mount to bring back to the divine realm? Many one-eyed beasts that could understand human language also sent the message. Countless one-eyed beasts were secretly delighted. Who would want to die if they could? Almost all the experts in the one-eyed sacred world were annihilated. This time, the one-eyed sacred world was definitely a defeated dimension. If they returned, they would be killed by experts from other dimensions. Although they were now someone else's mount, there was still hope as long as they were alive, right? Of course, there were still some one-eyed beasts that did not want to become someone else's mount. They screamed and charged toward the Yi family soldiers. However, after Xiao He smoothed his hair and snorted coldly, they were immediately pressed to the ground, unable to move. Then, they were cut into pieces by the swarming Yi family soldiers. Among the remaining 2 million one-eyed beasts, nearly 2 million offered their soul fires under the instruction of the Yi family soldiers. Every soldier in the Yi family soldiers had at least 2 one-eyed beasts as their soul slaves. Of course, Monarch Windmoon and the other rank 9 experts would not be so bored as to get 1 or 2 mounts. After capturing the one-eyed beasts, Yi Qinghan ordered all the Yi family soldiers to stand guard in the dense forest. The other 3 rank 9 experts from the Water God clan led the troops. Then, he brought Xiao He and Monarch Windmoon and Beast God into the War Emperor Palace. Emperor, Lord Xiao He, Beast God, I am so happy that you can come back safely. Emperor, all the experts from the Beastmen dimension were killed. Was it Lord Xiao He who did it? Lord Xiao He, you have evolved, and your attack power is so terrifying. That's great. With the great Emperor and Lord Xiao He around, the God Realm will definitely regain its former glory. As soon as she entered the War Emperor Palace, Zhu Yi was like a happy little bird, chattering non-stop. In her opinion, what Yi Qinghan had experienced was almost certain death. If he didn't make a move, he would definitely be killed by the beast men. If he made a move, he would be killed by Panxing. Now that she was able to return safely and Xiao Hei's strength had increased to an unbelievable level, she thought that Xiao Hei must have evolved in time and killed the enemy in one fell swoop. Xiao Hei shook his head and gave an answer that surprised Zhu Yi. Wrong. Almost all the experts in the Beastmen plane were killed by him alone. I only killed a 9th grade supreme martial artist. The beast god was also saved by boss. Ah, then, that person didn't notice. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. I don't know, but a few days have passed. He didn't do anything, so he should be fine. Yi Qinghan shook his head. He didn't know what was going on either. Did the purple dress girl lie to him? Or when he attacked, Pan Xing wasn't paying attention to this side. No matter what, when Yi Qinghan woke up, it was already 2 days later. Xiao Hei had brought him tens of thousands of miles away, and the beast god had woken up too. Xiao Hei's senses were accurate, and they really found the god realm. At the most crucial moment, the three of them rushed over. Since Pan Xing didn't attack after so long, that meant that he probably wouldn't attack. After all, the God Emperor was a supreme martial artist, and it was also in the plane of existence battlefield. It would be extremely easy for him to kill them. Ice Queen, Wind Moon Monarch, and even the Beast God heard the conversation between Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan and found it weird. But seeing that they didn't intend to say more, they didn't dare to ask. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes turned, and she didn't ask anymore. She turned to look at Xiao Hei, who was sitting at the side and stroking his hair. She said with respect, Lord Xiao Hei, why is your strength so terrifying? The great emperor's strength is already extremely sick, but you are even more sick than him. Are you still considered a martial artist? Have you reached the God Emperor Supreme martial artist level? Also, has your body completely turned into a physical form? Xiao Hei didn't turn his head. Half of his face was facing them, and a hint of loneliness appeared on his face. He shook his head slightly and sighed, I don't know what realm I am in now, but I can kill as many as a grade 9 supreme martial artist comes. Maybe. I, Lord Xiao Hei, have already reached the peak of a martial artist. Her eyes, why do I feel a hint of sadness and loneliness in my heart? My strength is too high, and I don't have a single opponent. It's a helpless thing. Get lost. Yi Qinghan looked at the flashy Xiao Hei and laughed out loud. He looked at him lovingly and smiled. Xiao Hei's body has already turned into a physical form, but he can't be considered a human yet. As for his strength, it's beyond grade 9 supreme martial artist. Of course, if he goes against a God Emperor supreme martial artist, he will definitely be killed in an instant. Why is the great emperor so sure? Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch looked at each other and asked curiously. Xiao Hei's aura alone could make a grade 9 supreme martial artist unable to resist. His strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Why could he still kill a God Emperor supreme martial artist in an instant? Aura. Yi Qinghan said with certainty, you can't feel it, but I can easily feel that Xiao Hei's aura is very different from a God Emperor supreme martial artist's aura. A God Emperor supreme martial artist's aura can make me lose my will to fight, but I don't feel the same way about Xiao Hei's aura. Xiao Hei pouted and said disapprovingly, Boss, why do I need to be so strong? I am invincible now. There's no point in becoming stronger. I, Lord Xiao Hei, can finally transform. I wonder how excited Shui and Yaro will be when they see me. Yi Qinghan peeked at Xiao Hei and smiled evilly. Xiao Hei, your body has turned into a physical form. Can that thing be used? Of course it can be used. Little Black's eyes widened and he secretly glanced at the crowd. He transmitted his voice, Boss, at this moment, my thing can grow bigger and bigger as I wish. It can even bend. Hee. When I return to the divine realm, I must pick up girls, a bunch of peerless beauties. No, when we return to the divine realm, Boss, you must bestow me with the title of Great Emperor. This title is so cool. Combined with my handsome and elegant appearance, it will be easy to pick up girls. A title is no problem. I can even let you sit on my seat. Yi Qinghan smiled and transmitted his voice, but if you want to pick up girls, you'll have to get past Shueya first. If she agrees, I will do my best to help you. You can even have a harem of 3,000 beauties. This. Xiao He withered at the mention of Li Shui'er's name. His quick-witted eyes moved quickly, obviously trying to think of a way to convince Li Shui'er. All right. Yi Qinghan smiled and stood up. He looked at everyone and said, don't think too much. There's one more day until the 1-month period is up. Tomorrow, we will announce our withdrawal from the war. We will teleport to the peak of Mount Pan and then teleport back to the divine realm. Everyone, take a rest first. We will talk about everything after we return to the divine realm. Everyone smiled brightly, filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Especially Zhu Yi, who was as happy as a little girl who had just fallen in love. Her face was flushed, and her peach blossom eyes glanced at Yi Qinghan from time to time. She blinked and hinted at him. However, Yi Qinghan pretended not to see it. In the end, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, straighten her clothes, and solemnly say to Yi Qinghan, Your Majesty, Zhu Yi has some matters that I would like to discuss with you alone. Is that so? All right. Yi Qinghan turned his head with some astonishment. After muttering to himself for a moment, he reluctantly nodded. Then, he immediately brought Zhu Yi to another room. P2E. Xiao He spat out a mouthful of saliva, not hiding his disdain towards this cheating couple. Wind Moon Sovereign and Beast God turned their heads in embarrassment. Ice Queen's face was flushed red, her eyes were filled with shyness and envy. She couldn't control herself. Chapter 1364. This is the peak of Mount Pan? Why is there nothing here? This place feels mystical. Mount Pan doesn't look that big. Why can't we see the end of this peak? Everyone, stay alert. There are experts from other planes coming over. After Yi Qinghan announced his withdrawal, a white light engulfed everyone from the deity plane. The white light flashed, and everyone appeared in a plaza. The plaza was vast and boundless. Even Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's divine senses could only scan 10,000 miles. There was nothing around the plaza. No people, no buildings. There were only the same black stones of the planar battlefield. Buzz. Armies from other planes could be heard from afar. However, they were all weak planes. They either had enough points and didn't want to win, or they surrendered to avoid being massacred. All of you, shut up. Stand where you are and don't move. Anyone who dares to make a sound will be killed without mercy. Yi Qinghan was about to restrain his subordinates from speaking carelessly. An ethereal voice resounded in the plaza. The voice seemed to come from the 9 heavens, yet it seemed to be right next to one's ears. The voice was emotionless, but it carried a trace of boundless killing intent. It was a killing intent that could make one's soul palpitate. Pan Xing. Yi Qinghan's pupils shrank. However, he didn't stupidly use his divine senses to scan. He immediately transmitted a message to Xiao He not to scan. Otherwise, not to mention angering Pan Xing, it would be over if Pan Xing became suspicious. However, Yi Qinghan could feel that Pan Xing was definitely standing on the peak of Mount Pan. Perhaps he was standing right in front of everyone. There must be a powerful illusion restriction on the peak of Mount Pan that prevented everyone from seeing him. Yi Qinghan's guess was right. Pan Xing was indeed standing in front of everyone. Moreover, there were 3 small wooden houses on the other side of the crowd. However, no one could see or detect him. It was extremely strange. Pan Xing's body wasn't tall. He was dressed in black and had black hair. His gaze was like a knife. His face was expressionless, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of natural arrogance, as if he was looking down on all living things. From time to time, legions would be teleported up. Many legions had died and only had a few thousand people left. Of course, there were also legions that did not suffer many casualties. All the planes that were teleported here, although they detected that there were creatures from other planes around them, they didn't dare to move recklessly. Moving recklessly here would be courting death. Buzz. Another plane was teleported over. There were not many people in this plane. It was the Mantis plane army, and there were less than 100,000 of them. Countless Mantis men were covered in blood. Their eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that they had been fighting a bloody battle just now. It was only because the rank 9 powerhouse in the team had surrendered that they were teleported here. Ao, When they first arrived, many of the mantismen's eyes were still bloodshot. They were not fully conscious. When they saw the creatures from the alternate plane, they immediately brandished their scythe-like arms and attacked the cultivators nearby. "Stand where you are and don't move. Whoever dares to move or make a sound will be killed without mercy." Pan Xing's voice came again. His voice seemed to have an invisible magic that made all the red in the mantismen's eyes recede immediately. However, there were hundreds of mantismen. It was unknown if they were possessed by the killing. Although the red in their eyes had receded and they had clearly regained their consciousness, they still rushed toward the powerhouses from the other planes. Buzz! A huge pressure descended quietly, enveloping the peak of Mount Pan. Everyone on the peak suddenly felt an irresistible force pressing down on their bodies. Forget about moving, they could not even breathe. Swoosh! Under the horrified gazes of the tens of millions of martial artists on the peak of Mount Pan, there was a flash of brilliance in the sky. A streak of purple thunder tens of thousands of meters long came from the ninth heaven, enveloping all the martial artists in the mantismen army in an instant. Boom! A blinding white light shone. A deafening noise pierced the eardrums. Then, these 100,000 mantismen, all evaporated. Not even a hair was left. Hiss! The tens of millions of people in the field were deathly silent, apart from the sound of cold air being sucked in. Countless low-level martial artists were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly and they collapsed to the ground, trembling. Many powerhouses had seen and been blasted by the divine thunder. However, it was basically a heavenly phenomenon that bestowed power. This was the first time everyone had seen the immortal realm annihilate a martial artist. That kind of earth-shattering aura, that irresistible aura, deeply shocked everyone. "Boss, you are right. He can indeed kill me in a second. I feel that this divine thunder is irresistible. If it hits me, I will also turn into slag." Xiao He shrank back and looked around in horror. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's face was cold. Although he was shocked, his body instinctively emitted a sense of arrogance, as if he wanted to fight Pan Xing. "When my cold world is completed, this young master will not hesitate to fight with you." This belief automatically appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Then, he was shocked. He quickly restrained his aura and lowered his head. At this moment, his strength was far inferior to Pan Xing's. If Pan Xing saw through him, he would be damned. Half a day later, no more planes teleported up. The number of martial artists in the square had reached more than 100 million. Yi Qinghan also saw martial artists from the Demon Plane and the Golden Dragon Plane. However, there were not many of them. Their faces were bitter and dejected. Obviously, they had been forced to surrender. If you have enough points, move forward 10,000 meters from the planes that want to withdraw from the battle. Legion Commander, throw your points badge into the stone pit in front of you and choose the plane you want to attack from the stone tablet. After a long time, Pan Xing's voice came again. All the planes that had withdrawn from the battle immediately moved forward 10,000 meters. Squeak! On the ground in front of each legion, a huge stone tablet automatically appeared. Next to it was a stone pillar. The stone pillar was hollow, and there was a big black hole in it. Yi Qinghan walked forward. With a wave of his hand, he threw all the badges he had collected from his spatial ring into the stone pit. Then, he turned to look at the stone tablet. There was a map carved on the stone tablet. There were many bright dots on the map, and the names of the planes were marked on it. On the east side of the map, Yi Qinghan saw the Divine World Plane. He also saw the Demon Plane and the Golden Dragon Plane beside it. After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and pointed at the Demon Plane. The stone tablet immediately descended to the ground. The stone pillar beside it also disappeared. Finally, the ground became flat again. All the planes that won have the right to attack and choose the defeated planes. The validity period will be after the next planar war. This is the map of your plane and the map of the planar battlefield you want to attack. During the validity period, you can use the teleportation formation in the planar battlefield to teleport to the plane you want to attack. Alright, all of you can go back. Just as Pan Xing finished speaking, 2 rays of white light shot down from the sky. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Indeed, it was 2 maps. Before they could attack, a ray of white light enveloped all the Divine World Army. The Divine World Army disappeared from the peak of Mount Pan. Lava Valley. Yi Qinghan looked around and found that they had arrived at the teleportation formation valley of the Divine World planar battlefield. He let out a long breath and waved his hand. He laughed and said, "Let's go. Everyone take turns to enter the teleportation formation. We are going home." Chapter 1365. The Nephers Abyss was still filled with boiling lava, black fog, and all kinds of restrictions were shining with strange lights. All the restrictions in the Nephers Abyss had been broken. Yaroji led a group of restriction geniuses to guard the Nephers Abyss day and night. At the same time, there was a simple and unadorned palace floating in the Nephers Abyss. Yi Feihu led all the 9th grade experts in the Divine Realm to guard the Nephers Abyss. Although everyone was very confident in Yi Qinghan's strength, all the experts in the Divine Realm were gathered here to guard the Nephers Abyss as a precaution and Yi Qinghan's instructions before he left. If they were defeated and the experts from other planes attacked immediately, the experts from the Divine Realm could still hold on for a while by controlling the restrictions in the Nephers Abyss. The Beast God Palace was huge, even bigger than the War Imperial Palace. The Auxiliary Supreme Spiritual Treasure was no joke. Yi Feihu led the Beast God, the Water God, the Fire God, the 9th grade experts, and Jida to a main hall. All of them sat cross-legged, cultivating, drinking tea, and chatting. Only 90 years had passed, and the final battle of the planar wars had just begun. Most importantly, if there were experts from other planes attacking, they would have to come through the teleportation formation. No one was nervous. "Mother, when will father and uncle return?" In another side hall, Yi Qinghan's women were sitting. Li Shui, Monster Devourer, and Yarrow Yarrow were all sitting there. 90 years had passed, and the final battle had begun. They were no longer in the mood to cultivate. They all sat together, looking very calm and chatting. But when Yarrow Yarrow asked, everyone's gaze turned to her subconsciously. Soon, a trace of worry flashed in the depths of Li Shui's eyes. She revealed a slightly forced smile on her face and gently stroked Yoroiro's beautiful hair. Then, she turned her head to look at Fireworks, who was beside her, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. That's right. Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei were very strong. If the 2 of them joined forces, they could easily kill 1 or 2 9th grade supreme martial artists. Moreover, the Immortal Realm did not seek to be the champion this time, only to win. Presumably, with Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's abilities, it should not be too difficult. But, as Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's women, they all saw something wrong in Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's arrangements. The most important thing was the Nephers Abyss, which was why Yi Qinghan had spent so much time and effort to set it up. It gave them the feeling that he was making arrangements for his funeral. With Yaroji's powerful restriction mastery, their chances of winning would definitely increase if they brought her to the planar battlefield. However, Yi Qinghan insisted on keeping her in the Nephers Abyss. "Sister Temptress, I will definitely come back, right?" Yi Qingyu asked Yaroji in a low voice. Even someone as pure as her could feel that there was something wrong with Yi Qinghan's mood before he left. There was always a hint of guilt and reluctance in his eyes as he looked at everyone. It seemed as if he was bidding farewell. He will definitely come back. You have to believe in Little Han. He is a man who can create miracles. He has gone through mountains of blades and seas of fire, and this planar battlefield is definitely not the end of his campaign. Yaroji's gaze was deep and distant. She looked at the Nephers Abyss through the transparent walls of the Beast God Palace, but there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Before Yi Qinghan left, he swept a glance at her. There was actually a hint of entrusting in his eyes, and she could feel it the most. Although she did not understand why Yi Qinghan was so unconfident about this planar war and felt that he would definitely die, she still respected his opinion. She kept an eye on the Nephers Abyss day and night, and if anything went wrong, she would immediately activate the restrictions to repel the enemy. If the Immortal Realm perished, she would follow Yi Qinghan's arrangements and take all the members of the Yi family on the Soul Emperor Pavilion and fly far away. Xiao Hei, you have to come back. Shueya doesn't want you to evolve or transform. I only want you to stay with me forever. You have to come back. Li Shuai's limpid eyes occasionally looked in the direction of the teleportation formation in the distance. Her heart was filled with frustration and urgency. Originally, she had fully supported Xiao Hei's decision to go to the planar battlefield. This was because if Xiao Hei wanted to evolve, he would need a large amount of energy. That much energy could only be obtained by going to the planar war. Otherwise, it would not be enough even if he devoured everyone in the immortal realm. However, at this moment, Li Shuai would rather Xiao Hei not evolve. It was fine as long as he could stay with her forever. The enchantress suddenly raised her eyebrows. Her limpid eyes shot out 2 rays of light as she looked in the direction of the teleportation formation. She immediately stood up with a solemn look on her face. Everyone was alarmed by the enchantress's serious expression and tensed up. In another hall, all the 9th grade experts opened their eyes abruptly and locked their gazes in the direction of the teleportation formation. Buzz! At the top of the passageway to the Nephers abyss, a huge teleportation formation suddenly trembled and began to emit colorful rays of light. Swish! Everyone, stay alert and prepare for battle. Countless figures instantly flew out of the Beast God Palace. The enchantress waved her hands and shot out rays of divine power. In an instant, all the restrictions in the Nephers abyss lit up and an incomparably terrifying aura enveloped the entire Nephers abyss. 100 restriction geniuses immediately stood in the designated positions according to the enchantress's arrangement and controlled a portion of the restrictions. All the 9th grade experts lined up in a row. Divine power revolved around them and the power of space circulated. Their faces were solemn, but there was a hint of hope in the depths of their eyes. Buzz! The brilliance continued to shine. The planar battlefield was very far from the immortal realm. Every teleportation required some time. Finally, the brilliance stopped shining. Countless figures appeared in the huge teleportation formation. There were at least 10,000 of them. It's our people. It's the Beast God. It's the Yi family army. Our people are back. Hey! Why are they all riding on a monster? When Yi Feihu and the others saw the faces of the 10,000 people clearly, all of them were ecstatic. Some of them even trembled with excitement. Although the Beast God was leading the troops, the enchantress did not dare to remove the restriction. Instead, she immediately asked Yi Feihu to send a voice transmission. Feihu, remove the restriction. We've won. These are the mounts that the emperor ordered the Yi family army to capture. The Beast God sent a voice transmission with a smile. He led the 10,000 people and stood at the side. They did not dare to move recklessly while the restriction was still in place. The teleportation formation next to them lit up again. The next teleportation was about to begin. When the teleportation formation teleported Zhu Yi and the 10,000 people back, the enchantress's bewitching face finally revealed a smile that could move the hearts of all the men in the world. She waved her hands, and divine power shot out as she began to remove the restriction. Once the restriction was removed, everyone immediately flew towards the teleportation formation. Yi Feihu and the others surrounded the Beast God and questioned him. Yaroji and the other girls surrounded Zhu Yi, all of them nervously and excitedly chattering non-stop. The Emperor is holding the line at the back. This time, our immortal realm achieved a complete victory. If it wasn't for the Emperor not wanting to take first place, he would have taken first place. What? Hee. Don't worry, little sister Qingyu. The Emperor is fine. He is not injured at all. Don't worry. Just wait. When the army is done teleporting, the Emperor will be teleported back. Zhu Yi looked at the group of chattering women and smiled happily as she explained to them. Zhu Yi could understand how they felt. Wasn't she the same back then? Queen Zhu Yi, Xiao Hei. How is he? Li Shuai saw that Zhu Yi was chatting happily with the crowd but did not mention Xiao Hei's situation. She immediately became anxious and asked nervously while biting her pale lips. Lord Xiao Hei? Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes turned, and she smiled mysteriously. She shook her head and said, You will know about Lord Xiao Hei later. Chapter 1366. Your Majesty, what's wrong with my father? Is my father okay? Zhu Yi's act of keeping them in suspense had frightened Li Shuai and the demon devourer demon. Both of their faces instantly turned snow-white. Yu Qingcheng and the others' faces also turned ugly. Yao Yao grabbed Zhu Yi's arm with her lotus-like hands and asked urgently, "Lord Xiaohei is fine. Don't worry, Miss Yao Yao." As for the specific situation, Lord Xiaohei said to wait for him to be transmitted. Zhu Yi explained helplessly. Xiaohei wanted to give Li Shuai and the demon eater a surprise. Wasn't this making things difficult for her? As long as he's fine, as long as he's fine. Li Shuai heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the demon eater. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Xiaohei liked to play around. If he was fine and was the same as before, he wouldn't be so mysterious. Then he must be different from before. Since he was fine, there was only one explanation. He had evolved and probably transformed. Yu Qingcheng and the others were also smart women. They figured out the key of the matter and looked at Zhu Yi with a smile. Zhu Yi could only nod with a wry smile and said, "It's a good thing. I promised Lord Xiaohei. Let's wait for a while." "Wow!" the demon eater immediately shouted with joy. His eyes were as lively as Xiaohei's and were full of joy. He stared at the transmission array without blinking. The transmission array lit up again and again, sending over groups of smiling Yi family soldiers. After each transmission, Yi Feihu and the others were shocked. When the 90th transmission array lit up, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The Emperor. Was he going to participate in the Plains War? Why did he bring 1 million warriors out, but now 900,000 people were transmitted back unscathed? And he brought back nearly 2 million alien plane monster soul slaves. Were they going to war? Were they sure they weren't going sightseeing? Finally, the 93rd transmission array didn't have 10,000 people. There were only a few hundred people. Except for the 3 level 9 experts of the Water God clan who had lost their fathers, the rest were all smiling. The green-robed man in the center was surrounded by the crowd like stars surrounding the moon. His body was frail, but his face was filled with a gentle smile. His gaze swept across Yu Qingcheng and the others, and his eyes were filled with deep affection and love. Xiaohei, father, Li Shuai, Lord Devourer, and Yaoiro's gazes were fixed on a handsome man beside Yi Qinghan. His body was turned sideways, his head was slightly lowered, and one of his hands was stroking his hair. The man was dressed in white, elegant and otherworldly. His nose, eyes, mouth, limbs, and body were all exactly the same as a real person. The craftiness in those quick-witted eyes made Li Shuai feel as if she had seen Blackie's first human transformation. Father has finally transformed. There was a sweet smile on Yaoiro's absolutely beautiful face that could be compared to fireworks. Ever since she was born, she especially envied her father's embrace. Even though she had grown up now, she had always longed for her father's embrace. Even though she was a proud daughter of the heavens and was doted on by countless people, and she was also extremely talented, she had always felt inferior. But in fact, she had always felt inferior, because the little black man was neither a human nor a ghost, which made her feel inferior. At this moment, she finally did not feel inferior anymore. She could also have her father's warm embrace. "Welcome, great emperor. Welcome, Lord Xiaohei." Yi Feihu and the others all knelt on one knee. They already knew about the dimensional battlefield from the beast god's words. At this moment, all of them were sincerely bowing to Yi Qinghan and to Xiaohei, thanking them for their contributions to the god realm, the hardships, and the blood and sweat they had put in. "Rise." Yi Qinghan smiled and waved his hand. Then, his expression turned solemn, and he said solemnly, "In this dimensional war, Xiaohei evolved once again, and his strength isn't below mine. He contributed greatly in this war. If it wasn't for Xiaohei, the God Realm's army would have been completely annihilated. As the Great Emperor of the God Realm, I bestow the title of Great Emperor upon Xiaohei. Everyone, please respect him as you respect me. Greetings, Great Emperor Xiaohei." No one in the Yi family army doubted Yi Qinghan's words, and no one hesitated. More than 900,000 Yi family army soldiers immediately knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. "Greetings, Great Emperor Xiaohei." Yi Feihu and the others had no objections, and they all knelt down. Xiao He devoured the demon sovereign and saved the god realm. At that time, he had the qualifications and strength to be conferred the title of Great Emperor. Now that his strength had improved once again, he was actually comparable to Yi Qinghan. How could anyone dare to object? Cough, cough. Get up, all of you. Benefits are nothing to me. I originally didn't want this title of Great Emperor, but since you all are so kind, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Don't worry, with this Great Emperor here, the dimensional war will definitely be won. The God Realm will never have a single creature from the other planes step into it. This Great Emperor and boss will also lead you to conquer the other planes, and raise the prestige of the God Realm. Xiao He ran his fingers through his hair. His gaze was cold, and his expression was solemn and dignified as he swept his gaze over everyone. He spoke with assurance, and his body released a faint aura that made it difficult for people to breathe. If people didn't know him, they would really think that he was a very strict and serious paragon powerhouse. Great Emperor is mighty, Great Emperor Xiao He is mighty, God Realm is mighty, Pangaea is mighty, God Realm is mighty, Pangaea is mighty, forever. Millions of Yi family soldiers knelt down again and shouted in unison. Countless people's eyes lit up with a glimmer of light. Xiao He and Yi Qinghan's formidable strength made everyone see hope, and they also found relief. The God Realm finally didn't have to fear any other planes, and they could finally obtain their hard-won peace. Xiao He nodded arrogantly, and with a wave of his hands, he spoke as if he was serious. Must be mighty, must be eternal, Fut. The demon devourer was confused. It looked at the mighty and domineering Xiao He, as if it didn't recognize him. Li Shui, on the other hand, giggled. Her body trembled as she laughed, but her eyes were filled with pride and love. Great ancestor, I'll leave the matters here to you. Yi Qinghan also held back his laughter, and said to the beast god calmly. He circulated the power of cold, pulled Xiao He, who was about to continue his speech, and flew forward. His gaze swept across the tearful faces, and he grinned. Let's go, we'll talk when we get home. Yes, let's go home. All the women nodded solemnly, surrounded Yi Qinghan in the center, and flew out. Xiao He, however, still had a stern expression. He flew in front of Li Shui and the demon devourer, nodded majestically, and said calmly, let's go. We'll talk when we get home. Yes, your servant welcomes the Great Emperor back to the residence. Li Shui smiled sweetly and bowed. Then, she obediently followed Little Black, who was full of farts, and flew forward. The demon devourer looked at Xiao He with admiration and a little unfamiliarity. Xiao He finally evolved again, and took human form. Although he had become extremely domineering, she felt different from the originally mischievous and amiable Xiao He, which made her a little uncomfortable. Who knew that just as they flew for 10,000 miles, Li Shui suddenly sped up, and pulled Xiao He's ear. The domineering Xiao He immediately withered, and his expression changed immediately. His face was filled with a flattering smile, and like a slave, he lowered his eyebrows, bent his body, and continuously begged for mercy in a low voice. Aya, it hurts. My great-aunt, gentler, I won't pretend anymore, I was wrong, all right? There are so many people here, give this great emperor some face, and you can do whatever you want when you get back. Chapter 1367. Boss, you have to help me. In the sealed God Valley, Yi Qinghan was sitting in the main hall, drinking tea and chatting with Jida. Xiao He suddenly walked in with a sullen face. He picked up the tea on the table with a helpless expression and took a sip before sighing. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan turned around with a smile. Jida also smiled casually. They were all old acquaintances. Although Xiao He was a titled great emperor now, he was still the same mischievous Xiao He when he treated acquaintances. Boss, Xiao He glanced at Jida and furrowed his brows. He said bashfully, Shuei forbade me to take a concubine. I didn't even ask. I just wanted to get some information, and she beat me up. She punished me to kneel on the floor for an entire night. Look at me, I'm a great emperor. If this matter were to spread, would I still have the face to go out and meet people? Yi Qinghan and Jida looked at each other. Their expressions became serious, and their gazes were deep and distant. The two of them looked up at the ceiling at the same time, as though there were rare treasures and beautiful women there. Xiao He glanced at the two of them and frowned. He curled his lips and said, "Laugh if you want to, ha 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 ha." Yi Qinghan and Jida burst into laughter at the same time. They laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Jida laughed so hard that tears came out. After a long time, he held back his laughter and said, "Xiao He, come, come. Let me teach you a few moves. Bao Shui will be obedient to you." In the divine world, experts have always been admired by women. As long as Miss Shui agrees, I will bring you out to find beauties. You can enjoy beauties of all races. What do you think? Really? Hehe, hehe, this is good, this is good. Xiao He was like a cat that had seen a fish. His eyes lit up and he took a step to sit next to Kid. The two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. They didn't have the temperament of a powerhouse. Kid was a famous playboy in the god world. He used to have 3,000 beauties, but later, he ran away with Lord Devour. Half of his harem was gone, leaving only around 10 women who were loyal to him. Saintly Sky took them to the secret book. While traveling with Lord Yi Qinghan, Devour didn't forget to seduce beautiful women. When he returned to the god domain, he had dozens of wives. Now, he had become the Misty Monarch and Yi Qinghan's sworn brother. Over the years, his harem had expanded to 7,000 to 8,000 people. Yi Qinghan felt angry and funny at the same time. He looked at the two who were whispering to each other and said with a smile, "I still have the same words. As long as Shueya agrees, I don't mind. But if Shueya doesn't agree, you will go out and make Shueya and Yaro Yaro cry to me. Be careful, I will tie you two up and give you to Shueya to torture." Jida laughed mischievously. His face was full of pride as he said, "Hehe, little Han, you underestimate your big brother Jida. I, Jida, have been a playboy for millions of years. When have you ever seen my women dissatisfied? When did my harem make trouble? Which one of them wasn't obedient and willing? If Shueya doesn't agree, I won't take Xiao He out to make trouble. Don't worry." Xiao He's eyes were bright as he gave Kid a thumbs up. "Yeah, big brother Kid, you're awesome. Let's go. It's not good to talk here. We should go to the Flame Dragon Holy City and find a hidden place to talk. Big brother, don't worry. I won't mess around. Let's go, big brother Kid." Yi Qinghan couldn't help but laugh as he watched the two of them walk out with their arms around each other's shoulders. He couldn't say much about this matter. He was a romantic person and had many wives. Xiao He had been with him for so many years and had suffered so much. Now that the immortal realm had finally settled down, whatever Xiao He wanted, Yi Qinghan would do his best to get it for him if he could. After the two of them left, the hall became empty and quiet. Yi Qinghan drank tea as he pondered. It had been almost a year since he returned to the immortal realm. The news of the immortal realm's army's great victory in the dimensional battlefield had spread throughout the immortal realm. In particular, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had bravely charged into Devil Mountain and fought fiercely in the Golden Dragon Plain. In the end, Xiao He had displayed his invincible might and single-handedly annihilated hundreds of rank 9 powerhouses from a powerful dimensional legion. The news had spread throughout the immortal realm through the Yi family army. Immediately, the immortal realm was in an uproar. Martial artists in every city gathered in the public square and began to celebrate. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's names resounded in the immortal realm for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's prestige had also reached an all-time high, surpassing the height of the 10 ancient gods. The immortal realm could finally be at ease. With the two of them around, they could easily win the dimensional war. They no longer had to worry about losing and being attacked by other dimensions. Of course, there were countless families who were originally dissatisfied with Yi Qinghan and Xiao He. They even secretly planned to take revenge, such as the scattered descendants of the Li family. They all withdrew their plans to take revenge on Yi Qinghan, Xiao He, and the Yi family. They could even kill rank 9 supreme martial artists in seconds. So what if they worked hard and cultivated to rank 9 supreme martial artists? After the dimensional war, the order of the immortal realm had reached its best period in history. The Yi family army had also become the most glorious army in the immortal realm. Countless martial artists were proud to join the Yi family army. However, the fiery dragon sacred city's city lord, Lei Zhan, strictly controlled the size of the Yi family army. He set a permanent limit of 1 million people. However, the standard of strength was raised. Without a rank 6 or rank 7, who would dare to apply to join the Yi family army? Everything in the immortal realm was stable. There was no need for Yi Qinghan to worry about anything. There were countless people taking care of things. Lei Zhan was in charge of the fiery dragon sacred city. The various continents were in charge of the various rulers. The Yi family was under the management of Knight Emperor, Yi Tianlong, and Yu Qing. The hearts of the people in the immortal realm were extremely united. Everyone worked hard to improve and cultivate. Everything was developing according to Yi Qinghan's plan. In this dimensional war, Yi Qinghan had countless doubts. For example, the purple-robed lady's voice transmission. For example, why Pan Xing did not kill him. For example, the identity of the hemp-robed old man. For example, why Xiao Hei's strength could evolve to such a terrifying level. For example, was his cold realm a real world? Was it an existence similar to Pangaea? There were also countless things that Yi Qinghan could not figure out. However, Yi Qinghan decided not to think about it. The most important thing was that he was alive. The immortal realm had won. Therefore, after Yi Qinghan returned, he passed down the order to rest and reorganize for 100 years. After 100 years, he would attack the demonic plane. He needed to rest for 100 years to let his mind completely relax. He needed to let his tense nerves relax. He needed to let go of the heavy pressure that was hovering over his mind. Yi Qinghan did not care about the cold realm anymore. He only occasionally swept his divine sense. He did not think about the dimensional war anymore. He just wanted to have a good rest. Holding a cup of tea, he sat in the main hall for the whole afternoon. His women were busy with their own things. No one came to disturb him. Yi Qinghan felt like he had stolen half a day of leisure from his life. After 100 years, I will bring people to sweep the entire demonic plane. The demonic aura of the demonic creatures is too terrifying. Staying near the immortal realm will be a disaster sooner or later. Moreover, it seems that Xiao Hei has not reached the end of his evolution. He needs a huge amount of energy. Yi Qinghan stood up and made up his mind. Since Pan Xing did not kill him and Xiao Hei in the dimensional war, it should not alarm him even if Xiao Hei went to destroy the demonic plane. In the past, the immortal realm was too powerful. It triggered Pan Xing's killing intent. If he did not expand, it would not be too much to rule 1 or 2 planes at most, right? The most important reason why he made up his mind to destroy the demonic plane was that he had a faint feeling that he would have to fight against Pan Xing sooner or later. Therefore, he needed stronger strength. If Xiao Hei could evolve again, his strength would also improve. Perhaps he would really have the strength to fight against Pan Xing. Through the main hall, Yi Qinghan looked at the sky of the sealed God Valley. He seemed to see the high and mighty Pan Mountain. He murmured, "Pan Xing, I do not want to be your enemy. I just want to live a leisurely and contented life. I hope you do not force me. Otherwise, you will regret it sooner or later." Chapter 1368. Time flew by. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's days were extremely relaxed. He didn't think about anything and spent his days touring with his wives. From time to time, he would teleport to the material planes of the immortal world to enjoy the scenery of the foreign lands. After returning to the divine realm, he would occasionally go to the holy city to give pointers to the younger generation. He would often gather with Jida and the others to drink, chat, and play chess. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was sitting alone on the rooftop of the Fire Dragon City Lord residence. He was leisurely drinking tea, squinting his eyes and basking in the sun. He was extremely satisfied. Having just returned from a plane with particularly beautiful scenery, the women were all contented and went back to busy themselves with their own matters. Yi Qinghan also had half a day of leisure in his life. He quietly began to think about some problems. 10 years. After living a leisurely life for 10 years, Yi Qinghan's heart was satisfied. It was time to plan for the future. Pan Xing's bone-piercing murderous aura appeared in his mind again. Although Pan Xing did not attack him in the last plane war, he felt that Pan Xing would find out sooner or later. However, he felt that sooner or later, he would be discovered by Pan Xing and they would face each other. Therefore, after resting for 10 years, Yi Qinghan decided to continue cultivating and think of all ways to increase his strength. Sitting under the grape trellis, he squinted his eyes and thought for a long time. Yi Qinghan decided to take 3 steps. First, let Xiao He continue to devour experts. After 100 years, he would immediately go to the demonic plane and devour all the creatures there, completely exterminating the demon race. This way, not only could he increase Xiao He's strength, but he could also completely eliminate this hidden danger in the divine realm. Xiao He's current strength was already very heaven-defying. Even if he were to face him, it would be hard to predict the outcome. If he could evolve again, with his help, even if he were to face Pan Xing, the outcome would be uncertain. Second, continue to comprehend the nomological laws. His realm of nomological laws was currently lower 9th grade. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Although the nomological laws might not increase his strength by much, what if the quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change? Thirdly, and this was the most important point, he had to think of all possible ways to make the cold realm evolve. Every time the cold realm evolved, his strength would soar. If he could completely transform it, Yi Qinghan believed that he might be able to fight against Pan Xing. There are still 90 years left until the demonic plane. With his and Xiao He's strength, they should be able to conquer it easily. The evolution of the cold realm was something that had to be slowly explored and could not be rushed. I'd better try to comprehend laws of nature first. Yi Qinghan had no idea how to cultivate above rank 9, and he had never asked anyone about it. Now that he thought about cultivating, he couldn't figure out how to do it. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qinghan spread out his divine sense. Originally, he wanted to look for the beast god who had the highest mastery of the laws and ask him about it. However, he discovered that the beast god was not in the god realm. He had probably gone to the beast god plane. He scanned the star sea with his divine sense and found that Zhuyi was not on the supreme island either. His divine sense locked onto the powerhouses of the fire god plane. After asking around, he discovered that Zhuyi had gone to the fire god's secret realm. It was said that the centennial ancestral worship ceremony of the 10 ancient clans was about to begin, and Zhuyi had gone back to host it. After his divine sense went around the divine realm, Yi Qinghan realized that it was very difficult to find someone to ask about it. Jida was familiar, but his strength was too low. Yangran was also a rank 9, but she was also lower rank 9. In the end, he thought of someone and smiled. He used the power of cold and teleported directly to the north. The attribute of the power of cold was above all other forces, so the distance that Yi Qinghan teleported was quite terrifying. In just 2 or 3 teleportations, Yi Qinghan arrived at the extreme north of the divine realm. This is the island of ice and snow. I've been to almost all the places in the divine realm, but this is my first time here. The beast god and Zhu Yi were not here, Gong Tian was dead, and the powerhouses of the water god clan were all chased back to the water mystery realm by Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan wanted to ask about the cultivation of laws above rank 9, he could only look for the ice queen who had reached the peak of rank 9. Swish! Yi Qinghan's sudden teleportation above the island of ice and snow alarmed countless patrolling guards of the island. A group of beautiful women in white robes with exquisite facial features and voluptuous figures flew over at high speed. Their faces were as cold as frost, and they stared at Yi Qinghan with vigilance. The Ice Queen was not allowed to go out of the island of ice and snow, so no one knew Yi Qinghan. Although Yi Qinghan was imposing, these 7 or 8 women with the strength of 7th grade war gods were not afraid. The leader of the group pointed a silver spear at Yi Qinghan and shouted coldly, "Who dares to trespass on the island of ice and snow? Leave immediately, or we won't be polite. Ask your queen to come out and see me. My name is Yi Qinghan." Of course, Yi Qinghan would not be so bored as to bicker with these guards. He said calmly and stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring the aura and killing intent that were locked on him. "Humph. Do you think you can see our queen whenever you want? The leader of the guards shouted coldly with a hint of arrogance in her eyes. The island master of Ice and Snow Island is the right-hand man of Emperor Han Yi. How can a nobody like you see her? Although you are also a level 9 expert, so what? She saw that Yi Qinghan still didn't leave. Divine power surrounded her body and she shouted coldly, "Why are you still not leaving? Do you want me to capture you and make you my slave? Leave, leave. Our island master is busy and won't see any guests. I don't care if you are called Yi Qinghan, Yi Qinghan." Hey! Why does this name sound so familiar? Yi Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a little puzzled. He had been here for so long and was still releasing his aura. Why didn't the Ice Queen come out? What the hell was she doing? He didn't bother about the guards. He swept with his divine sense but didn't find any signs of the Ice Queen. Yi Qinghan locked onto the centermost palace. He swept with his divine sense but still didn't find anything. This time, Yi Qinghan was a little shocked. He could sense the faint aura of the Ice Queen but he couldn't find her. He immediately circulated his divine sense to the fullest and carefully explored the palace. With a serious search, he easily found her. There was a small hall in the palace with a strong seal. The aura of the Ice Queen spread out from within. He didn't think, his strong divine sense piercing into the seal. He easily locked onto the Ice Queen, but, the moment he sensed the Ice Queen's body, Yi Qinghan's mind shook. His body shook too and he nearly fell from the sky. He could use his divine sense to scan. There was a small ancient altar in the hall. At this moment, the altar was giving off a 7-colored light. There was a beautiful girl sitting cross-legged in the middle. Her expression was great. Her entire body was twitching. That wasn't important. The important thing was, this person was naked and didn't wear anything. Her skin was as red as a flower and she was so beautiful that it made one drunk. Coincidentally, when Yi Qinghan's divine sense entered, she had just woken up. Her beautiful eyes were half opened. When Yi Qinghan retracted his divine sense, Yi Qinghan could see that the Ice Queen noticed his divine sense. She was like a frightened rabbit as she jumped up. She grabbed the robe beside the altar and put it on in a fluster. Her voluptuous breasts and round buttocks swayed in the air, dazzlingly beautiful. Yi Qinghan's body shook. His eyes were filled with awkwardness and panic. He had an urge to turn around and flee. But at that moment, the guard leader suddenly shouted, "Yi Qinghan? Yi Qinghan, you are Emperor Han Yi? Aya. I died 10,000 times and actually didn't know that the Emperor had arrived. Men, immediately inform His Majesty to gather all the experts on the island to welcome the Emperor." Chapter 1369. Towards Ice Queen, Yi Qinghan had always respected her even if he was several times stronger than her. However, in Yi Qinghan's heart, the Ice Queen was a senior worthy of respect, or rather an elder, just like Lord Devour. The first time he met the Ice Queen, Yi Qinghan was only a fake rank 9. At that time, the Ice Queen was one of the strongest people in the god world. Plus, she was cold and serious. This was why the impression that Ice Queen gave Yi Qinghan was that she was an expert, an elder that people respected. Although the Ice Queen was suffocatingly beautiful, she had a more noble and elegant aura than Zhu Yi. Although Yi Qinghan had once fantasized that the women of the Ice Snow tribe, who cultivated the Ice Snow secret art, would feel cold all over. Would it be special to touch them? When doing that thing, the fusion of ice and fire, would it be so stimulating and pleasurable? But Yi Qinghan really didn't have any bad thoughts about the Ice Queen. Even when Zhu Yi said that Ice Queen had feelings for him, he just laughed it off and didn't think too much about it. When the evil demon descended into the god world, Ice Queen gathered the god world grade 9 experts to fight against the evil demon. From that moment on, Yi Qinghan felt a trace of respect for this woman who was as cold as ice and didn't say a single word for a long time. He subconsciously felt that if he fantasized about the Ice Queen, that would be an insult to her. The monarch loved money, but he got it in the right way. Similarly, Yi Qinghan believed that even if a man was lustful, he had to have his own principles. There was nothing wrong with men being dissolute, especially in this world where only the strong were respected. As long as you have the ability, It doesn't matter how many wives you marry, as long as the other party is willing. It's even better if both parties are in love with each other. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not dislike Kid's harem of a few thousand. If Xiao He wanted to pick up girls, Yi Qinghan would also support him. Of course, that was under the premise that Shuai didn't make a fuss. Yi Qinghan never forced a woman. He would pursue her until both parties had feelings for each other. In fact, he had so many wives, and many of them were chasing after him. Of course, forcing himself on Zhu Yi back then didn't count. That was because he was forced by circumstances, so, at this moment, Yi Qinghan unintentionally reached out with his spiritual sense. He actually saw Ice Queen's entire body and she even knew about it. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like he was having an affair with his lover for the first time, only to be caught in bed by his wife. Incomparable panic, incomparable embarrassment, and a sense of shame. At this time, the captain of the guards shouted and knelt on the ground in fear, begging for forgiveness and kowtowing. Yi Qinghan originally wanted to teleport away, but he found it difficult to do so. Then, the ice and snow island was thrown into chaos. Countless warriors rushed out of their rooms, looking at Yi Qinghan with fanaticism, and kowtowing to him. In the end, when the Ice Queen teleported out with a cold expression and lowered her head to greet him, Yi Qinghan couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Luckily, Yi Qinghan's skin was thicker. Although he panicked, he was able to act calm. He raised his hand and said calmly, "Cough, stand up, those who don't know can't be blamed. I came here today to discuss something with the Queen, cough. Since the Queen has something, then let's talk in the future." Ice Queen was actually acting calm. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yi Qinghan. After listening to Yi Qinghan's words, 2 blushes quietly appeared on his face, but they immediately disappeared. His body trembled slightly, and he raised his head to glance at Yi Qinghan. Then, he immediately lowered his head and said, "No, it's fine. Great Emperor, come in and talk." Yi Qinghan touched his nose subconsciously as he looked at the Ice Queen flying into the palace. He gritted his teeth and flew in as well. Everyone in the Ice and Snow Island looked at the Ice Queen in worship, raising their heads proudly. Look, how amazing was our Queen. Even if the top person in the god world, Emperor Hanye, personally came to visit, she was still so arrogant, making the Emperor follow behind her. In truth, the Ice Queen was trembling as she walked. Her mind was totally blank, so of course she wouldn't care about such etiquette. Only when she sat on her own ice throne and saw Yi Qinghan sitting below her, rubbing his nose in embarrassment, did she come back to her senses. She stood up in a panic and said in embarrassment, "Emperor, please take a seat." Yi Qinghan felt dizzy and was thinking about how to avoid the awkwardness. He waved his hands politely. "Ah? Haha, it is okay, it is okay. Sit, sit. Your Majesty, you aren't an outsider, so there is no need to be so polite." The moment he said this, Yi Qinghan was stunned. Not an outsider. Along with how he saw the Ice Queen's body just now, this sentence had a lot of meaning. As expected, Yi Qinghan snuck a glance and noticed that the Ice Queen's face was red. Even her neck and earlobes were red. Seeing that the Ice Queen had misunderstood, Yi Qinghan didn't know what to do. He hurriedly stood up and explained, "Cough, I didn't mean that. What I meant was that we are so familiar with each other." No, I meant that we are all old friends." That isn't right." Yi Qinghan realized that it was getting worse and worse. The Ice Queen's body was getting redder and redder. Her face was tilted to the side and she didn't dare to look at him. He was so anxious that his head was covered in sweat. The more anxious he was, the more his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what to do. Poochie. The Ice Queen saw how Yi Qinghan was sighing and finally couldn't help but smile. She looked over flirtatiously and smiled. "Okay, Emperor. I know what you mean. I don't blame you. One who doesn't know can't be blamed. If outsiders see you like this, what will happen?" The moment Yi Qinghan heard this, he felt much more at ease. He nodded his head like a chick pecking rice and grinned. "Oh, that's good, that's good. I didn't mean to disrespect the Queen at all. I was indeed too rash, too rash." The moment the two of them said this, they realized that it wasn't right. Ice Queen felt that her words were a little flirtatious. Yi Qinghan realized that he said something wrong. Why did he mention that for no reason? Wasn't it just awkward? Both of them shut their mouths in embarrassment and did not dare to look at each other. As a result, the atmosphere became even more awkward. However, there was a hint of ambiguity and gentleness. The originally cold and frosty palace became filled with the feeling of spring. The more Yi Qinghan sat, the more restless he became. Given the current situation, he would rather fight against 10 ninth-grade sovereign realm experts from another plane than to sit here. After sitting for a while, Yi Qinghan couldn't take it anymore. Right as he was about to stand up and find an excuse to leave, Ice Queen turned her head around. Thus, the two of them opened their mouths at the same time. The two of them used a lot of courage, but in the end, the two of them shrunk back. The two of them didn't dare to open their mouths and waited for one another to speak. Thus, the two of them kept silent and the atmosphere became even more awkward. After a long while, Yi Qinghan couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, "You speak first, Queen." Woo! The Queen's gaze collided with Yi Qinghan's and she immediately dodged it. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, just now, I was cultivating my race's special technique. It can be considered cultivation, so. Emperor doesn't need to mind, don't think too much. Cultivation?" Yi Qinghan was a little confused. Who would take off their clothes when cultivating? He looked at Ice Queen suspiciously and replied casually, "Oh, cultivation. Cultivation is good, good." Yi Qinghan's casual words caused Ice Queen to misunderstand. She thought that Yi Qinghan thought that she was cultivating some evil technique. In a panic, she stomped her feet and explained shyly, "I really am cultivating. Ice Snow Race's body is special. Every 10 years, I have to have sex with a guy, if not I will turn into an ice sculpture. I am alone, I don't want to find a guy. So I can only rely on this formation to let myself. Aya, let's not talk about it, it is so embarrassing." Chapter 1370. I have to have sex with a guy for 100 years. If not I will turn into an ice sculpture. Rely on formations. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan was even more confused. He had heard of the island of ice and snow in the past. It was said that only women lived on the island. Occasionally, the women would come out of the immortal world to abduct talented and handsome men to breed with. These guys were like livestock, being escorted by the ice and snow race and taking turns to breed with them. He thought back to Ice Queen just now. Her body was as red as a flower. Her beautiful eyes were half closed. Yi Qinghan had slept with many women and of course he immediately understood that this was what a girl looked like when she was satisfied. Was she using the restriction to satisfy him just now? Thinking about that, Yi Qinghan felt his mouth go dry and the flames of lust in him started to tremble. That's not right, she didn't follow me to the planar battlefield. How did she spend those 100 years without restrictions? Did she go into her own space artifact and dig it out herself? Damn! I am too evil, Amitabha. I have sinned. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more he felt that it wasn't right. He snuck a peek and noticed that Ice Queen was so embarrassed that her head was nearly buried in her thighs. Thinking back to how Ice Queen hurriedly put on her clothes and how her chest was jumping up and down, his body couldn't help but become more restless. He forced himself to calm down. Yi Qinghan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with much effort, I can understand that. Cough. Let's not talk about this. Then what? Right, I came to find you to ask how to raise one's laws above grade 9. What I mean is, under normal circumstances, how can a lower grade 9 cultivator cultivate to grade 9 supreme? Laws above grade 9? Seeing that Yi Qinghan started to talk about proper matters, Ice Queen wasn't so embarrassed anymore. However, the red on her face was still really obvious. She took in a deep breath and said, Emperor, actually, if you continue to comprehend laws, your strength won't increase much. Let me ask, your attacks are so strong, but it doesn't have much to do with laws, right? It doesn't. My strength is a little special. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and said with an embarrassed smile, Don't worry about that. Although the cultivation of the laws can't improve my strength by a lot, It's always good to improve a little. Oh, Ice Queen was even more shocked. She stared at Yi Qinghan for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Emperor, I am really curious. With your strength and Xiao Hei Emperor's strength, apart from the God Emperor and Supreme Beings, no one in Pan World can threaten you, right? You're still working so hard to cultivate. Hehe, you don't have to worry about that. A hint of bitterness flashed across Yi Qinghan's eyes, but he immediately hid it. He pretended to be relaxed and said, Tell me, how do I improve my nomological laws above the 9th grade? All right. A complicated expression flashed in Ice Queen's eyes and she guessed something. She sighed. Martial cultivators cultivate to go against the heavens and change their fate. To reach the peak, one has to comprehend the ultimate mystery and gain the recognition of the laws of heaven and earth to give one the power of heaven and earth. Actually, only when one reaches the 9th grade can one be considered to have stepped onto the path of an expert. Or rather, the path of cultivation has truly begun. To become stronger, then you have to comprehend the laws. Comprehend one ultimate mystery and you will be below the 9th grade. Comprehend 3 ultimate mysteries and you will become above the 9th grade. To become a 9th grade supreme, you have to comprehend 6 ultimate mysteries. Above the 9th grade, you can continue to comprehend them and your strength will continue to grow stronger. Legend has it that if one can comprehend 9 ultimate mysteries, the laws of heaven and earth will recognize you and you will become a godlike existence, which is the God Emperor. What? Yi Qinghan was shocked and cried out involuntarily. If Ice Queen, who didn't like to joke, said these words, he wouldn't dare to believe it even if he was beaten to death. Let's not talk about the fact that a martial artist could cultivate to the God Emperor realm. After all, that was just a legend. Let's talk about the ultimate mystery. What was the ultimate mystery? It wasn't cabbage or carrots. There were billions of martial artists in the God world. It was easy for venerables to break through, but there were so few grade 9 experts, they could be counted on one hand. In a million years, who managed to break through to grade 9? Only one, Lei Zhan. Why? That was because the ultimate mystery was the hardest to comprehend. It wasn't that his luck was heaven-defying, but because of the evolution of the cold world, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the ultimate mystery in his life. Now that Ice Queen told him that to raise his realm above grade 9, he had to comprehend the ultimate mystery. One must know that to comprehend the ultimate mystery, one had to comprehend the 5 basic mysteries and then slowly merge them into beginner mysteries, intermediate mysteries, and high mysteries. Only by merging 6 high mysteries and comprehending the Tao could one comprehend the ultimate mystery. Above grade 9, one had to comprehend 3 ultimate mysteries. 6 grade 9 supreme martial artists. Yi Qinghan was terrified just thinking about it. Was that something that could be done by humans? Even if all his brain cells died, he might not be able to comprehend it, right? Don't rush, Emperor. Ice Queen saw Yi Qinghan frown and his expression changed. It was really ugly. She covered her mouth and laughed. Actually, after a martial artist reaches grade 9, the comprehension of laws isn't as difficult as you think. Moreover, you don't need to comprehend the Tao. With your innate talent, it'll be even easier for you to comprehend them. Perhaps, you'll be able to comprehend all 9 ultimate mysteries and become a divine emperor. Hey, what do you mean? When Yi Qinghan heard that there was a secret behind it, he was pumped up and asked. Ice Queen smiled and said, when a martial artist comprehends the ultimate mystery and breaks through grade 9, they will be recognized by the laws. Therefore, a level 9 expert's body will be incomparably compatible with the Dharma of heaven and earth. In other words, it will be easier for a level 9 martial artist to comprehend the mysteries of the Dharma, because the Dharma of heaven and earth has already recognized you. If you explore its mysteries, it will not resist you so much. That makes sense. Yi Qinghan thought about it and felt that it made sense. He asked curiously, so what you mean is that the more I comprehend, the more compatible I will be with the laws. The more I comprehend, the easier it will be? Keek, that's not the case. Ice Queen smiled. She enjoyed Yi Qinghan's serious expression. She explained, it is indeed easier for a martial artist to comprehend at the later stages. However, the last step is extremely difficult. For example, lower grade 9, upper grade 9. Look at me. I have been stuck at this upper grade 9 for hundreds of thousands of years. I know that if I take a step forward, I will become a supreme god emperor, but I still can't take that step. Maybe this is a test from the laws of heaven and earth. So that's the case. Yi Qinghan sighed. Beast God and Zhu Yi were both upper grade 9 and had been stuck for who knows how many years. However, they still couldn't take that step. Maybe they would never be able to in this lifetime. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan asked, "If I comprehend the laws, how will my strength increase? Will heaven and earth give me more willpower?" Ice Queen smiled, "There is no need. The moment you comprehend, you will notice that you will be more compatible with heaven and earth. You will understand more about heaven and earth and you will be able to control more willpower." "Oh, I understand now." Yi Qinghan nodded his head in deep thought, thinking that he was smart. The laws of heaven and earth are like a girl. The laws of heaven and earth are like a woman. If you can pry into more secrets in her heart, she will be more affectionate towards you and give you more power. If you can see through everything and make her agree with you, she will let you do whatever you want. Yi Qinghan was used to using a hooligan tone. The moment he said that, he realized that it was wrong. His analogy was accurate, but it was okay to say it to Beast God Jida and the others. To say it to an ice queen who had just been seen naked, wasn't that like teasing her? Hinting at her? As expected, Ice Queen's beautiful face was as red as fire. Her eyes were filled with shyness and charm. She bit her lips, revealing half of her snow-white teeth. She looked as flirtatious as one could imagine. Chapter 1371. What? Your Majesty, I was just giving an example, I didn't mean it that way. Haha, you know what I mean, right? Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and acted like he was being casual. His eyes glanced towards Ice Queen, who knew that Ice Queen didn't even look at him, turning her face and half her body away. From Yi Qinghan's angle, he could see the side of Ice Queen's body. Without a doubt, apart from her cold aura, Ice Queen was a top beauty. Snow-white skin, extremely exquisite features, towering breasts, and a small waist. She was sitting sideways and one could see half of her round butt. Due to her uneasiness, it was twisting slightly. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan recalled how Ice Queen climbed up in a panic and put on her robe when he used his spiritual sense to scan. He could still remember how Ice Queen's round butt was twisting in the air, as well as the endless flirtatious feeling between her cleavage. Along with him staring at Ice Queen's butt, Yi Qinghan felt like he could see through her robe and see the beauty within. His entire body was filled with a bone-piercing feeling. As expected, this emperor isn't a good person, why is he staring at that place? Although Ice Queen turned her head away shyly, how could she not sense Yi Qinghan's gaze? Seeing Yi Qinghan stare at her butt, his expression was one of infatuation. Ice Queen really wanted to die. She really wanted to dig a hole to bury herself in. But it was like her legs were rooted to the ground, she didn't even have the strength to lift them up. On the contrary, a strange emotion emerged in her heart, causing her plump buttocks to sway even more cheerfully. Sigh. Yi Qinghan looked for a while and realized that he was about to drool. He sucked in a deep breath and shifted his eyes away. He pouted and felt ashamed. After a moment, he couldn't help but take another look. Coincidentally, his gaze met with Ice Queen's. The two of them were like thieves as they shifted their gazes away. Then, the two of them acted like nothing had happened and focused on admiring the decorations in the palace. It seemed like the palace today was really beautiful. A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as an adulterer. The taste of adultery seems to be more exciting. Heh! Ice Queen's behavior today is really special. Could it be, like what Zhu Yi said, she is really interested in me? As he thought about it, Yi Qinghan's mind became active. If it was true, it seemed like a good idea to fuse ice and fire together. Although his thoughts were running wild, his current appearance was that he was staring at an ancient sword on the wall of the palace very seriously. He was observing it very seriously, as if it was not just a good-looking superior-grade god artifact, but a hidden supreme spiritual treasure. Thinking about it, Yi Qinghan's gaze would drift towards the Ice Queen. Of course, Ice Queen could sense Yi Qinghan's gaze. Originally, she should have covered her face and run away in shame. However, She was the owner of the Ice and Snow Island. If Yi Qinghan didn't take the initiative to leave, how could she send him off? Moreover, the special relationship between her and Yi Qinghan, the flirtatious aura in the air, although it made her feel really shy, but it seemed like there was a different kind of stimulation. Until Yi Qinghan started to sweep around her body in an unrestrained manner, Ice Queen finally couldn't take it anymore. She casually cupped her fists and said shyly, "Emperor, do you have anything else? If not, you can sit here, I have something to do." Oh. Yi Qinghan came to his senses and stood up. He acted like he was polite. Nothing. Thank you, Queen, for answering my questions. I will head back first. If I have time I will come to Fire Dragon City to play. No, if I have time I will come and sit. Ha ha ha, I will leave first. Stop sending me off. Please don't send me off. Yi Qinghan walked out while waving his hands passionately. However, he noticed that Ice Queen had no intention of sending him off. He touched his nose in embarrassment and rubbed his hands. He used his cold power and teleported away. Poochie, Ice Queen smiled. Like an ice mountain melting and a snow lotus spreading, a hint of spring appeared on her brow. She was so beautiful that it broke one's heart. Yi Qinghan returned to Fire Dragon City and sat alone on the rooftop. He gulped down a few cups of tea before he calmed himself down. In his mind, Ice Queen's white body couldn't help but appear, making him unable to calm down. Not long after, a girl in a pink dress walked over. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was in a daze, she tiptoed behind Yi Qinghan and covered Yi Qinghan's eyes. She said in a low and muffled voice, "You are not allowed to use your spiritual sense to look. Guess who I am?" Yi Qinghan smiled. Even if he didn't use his spiritual sense, he could easily sense her aura. Moreover, even if he couldn't sense her aura, his wife loved to play such games, which was the cute and mischievous Firework. He purposely sighed and said, "Stop fooling around, Cherry Blossom, I know it's you." Although Firework was already a mother, she was still as beautiful as a young girl. When she heard that, she pouted, "Not coming, I'm not coming. You are messing with me. You know who I am, but you purposely say the wrong thing every time. Ha ha." Yi Qinghan laughed out loud. He turned around and pulled Firework over. He placed her on his lap and kissed her. "Little Firework, you aren't going to accompany Zishi today. Are you messing around? I heard that not long ago Zishi went out to play in disguise and was bullied. You went over and crippled her? Haha, my little Firework is so cool." Firework angrily raised her fist and smashed it. "I'm not coming. Qinghan, you are making fun of me. That bird young master relied on his father being an island head in Star Ocean to harm beautiful girls. I was already being nice by not killing him." Zishi was scared out of her wits. "As a father, why didn't you comfort her? Hihi, if they don't experience the wind and rain, they will never grow up. Flowers in a greenhouse will never grow into towering trees. It's good to let them suffer a little." Yi Qinghan stroked Firework's silky black hair and smiled. "Is there something you need from me?" Yi Qinghan had a rule that all his women knew. When he sat on the rooftop of Fiery Dragon City, he was either thinking about something or cultivating. If there wasn't anything serious, they wouldn't disturb him. That was why Yi Qinghan had asked such a question. Firework frowned and paused for a moment before saying, "I'm fine. Actually, Shue'er asked me to let you keep an eye on Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei has been going out to play a lot lately. Shue'er is worried that something will happen to him. Xiao Hei is stronger than me. What could possibly happen to him?" Yi Qinghan grinned and stared at Firework, as if he could see through her thoughts. Firework felt uneasy, so he smiled and said, "Shue'er is worried that Xiao Hei is fooling around outside, right? That he will bring a bunch of women back to take her place? It's good that you know. You men are all bad." Firework glared at Yi Qinghan and said angrily, "It's not that Shue'er doesn't allow Xiao Hei to take a concubine. If she has a good character and comes from a decent family, Shue'er will definitely agree. She's just worried that Xiao Hei is too simple-minded. It would be bad if he was tricked by some shady woman." Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and said, "Tell Shue'er that Xiao Hei has been suppressing his feelings for too long. Let him loose for once. He will come back when he's tired of playing." Tell her not to worry. I don't care if Xiao Hei plays outside. However, if other women want to enter her house, if she doesn't agree, I will step in. Xiao Hei still listens to me. Chapter 1372. Law Comprehension. Which type of profound mystery should I choose to start comprehending? Yi Qinghan stood in the War Emperor Hall and looked at the stone steles in the hall. He didn't know where to start. Ice Queen said that after one reached grade 9, it would be easier to comprehend the laws. Yi Qinghan was really interested when he heard that. He went to Sealed God Valley and told Li Shuai to call him when Xiao Hei came back. After accompanying his wives for a few days, he brought Yaroji in to cultivate. Yaroji, tell me, which one should I comprehend first? Yi Qinghan looked at the Yaroji, who was sitting on the jade bed with a book on restriction, and wanted to ask for her opinion. After Yaroji found out that Yi Qinghan was going to cultivate the profound mysteries of the laws, she knew that there would be a long period of time where she would need Yaroji's sparring partner. After all, after entering the 5th level of spiritual quietude, her cultivation speed would increase exponentially. Thus, she told Yi Qinghan to move a jade bed, a table, and many other pieces of furniture to this stone steely hall. For her to sit on the bed and do that every day. It wasn't convenient, right? When she heard Yi Qinghan's words, Yaroji smiled and said, "Since you said that comprehending mysteries above grade 9 would allow the laws of heaven and earth to recognize the cultivator, then isn't it the same no matter what law you comprehend? Why not comprehend the easiest elemental laws like the wind or earth element? Okay, then let's comprehend the earth element first. I've already comprehended a fundamental profound of the earth element, the earth traversal art. I'll first comprehend the other 4 fundamental profound mysteries of the earth element." Yi Qinghan nodded his head and walked to the side to search for the earth element stone stele. The 5 basics of the earth element: power of earth, earth movement technique, earth tremor, earth arteries, and thick earth. Yi Qinghan had already comprehended the earth movement technique, so he walked in front of the earth power stone stele. His cold energy circulated and his eyes lit up. The scenes in front of him started to change. The temptress looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately, then picked up the restriction book and continued to comprehend the restriction. Although Yi Qinghan said that it was easier to comprehend grade 9 and above, it would still take a few months. Unexpectedly, half a day, just half a day, the glow in Yi Qinghan's eyes dimmed and his face was filled with shock. He turned his head and looked at Yaroji in a daze. "How long have I been comprehending for?" "Half a day, why?" Yaroji placed down the book and asked curiously. "Power of earth, I have comprehended it." Yi Qinghan scratched his head. Even he was frightened. Weird things happened again. Although the basics were the easiest to comprehend, although Ice Queen said that it would be easier to comprehend grade 9 and above, although his comprehension speed was overpowered, he didn't dare to. But in just half a day, a completely unfamiliar foundation profound mystery had already reached the entry stage. Wasn't this too terrifying? On the other hand, the temptress was incomparably calm. In any case, Yi Qinghan was a freak. Even if he comprehended all 5 of the fundamental profound mysteries of the earth element in just a few days, she wouldn't be surprised. Could it be because of the cold realm again? Yi Qinghan was a little confused. He pondered for a moment and decided to just ignore it. Moreover, he did not continue to comprehend the power of earth until it reached full mastery. Instead, he turned his head to the side and began to comprehend the earthquake. In the end, half a day later, the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes was no longer shining, and the bewilderment on his face became even stronger. Without saying a word, he turned towards the throbbing pulse of the earthstone stele. After another half a day, he once again withdrew from comprehension. This time, there was no expression on his face. He silently walked towards the last mysterious stone stele, solid earth. Another half a day passed. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, the temptress finally couldn't contain the shock in her heart. She swallowed, looked at Yi Qinghan anxiously, and said, "Little Han, you couldn't have comprehended all 4 fundamental profound mysteries of the earth element, right?" Yi Qinghan turned his head around mechanically, his eyes filled with confusion, and nodded numbly. The temptress's body trembled, and the little red string on her waist suddenly twisted, her whole body shaking. When did the foundation profound mysteries become cabbages? Comprehending all 4 fundamental profound mysteries in 2 days. If Yi Qinghan could continue cultivating at this speed, wouldn't he be able to reach 9th grade supreme martial artist in 10,000 years' time? If Yi Qinghan could comprehend all the profound mysteries of the laws so easily, wouldn't he be able to comprehend all 9 ultimate mysteries easily, and finally become the legendary Divine Emperor Supreme Martial Artist? Although Yi Qinghan's talent was freakish, comprehending a middle-grade profound mystery, absolute space domain, even with the help of the illusory palace, still took 10 years, okay? Now, the temptress didn't know what happened, and looked at Yi Qinghan carefully, trying to find an answer from his body and expression. In fact, Yi Qinghan didn't know what happened, so the two looked at each other, speechless. What's the reason? If it's because of the cold boundary, what's the principle? If the other laws were so easy to comprehend, wouldn't I be able to easily reach 9th grade supreme martial artist? And possibly comprehend all 9 ultimate mysteries, and become a divine emperor supreme martial artist? Yi Qinghan thought it absurd, and felt that everything seemed unreal. But he had truly comprehended the 4 fundamental profound mysteries of the earth element. The two looked at each other, and looked at each other for a long time. Yi Qinghan simply didn't care about it anymore. He turned his head and walked towards the stone steles of the other element's foundation profound mysteries. He wanted to see whether or not this strange matter would continue to occur, and whether or not he would be able to easily comprehend the foundation profound mysteries of the other element. The temptress didn't dare to speak, and watched nervously as Yi Qinghan walked towards the stone steles of the fundamental mysteries of the fire element. Waiting for a miracle to be born. A miracle was born 1 month later. In just 30 days, Yi Qinghan had comprehended a total of 19 fundamental mysteries of the metal, wood, water, and fire elements. Except for the profound mystery of traceless wind, which he had already comprehended, the remaining 19 fundamental mysteries were all comprehended. Including the original 2 days, in a mere 32 days, Yi Qinghan had comprehended all the fundamental mysteries of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth element. The comprehension of laws was the hardest to comprehend. As long as he could comprehend it, and continue to verify and deduce in the future, mastery was just a matter of time. In 32 days, 23 fundamental mysteries of the 5 elements, all of them were comprehended. If this matter were to spread to the divine world, to other planes, to the divine emperors, wouldn't everyone be scared silly? The temptress was completely dumbfounded, and could only swallow her saliva. Her snow-white skin was rosy, and her eyes were full of charm. If Yi Qinghan wanted her at this moment, she would most likely respond in the most passionate way, to show her worship of Yi Qinghan. At this moment, Yi Qinghan wasn't so shocked anymore. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. In these days, he had comprehended all the fundamental mysteries of all the elements once. Light, darkness, thunder, destruction, time, and so on. The strange thing was that for the other elements, not to mention half a day, he couldn't even comprehend them in 2 days, and he had no clue at all. Yi Qinghan frowned, and after a long time, he raised his head and murmured, "I can comprehend the profound mysteries so easily, it seems, it really has something to do with the cold boundary. I can't comprehend the other elements, but metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements, these 5 elements are easily comprehended, as if they exist in my mind. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Isn't this the 5 elements in ancient China? What does this have to do with my cold boundary? Why can I easily comprehend these 5 elements? Is there some special secret behind this?"